learning. I'm learning, right? And I want to learn. You mean to get subject multiple people to my opinion? Oh, the power. Yeah, you get to form my opinion about Star Trek. That's right, because I know next to nothing about it. All right, so now this is Vaush's video on leftist infighting. I guess we'll get to that. Should we just look at the Keffals? There's like a hashtag. There we go. Clara Aloe Vera, my old friend Clara, who recently unblocked me because she wanted to do drama. I don't know how many of you were in here the other day. I think I was talking about, oh god, it was some Keffals video. I was actually covering Keffals, so it's not entirely out of nowhere that she showed up. But yeah, she showed up. She wanted me to come on stream with her, and I saw what she did to Polly. Right? I know what her game is, and I don't necessarily want to play. But she has hurt a friend of mine. She has lied about Zara on stream in a clip that, or in a debate that got watched by Xander Hall, Demon Mama, and all the rest, right? So basically, she's been dragging my friend's name through the mud in a way that introduced her to you know, tens of thousands of people in a negative context, in a misrepresented context. So my offer to Keffals remains, right? I will come on your stream and do whatever you want to do, right? What you tell me what you want to talk about, but you got to make a video and apologize to Zara, right? Because it's no fair to take somebody who's just gotten started in streaming, just got started in content, and you know, bring their name out to a massive audience with those lies. You lied about my friend, and that's what I need you to correct, Keffals. So yeah, if you wanna mess around, we can do that, but I'm gonna exact a price. I'm gonna charge you admission to that, right? Oh my god, what is going on with my thread? There's like 4 replies to it, and that's probably like less. That's probably like less. Okay, so oh my god, I don't even have water. What am I doing? What am I doing, chat? Bad Empanada is in every stream these days. That's true. That's true. Keffals is getting karma's getting her karma. One of the most beautiful things to happen in a good while. We love to see it. Yeah. If you're a witch, you'd be a sandwich? I can't deny that you're quite a snack. Nice, nice. I need to get, like, I've got a snack prepared for myself. I just didn't think to get water. Like, that was the one thing that I forgot. Wait, can I use the weasel? Can I use the strategic weasel here? I want to use the strategic weasel. The strategil. The strategil. I gotta get some water, but I don't want to leave you with nothing. Like, look, let me let's navigate to the weasel, okay? Because I know you all want to hear the weasel. And it's gonna be in this next video, right? The next video that I'm coming out with, that I am working on right now is, oh my god, misspelling Zara's name apparently. There it is, Weasel Assembly. But yeah, some of these samples come from the Keffals versus Bad Empanada debate, and so I'm coming out with the Bad Empanada versus Keffals debate, and yeah, do you think that this asset gets used a little bit in it? I'd say so. I would say that you might even hear a VIP remix, and if you're into like EDM at all, you know what that means. You know what a VIP remix is. It's when somebody involved in the creation of the track is involved in the remix, right? So that's pretty exciting. You're gonna get a VIP remix of like a whole new take on this song, but I'm gonna leave you for just a second with this, and then we'll get into it, because like I need to not be dry in the mouth and in the lips and in the throat, right? These are all important orifices that I use to communicate, and I want to communicate with you really well today, exceptionally well, because I know there's gonna be some drama frogs out there clipping, right? There's probably some people clipping and shipping right now. So anyway, you can clip and ship this awesome song by Zara Xerix, who you should go follow on Twitch and on YouTube. Meow meow.
Weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. Weasel.
Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here? Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here?
Fuck. So Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go.
I mean, I hate it when that happens. Like, it's so distracting. Like, I'm like trying to do content here, and it comes like Logan Paul with his medical tools and surgical tools, and it's just like, really, I gotta go now. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, that's the Weasel song. It's you're gonna see more of that. Like I said, the VIP remix is gonna be in my next video, which is the debate between. Oh my god, that's some steam. Look at that. Oh, yo, what? The one thing I forgot, right? Chopsticks. Oh no, I thought I got everything. I almost like want to worry about that later. No, but I gotta get the chopsticks. But I'll keep talking to you from afar. Oh my god. Okay, now I'm ready. Now I got like a whole picnic arranged, okay? I got cat ears, I got my picnic, I got my salt. We're ready to rock. That's like the most unprepared I've come to stream lately. But yeah, we it's all good now. It's exceptional. Okay, so yeah, there's the Weasel song. There's the Vaush video. We're gonna get into that in a second. Here's the Keffals hashtag. Oh my god, I feel so much better. I got water and coffee. So is it time once again to ask, what does Keffals bring to the trans community? Seriously, she cares about nothing and no one but herself, so she seems to think she speaks for all of us, when in reality she's a effing parasite. Okay, that's a tweet I'm reading. That is not a personal opinion. Going live. Oh yeah, this was scummy. This was scummy, right? Going live soon to cover Jessie gender. Link to live chat. Like the way that she's saying this is like this is some like real sus Jessie gender, like like some sussy baka, right? Link to live chat is in the bio. The things I discovered about Jessie are incredibly messed up. Like right, like that they're. Oh my god, we're not seeing all of this, are we? Okay, so the follow-up tweet is her entire discourse lately has been about supporting the black community. Oh my god, like what like that's your complaint. Her entire discourse lately has been about supporting the black community, while at the same time she apparently has been platforming and showing support to outright racists who left the alt-right. I think that Keffals is talking about Bad Bunny. Sorry, fuck. It's in my head so bad. Kira chats. I think that's who Keffals is talking about, right? I think that's the accusation, is that it's, you were friendly to Kira chats. And yeah, there's the thumbnail. I gotta say, I think our thumbnail editor is better. Right? I feel like our thumbnail editor is better. So here's Jessie Gender, the useful idiots who destroy a community. Hunter Avalon, Christian Walker, Nick Fuentes, Jessie Gender, and Hassan, which is weird because like Hassan's one of the people with who's had a bad take about Hogwarts Legacy, and isn't I don't think Hassan is endorsing what Keffals has been doing. But he's got kind of a similar take. We'll look at that later, okay? So there it is. And again, I apologize for the streamer in question is called Kira Chats. Has changed her moniker based on the fact that there's an incredibly popular rapper that's using her previous moniker. So. I know, she's supporting the black community. Watch out, yeah. Very clickbaity tweet. Yeah, I think so too. I'm assuming that's what's going on here. Cat girl picnic time. Where are we? Oh, we need a weasel emo. Yes, we do. We absolutely do. Hide your cats. Logan Paul is coming. Yeah, right? Okay, chat, wake up. Oh my god, I put you to sleep with the Weasel song. I put everybody to sleep with the Weasel song. Oh my god. So now this is what I was talking about earlier. Hey Lore Masters, so this is on the Keffals subreddit, right? Hey Lore Masters, I'm currently in a little spat with a Twitter user named MommyBigD. She seems like a prototypical lol cow. Now, like, look, this is a phrase like lolcow, right? This originates from harassment websites like KF. Yeah? I am not saying that everybody who uses this phrase is, like they're showing signs of membership to one of those websites, right? But it is more common amongst them. However, it's a common term, right? A lot of people use this phrase, right? So, like, and I've heard Keffals use it before, but when you say she seems like a prototypical lol cow, that speaks to somebody who's kind of gotten used to harassing people, right? And yeah, I don't call her Keffals for nothing, right? I'm wondering how much info we can get on here. Wow. So this is literally... Wait, is this a joke? Like, talk about mask off, right? Please post everything you got in this thread. I know there's some turbo autists out here who can help me get a lot of information. Look, this was the kind of thing that DK said. DK, Chud Logic's right-wing weirdo editor, right? when people when something didn't go his way in Chud Logic's community in like a mod meeting in a vote to kick somebody out, they didn't kick the person out that DK wanted kicked out. DK said, "All right, that's fine, but just understand that I've got some very autistic friends out there, and you know, if I set them to work, they're gonna find out lots of things about you, right?" So this is a reference to just obsessively, like, you know, researching, and I'd say doxing people, right? I'd say that, like, you know, this level of lore, yeah, lore masters of lore discovery is basically, you know, inviting people to turn up very personal details, which, you know, that's doxing. Here, who can help me get a lot of information? Okay, now, am I being tricked by this? Because, like, I just can't... Yeah, that's what she... Turbo Audis, that she's using it as... I mean, I guess this isn't being used as much of a pejorative here, but it's like... It's still offensive because it's, like... It's taking one quality of neurodivergent people, that being, like, attention to detail, and you know, being able to hyper focus on a certain task, and kind of essentializing them by that, and like, you know, suggesting that, like, I don't know. Vaush is too much of a coward to put his money where his mouth is. Well, I asked Stream to wake up, and you woke up already. You woke up more than I could even read. Wait, I thought Bad Bunny is a streamer. Oh yeah. It was the first time I heard about the rapper. Oh, okay, so you knew about Kira Chats first. She deleted the post when she got crap for it. Wow. It's a very Mango Ranchy kind of thing to do. Yeah, and so that you know, that Megamind meme that somebody shared, that under new management meme that somebody shared, I think, like last week about Keffals, that's pretty close to the truth. Also forgot to mention Gabby and Keffals are massive pick-me's. Okay. Wait, Gabby? I don't know who Gabby is. Yeah, Lil Cow is pretty widely used. I would say so too. Oh yeah, thank you, JTVJ. Little Joel had a video about Keffals trying to do some drama today, too, just so you know. Yeah. It was kind of like a weird little op on Jack Saint that Keffals chat actually told her not to do. FD Signifier was right when he described this as being like the Bloods and the Crips. That's true. Meow. Archie, capybaras are at least 4 times your size. Oh my god. Oh, Mother, I want you to bring my capybara to eat. Logan Paul versus NCC, the anime. Nice. Oh my god. Wait, are you saying I could kickbox? Gabby Hanna. Wait, I feel like I've heard that name before. Why am I not familiar with this person? Kira Chats is someone Kerfuffles has been targeting for quite some time. Yeah, and I've got a video on that coming out as well. She actually targets me a little bit of that video too, but I don't even feel bad because, like, compared to those strays other people have been catching from Kerfuffles, like I don't think I got it that bad, right? That's what Kerfuffles doesn't seem to realize, is that when you attack everybody, you kind of have attacked nobody, and you're just like you're just dithering away. Oh my god, so this is February 7th, a ratio on Keffals for a live stream. It was the live stream where she pretended that she was going to play Hogwarts Legacy. So yeah, ratioed with a Spider-Man. Is this where, like, does Venom take over Spider-Man? Is that what's going on here? This is a Venom thing? She's a monster? I said Keffals and Gabby Hanna are the same person. They act so similar. They both incredibly toxic. Okay. I thought Gabby Hanna was some Viner turned YouTuber. Someone in that particular wave of the internet. She's still relevant. I don't know anything about this person. Vine was before my time. Okay, so yeah, we got the Spider-Man meme ratioing Keffals. That was a while ago. This is the current thumbnail right here. This is Keffals. Sunglasses at night. Okay. Wondering if all the leftists who blocked, harassed, and tried to... Oh my gosh. So yeah, this is somebody that's been messed around with by Keffals, and now they feel vindicated, as well they should. As well. Wait, PF Chang's or Denny's? Wait, what are we talking about? Gabby, the potential monster? Hannah? I think Kerfuffles is getting desperate because she's losing so many followers. She's trying to find an enemy so that people will unite with her against them. Somebody else, we'll see if we see this. Like, somebody else had an idea of what Keffals was doing, and I thought it seemed pretty credible. Me and other Black trans women. This is Jerica, local sports lesbian. Me and other Black trans women were harassed for months last year by white people calling out Keffals' racism. Aaron in the Morn, mass blocked Black trans women for criticizing Keffals. Don't be surprised as we roll our eyes now that white trans Twitter thinks Keffals is bad. I mean, you have every right to be pissed off, and I apologize for not calling this out sooner. I thought this was going to be I thought this might be a thread here. Dear white trans people, you owe Black trans women an apology on this app, an apology. Months of harassment, gaslighting, misogynoir directed towards Black trans women for rightfully criticizing Keffals, only for y'all to change your minds and agree that Keffals is racist. It's bullshit. I agree. What makes all the more insulting is that Keffals was racist towards Black trans women, while trans women told when Keffals was racist towards Black trans women, white trans women told us to shut up. But the moment Keffals is racist towards a pale-skinned, non-Black POC, y'all got disgusted with her behavior. A lot of you just hate Black women. And yeah, I mean, like, this is not, sadly, not an uncommon story, right? Yeah, as at first I can tell the business model is to call someone out, say something outrageous, and then milk 3 or 4 days worth of content from it. The pattern is unmistakable. So wait, this Gabby person left YouTube and fled to TikTok because she got dragged for a shitload of drama she was involved in, including being a apologist. Oh my god, for an R apologist on Twitter and on most of YouTube. But she's abandoned Twitch for YouTube so she can say, "Oh, this is Keffals, yeah." Backlist losing followers, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, losing followers, losing supporters, you know, I mean, like I said before, the MommyBigD, as far as I knew, you know, was a Keffals supporter, prior to whatever, okay, so here we go. What Keffals is doing here is creating controversy by attacking a much beloved figure that shares, spaces with she shares spaces with creating a high drama conflict that requires her fan base to choose sides in a highly emotional way that binds them to her. She's culling all the people in her community who aren't slavishly devoted to her and who will think critically about what she says. Selecting and isolating easy marks, similar to how Alex Jones only only sells the tactical bath wipes after he says all the conspiracy stuff. This is a Keffals tweet. I'm not becoming Blair White or leaving the left. I'm simply not going to let woke scolds continue to control the discourse in the trans community. If that makes me bleed followers, so be it. I would rather be sincere about how effing stupid so many of you are than to have Twitter clout. Thank you for the follow, August. Welcome to the cat cult. Yeah, it seems like her tweets aren't getting the kind of, you know, like aren't really getting, they don't seem to have the power that they used to. I've been seeing her get a lot of people being like, I've always wanted to ratio Keffals. If you agree with me, if you want a space where you can openly, we have a compound. We move in the Keffals army to the Keffals compound. Look at this. Can openly air these grievances and plan our harassment campaigns. Okay, she didn't say that, but like it's in her mind somewhere, right? Where you won't get dogpiled by people who spell folks with an X. In spite, what the fuck? Spit on the memory of trans people who get. That's not what happened. Oh my god. Turning it into discourse. Yo, if anybody turned it into discourse, it was this bitch right here. Okay. Join me tonight. That is the GG website provided by White Nervosa, Vaush intelligence agency founder. White Nervosa facilitated this website scheme that basically binds people to Vaush. Like I've explained this before, but once you join once you get a website through White Nervosa, you kind of got to play Vaush's game. You cannot afford to alienate him. You cannot afford to alienate White Nervosa or anybody else in that toxic community, right? You're stuck. And Keffals signed those papers a long time ago, back in the summer. So yeah, this is the Keffals compound. Wow. Wow. From a business standpoint, it's a very good move for a mid-tier cult of personality who's trying to establish themselves with a firm base of financial support. From a human standpoint, it's effing obscene, and she should be goddamn ashamed of herself. Credit where credit is due. Black trans folks saw her for what she was miles away. We should probably listen better next time. I mean, I know I should listen better. Okay, and then they're muting the thread because they don't want to deal with like whatever's gonna happen next. Okay, so here's I think this is Vera from Vera from Council of Geeks? I try to stay out of public drama, especially between content creators, but I will not be the person who looks back and says, I should have stood up for my friend and I didn't. I don't know Keffals. I don't watch her content, but I know Jessie Gender, and I won't stand idle for this, right? So there's, Jessie Gender basically being called a right-winger. Like, and this goes with that Go Live message. This goes with that Go Live message that implied that Jessie Gender is, platforming sussy bakas, and really, like, the only person that Keffals could be really referring to is Kira Chats, right? Who, unlike Keffals, Kira Chats has apologized for her fuckery. Yeah? Over a decade of content creation, I've met my share of creators. The polite, the phony, the rude, the awkward, and the friendly. I've never known any online creator as genuine, kind, and well-intentioned as Jessie. And this despite the last few months of garbage thrown at her. She would like nothing better than to geek out. Here, let me move my, I'm going to move this like up so I can like be looking at chat while I read this. There we go. That's better. Okay. She would like nothing better than to geek out over Star Trek and brainstorm sci-fi ideas. But like nearly all public-facing trans creators, she's had to become an advocate and activist because the world wouldn't let trans people simply exist. Yeah, and I mean, like, that's my understanding too. Jessie doesn't like drama. Jessie doesn't like, jumping into the discourse like this, but she felt a responsibility. When you see a lot of the trans community being led astray by Pied Pipers like Keffals, you got to stand up and say something. She wasn't even like calling out Keffals specifically. She was just saying, hey, like, you know, we can make our own hashtags, like, right? We don't have to appropriate hashtags that are meant to bring attention to Black trans women who are the biggest victims of transphobic violence and who already are ignored, right? So that's all she was trying to bring to light, right? She actually listens, and she was trying to share, you know, what she's learned and what other people are missing in a non-confrontational, you know, the biggest word that I use for Jessie Gender is like educational. Like that's her stance. It's never you know, drama seeking, it's never clout seeking, it's always seeking understanding. And yeah, she is geeky, and that's adorable, right? And it really sucks that this is what she got, like, right? She gets attacked for this stuff, right? She's had to become an advocate and an activist because the world won't let trans people simply just exist. I first met Jessie 3 years ago over coffee at a place, and I've rarely had an easier time connecting with being at ease around another creator. She has a smile. She's happy to share with the world, and yet some people would wish to see that smile extinguished. I hate online drama. I hate seeing it, being anywhere near it. But this is my friend, and I don't know Keffals, but I know she went after my friend. My friend who's still under daily mass harassment after being targeted by J.K. Rowling herself. Yeah, and still had the courage to write an article for GameSpot, right? Which was going to put her back in those same crosshairs again. She's taken on Matt Walsh. She's taken on J.K. Rowling. And I think she even got mentioned by Ben Shapiro in this whole blow up over the Hogwarts Legacy thing. Jessie has only ever sought education. Yeah, exactly. Sought to educate. Has only ever sought to educate, learn, and build compassion and empathy. And whether you think she succeeds at that or not, I won't stand by while she has mudslung at her from within her own community. That the community she's fought for and has been in the whole time. I hate drama, and I dread inviting it. I will not only stand beside my friend. If I can, I will put myself between her and anyone who's decided she is deserving of scorn and harassment. No one deserves harassment, not even Keffals, though she doesn't seem to share that view. If you have any well wishes, okay, so this is a great thread. I should link this, right? If you want to, you know, send your wishes Jessie's way, I am going to actually let me link this last tweet, right? Because this is the one you're going to want to respond to. If you don't know how Twitter works, it's always better if there's a thread, and this is a thread, right? So it's a a chain of tweets, right? You want to respond to this one right here. Most people get that, like 48 responses, whereas, like, you know, the rest of them, because if you like respond to this one, or you respond to this one or something like that, your you know, your comment's not going to be seen as easily, right? So here we go. We're going to put this, this is the tweet. Give Jessie Gender your best wishes, and that is the thread to do it in. So there we go. All right, let's see what else is on this hashtag here. Okay, so we're just writing the hashtag for anybody that's just joining us. We are talking about Jessie Gender being harassed off of Twitch by Vaush and Keffals, right? We're going to watch some of what Vaush has said later. We might have to wait a little while to see the Keffals stuff, because we don't actually have a slur-free version of that to watch just yet. But trust me, we'll take a look at it. No serious, and this is what I mean. Okay, so now, like I said, you know, I've talked to Jessie a little bit. I have told her that, you know, I support her. I've told her that she did the right thing. I've told her that she was courageous, and that the people that are attacking her are the kind of enemies that you get for standing up for what's right. And that, you know, she should be proud of herself, right? But she doesn't want to deal with this, and it's too much, right? And she's, you know, left Twitter at least temporarily, right? Jessie, if you end up watching this, I'm just looking at this, you know, the Keffals hashtag, right? You have so much support here, okay? I want you to understand that. There's a lot of loud and obnoxious and toxic voices that are going to drag you, and that sucks, right? But understand that just scrolling down here, like, most people support you, most people are with you, and a lot of us are willing to ride for you, okay? So please understand that we care about you, and we're willing to fight for you, okay? Anyway. No crying on stream, NCC. It's not allowed. Okay, that's right. It would be TOS, no. So for Keffals to incite the dog pile of Jessie gender is pretty effing gross. Y'all gave her 100,000, I think it was more than 100,000. To the scripter who admittedly she had already a 6-figure income so she could be safe, and all she's done since is make the trans community unsafe for other trans women. Wild. Okay, so there's that horrible thumbnail once again. There we go. Hey, Alejandro Caraballo. Maybe you should address the fact that your friend Keffals is doing targeted harassment against Jessie for showing solidarity with Black people. It seems directly relevant. Okay, so this is Alejandro Caraballo, you know, noted activist, retweeting Jessie Gender in her I'm done with Twitter, you know, really frustrated tweet here. I'm done with Twitter, at least for now. Thanks for the panic attacks and the disingenuous framing of my words. It's honestly been super shit and stressed for these past few days. I didn't demand anything of anyone. I wasn't policing. I wasn't calling out. I hate this. I hate it all. So yeah, there's a call from, I think, a former friend of Keffals to a current friend of Keffals saying, you know, if you care about Jessie Gender, like, stop enabling her harassers. And I would echo that, yeah. Oh, okay, so this is the oh my god. Okay, so this is the first wait, I can't tell. Okay, this post is deleted now. This isn't KF level of bad. Woke scolds are real. Okay, so this is somebody that buys into the Keffals Vaush, you know, the problem with the left is woke scolds. The problem with the left is people who stand up for marginalized communities and try to form solidarity on that basis rather than asking marginalized people to sit down and shut up and get out of our way while the most privileged among us co-opt their liberatory movements, right? So this, you know, this is somebody I definitely don't agree with, but they are saying this is very bad for Keffals to be doing, okay? And this is, again, the request for... the request for people to research, right, in a harassment kind of way, that, you know, somebody that was a friend of Keffals and apparently has changed their mind about that, right? Vaush needs to wash. Keffals just seems to have a huge ego now after the KF thing. Like, it went to her head. I mean, that's what's going on right now. This battle, if I were to characterize the size of it, I would say on one side you have solidarity, and on the other side you have some kind of parasocial ego-industrial complex, right? Okay, so this is the thread that she made on her subreddit. Somebody here says this is embarrassing. Somebody says, hey, Keffals, big fan of the lore arc and most of your work. I think this is the wrong direction. I think you should temporarily focus on your own piece. F the haters and carry on with your original plan to get away from friendly fire a bit, playing RAF and surfing lore. The thing is, I feel like she's just gonna lose like a lot of this lore stuff, right, seems to be harassment. Like, it seems to be her going over, you know, going over the case against Vaush's enemies, and putting more harassment, putting more attention on them, right? You have had such a mental year, disengaged for a bit. People, so they're asking her to take a break. They're asking her to step away. I don't think there's any chance of that happening, though. Jesus effing Christ! So you're just unironically recreating KF in your own subreddit? Yeah. So like, this is her own Reddit. Somebody else is noting like the origins of the term lolcow. I see where you're going here, but I think that's being a bit disingenuous. KF was genuinely disgusting. This might be step 1 of 100, but it's a bit rough to instantly. Oh, okay. So somebody's saying they don't buy the comparison of what Keffals is doing here to KF. This is mad sad. Can't hold your own in an argument. Limafoul. Imagine having to rely on everyone you take money from to try and argue discourse. You need to take a serious look at yourself and stop doubling down on your bullshit. Grow up and just apologize. Be a better person than you have been. It's been going. It's going to get worse for you if you don't take a step back and gain some perspective. So many people are literally writing you off, and you just keep shooting yourself in the foot. Do you like help? Would you like me to help your PR right now? Because, girl, this ain't it. I mean, right? Sleep scolds. Oh my god, am I sleeping? I'm a little bit sleepy. I don't know. I've been taking melatonin lately, and I mean, it's helping me sleep, but it's like, so it takes me so long to retweet if non-binary icon Frankie Stein has done more for the trans community than Keffals. And it's got over 1,000 now. YouTube trans people and Keffals co-opting Say Her Name and now bullying Jessie Gender off Twitter for showing solidarity with black people. Black trans people have been calling Keffals and her fans out since the summer. The privilege to raise 100K in a day while I struggle to fundraise while being homeless. Yeah, this is a friend of the stream, Soul Bunny here. Give that a like. Okay. Actually, you know what? Like and retweet. How about that? Keffals is taking one of the biggest heel turns I've seen in real time. Mobilizing your fan base to dox a Twitter user that you... Now, I don't know if that... I mean, that's not specifically what Keffals was calling for, but you gotta understand that if you put this kind of request out there, you are gonna get personal information, right? And depending on what kind of repository, like, I don't know if they have like a Discord or where they're putting this information, right? You're going to end up spreading this, even if you yourself are like, you know, somebody brings you like a name or an address and you're like, whoa, that's too much. That's too much. I don't want that, right? You lose control out of it. Keffals, you're riding a tiger. And I don't think you realize that, like, I don't think you realize that this, how out of control this can get, how fast, right? If big facts, if white trans women would have listened to black trans women last summer when we tried to gather Keffals' racist ass, we wouldn't be having these community issues now. Wait, why is this? Oh, this is at Keffals. Ah, so you were exactly who BIPOC kept telling us you were all along. Got it. Keffals is one of the biggest trans influencers I've ever seen on this platform. If BIPOC defining how they get to tell their own narratives offend her as a trans woman, there's something holy and okay, so this is like a thread. Oh yeah, she calls somebody FBI for just saying like, and look, do you see this? Say her name is trending because people are using it for Brianna Gay, who is white, and I need y'all to understand that that phrase and hashtag was created for Black women who are the victims of police violence. And I mean, like, look, Brianna Gay's name is trending, was trending, has been trending, right? More attention needs to be brought to violence against trans women, all trans women, right? But like her, you know, this tragedy was recognized. How many tragedies weren't recognized because the people that were the victims were Black trans women? This is literally a prime example of how progressives keep getting effed over by elevating identity politics. Oh my god. Oh my god. Can we like leave the Chapo stuff back in 2016? I don't think even Chapo is writing this dirtbag garbage as hard as people like Keffals and Hassan are now. Mr. Beard. Yeah, that is Mr. Beard, right? You know, brave tweet here. I refuse to pick a side in this leftist infighting. All right, cool. Good for you. Like, look, I don't have anything against Mr. Beard. I've seen mostly good tweets, good takes, and a few not so good takes. So I'm not gonna harp on that, right? Okay, so yeah, I don't know what that's about. Okay, trigger warning, Keffals post. She has the absolute fucking gall to say this after harassing so many trans women. So many Black trans women. Was she saying this when defending the bald jokes? Was she saying this when encouraging her fans to engage in misogynoir? This is the quote tweet here. Oh my gosh, okay. Content warning, self-harm and ableism. I want to say what I want to say about Keffals will get me banned. She's been so awful for so long, and y'all ignored people calling her out for racism. None of you listened when she was attacking Black folks. So if you didn't leave her then, well, I mean, like, and that this is understandable, right? Like I say, you can make mistakes and you could apologize for those mistakes, but you can't expect everybody to forgive you. So, you know, I mean, I'm sure that, like, I understand if some people, you know, are mad at me for not calling this out sooner, right? That's totally understandable. I wanted to reduce the trans S-side rate. Don't socially ostracize people from a community that serves as a life support system for so many people. But what do we do if they're socially ostracizing other people like Keffals? Is like, this kind of puts us in a bind. This is almost like the paradox of tolerance, but like it's within the left. The call is coming from inside the house. That's what's so disturbing about this. Right? Like, you expect this kind of garbage from right-wingers. But Black people have been warning us for a long time that, like, it's not just right-wingers. And we didn't listen. At some point, a poor mentally ill trans woman with substance abuse issues is going to say the R slur, and you will be the reason that they end it. Great, Keffals, great. White levels like white leftists like oh wait, is this a
Yeah.
hello?
Hi. It seems like there might be like a mistake about one of the VIPs being VIP. Can you check on that for me?
Okay. Is this in Twitch?
Yeah, on Twitch. I think Ellen just wants to like cause problems on purpose.
Oh, welcome to the... Oh my god, wait, I turned off... I'm sorry. I've been completely obsessed with reading Twitter right now. What's up,
No, I
Polly?
know.
And there's been fights in the chat. Okay, Ellen, I'm trying to get through a Twitter thread here, like, right? Do you understand that I have ADHD and I get like hyper focused sometime, and I don't know, like, thank you for jumping in here, Zara.
Yeah, I think there must be some sort of mistake. Maybe you VIP'd like the wrong person. Because
We were
Ellen
trying
just
to, yeah, it was actually Ella
wanted to like,
DeGeneres, that I was trying to,
yeah.
Ellen DeGeneres hasn't done anything wrong, right? Ellen
No,
DeGeneres
not
is
Ellen
still...
DeGeneres.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I
I
think
thought that was who I was trying to VIP.
it must have just like been the, you know, the autofill thing for...
See if I can spell, though. Nope, apparently I can't spell.
It's really hard to spell. I'm not going to hold it against you.
Oh my god, I'm so ridiculous. Did that take care of things? Thank you, Jules,
It
for the gift
did.
sub to Nina Bofina. I totally didn't see that. Let me re-enable... I don't know what to do. Zara, what do you think? Next time that I do this, should I just like bring you on to read chat, like to bust in and read chat in between
In between Twitter refreshes?
yeah,
Or...
because
I mean, it's a possibility. I'm always like
so there was like a
available when
sideshow
okay.
going on. I'm here reading Twitter, right? And all this time there's a sideshow going on. There's like a fight going on in Twitter chat. Hopefully we're okay now. It looks like there might be a bit of a dog pile too, but I guess I'm okay with that. I don't know. You know, karma's a bitch, right? It's a bit of a... Karma's a cruel mistress, am I right? I mean, like, cruel in a good way, right? I literally have no idea what just happened.
It's
literally...
kind of
It's so
complicated
funny when
because
somebody comes in trying to create drama and they don't
it
even
went
get,
on
like,
for
my
so long.
attention.
It's a bit long to talk about now, and so I'm not trying to take
We're
us on
good. I'm
too long
almost
of a
done with the
detour.
Twitter thing too. We'll go back to like what I'm best at, which is reacting to videos. I'm so embarrassed, chat. I'm so embarrassed. I can't believe I did that. Oh my god.
No one is tokenizing anything other than you, Ellen, and you just need to calm your jets and stop running around trying to enforce what you think as the will of all Black people, and that people who disagree with you are a small and forgettable minority. So, Ellen, shut the fuck up. I'm Black. I am Black people too. My goddamn... Ugh. I'm gonna get this stream demonetized on YouTube.
It probably already is. Yeah, sorry about the confusion.
Well, Ellen, why don't you go back to the streets and talk to people there, okay? How's that for a solution for you?
And boom.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Irene.
This
I
is
was
the
hoping
most
that I
Twitch
could just, like,
moment.
let you know from chat,
Chat, can you just give me some
so that you could
feedback
just
here?
take care
How
of it.
embarrassed should I be? Like, honestly, I'm willing to take it on the chin, okay?
I don't want to say it out loud while you're streaming, but
You
I'll
don't want to
talk to you
say
about
how
it after
embarrassed I
chat.
should be? It's that bad? Now I want some vegan donuts. The girls are fighting.
Okay.
I mean, it's not just a Twitch moment. It's also an ADHD hyperfocus moment, and I guess I shouldn't be too embarrassed, maybe.
I'm not sure. I should probably go back to getting misgendered on Twitter, but I'll be in chat and if you need me.
Okay, thank you for coming in and letting me know what's going on. I apologize, chat. I apologize. Look, we can do a poll, okay? We can do a poll. No, just put it in, like, the number, okay? So here's what I need. YouTube chat, Twitch chat, right? How embarrassed should I be right now? I have no idea what just went on. And that's ridiculous, because this is my stream, and apparently there was, like, a little sideshow going on right down here, and I have no idea what it was. And if I tried to go back through it and like, you know, like, read it all, I'm just gonna get Like, right? It's just gonna be more embarrassing. But I just need to know on a scale of 1 to 10, how embarrassed should I be right now? I have ADHD too, so I have sympathy for you. This happens. 2? Okay, that's not too bad. I can handle a 2. How embarrassed should I be? I need you to type a number. Like on a scale of 10, like how embarrassed should I be right now? Like how silly am I? 2? 0 unless unless I bring the unless I make the mistake of bringing sussy bakas into the voice chat. Okay. At least 7 because it went on for a while and you didn't notice. 9, 69, 423. Oh wait, we got some disagreement here. So if I could just get the people who disagree, you know, the people that think that I should be really embarrassed, to fight with the people that don't think it's any kind of big deal at all and think it's actually kind of funny. It's a 9, to be honest. Okay, well, I appreciate your honesty, Polly. I appreciate your honesty. You're not a sussy baka? Wait. I'll fight with Polly on this one. 69. Yeah, thank you, Zara. You're my hero. Sussy bakas rise up. I mean, yeah, there might be sussier bakas out there. I'm not saying, like, I'm not trying to make an argument over like scale or anything like that. I'm just saying sus, right? That's all I'm saying. Wait. Oh shit! Oh shit! Look, I'm so sorry, Ellen. It looks like Amogus disagrees. It looks like Amogus is disagreeing. Okay, well, anyway, like I can recover. Look, I've gotten like the derails are some of the best parts of the stream, right? The derails are what you're hungry for, really, if we're being honest, right? If these numbers weren't read, not a single one of these big, oh, okay, so yeah, these are the numbers of what, Twitter numbers of Keffals, and we're approaching loss of 4,000 followers here. Not a single one of these big trans accounts would give an F about Keffals' behavior. They only have a moral backbone. They all have a moral backbone that was shattered in a light breeze. Not one of them gave an F. Kevin Logan! Kevin Logan off the top rope! Look at this shit, chat! Am I gonna become a Kevin Logan fan? Am I gonna become a Kevin Logan fan here? Look, I mean, like, I feel like I gotta give it props, because, like, Kevin Logan called me trash once, too. But I feel like he did it better with Keffals. Like, overall, like, you know, it turns out that, like, the real trash was the clout that we tried to chase along the way. What did the bitches do now? Wait, was I blaming bitches? I'm so trying to get back on track here. Keffals is drunk streaming with Shu while cleaning up up the transphobia and homophobia. It's so cringe. Look, if you think like I don't know, I want to take it on the chin. So like, you know, realistically, people that are being honest are saying it's like a 9. So I should be really embarrassed. What should be my punishment? Polly, if you can think of a good punishment for me, let me know. 'Cause I'm definitely a bad kitty. I'm definitely a naughty kitty, and I didn't pay enough close attention to what was going on in chat. And I may have hurt some feelings too. I don't know. It feels like there's some hurt feelings in chat. Keffals saying someone. Oh yeah, that's that last one. No, but I'm just like, this Kevin Logan tweet is doing it for me. This Kevin Logan tweet is really doing it for me. Should I follow Kevin Logan? I feel like I should. You want me to bounce? Oh my god, I don't even have like a wait, what do I bounce on? I don't have a exercise ball. Oh my god, I need to bring my it's just jokes. We're just having some jokes here. We're just having some jokes. Ellen Degenerate, I'm not a debate streamer. Why do you keep trying to debate me? Look, I had a chance to debate Keffals if I want to. Why would I want to debate one of Keffals' clout minions, right? Why would I want to do that? Look, if I wanted to have a Keffals debate, I could just debate Keffals, right? DMs are open. Keffals has given me the invitation. What do I need? What do I need you for, Ellen? What do I need you for? Is Keffals trying to get neurodivergent trans girls on? Oh my god! Wait, what is this deal with the passes? Like, yeah, she's trying to give people T passes. I did see that, right? Everybody in our chat was like, all the cis people in chat, just like type, one if you're cis or something like that. All right, all you cis people, you now have the T-slur pass. You now have the T-slur pass, right? So they got the T-slur pass, and that's what we're doing. Welcome to the stream, Jack. Are you all having fun though? Are you all having fun? Yeah, look, Ellen, if you really want to come on, you gotta let me know, what kind of content I'm dealing with, right? Which one is the T slur? The one that rhymes with granny, yeah, but starts with a T. So that's the slur that I'm talking about. That's the slur that every cis person in Keffals chat apparently got the pass for. Now, obviously, she's not serious. I hope, right? I don't know. She likes slurs. Maybe she's serious. I can't tell. I want to give her that. I want to give her that credit. I want to be able to say she doesn't mean that. But unless it lets me ride the bus for free. Look, I know how clout human centipedes work, and I'm not going to talk to the ass of the clout human centipede, and that ass right now is named Ellen Degenerate, so you can be an ass all you want, but it's not going to get you in my VC. Got it? Got it? I didn't let Haas into my VC. I didn't let Dylan into my VC a second time, and I'm sure as fuck not going to let you into my VC. So I guess you can just stew in that? I don't know. It's your call. It's your call, Ellen. Ellen also went hog wild on Twitter and torched some random trans person's boundaries. I'm sure that I'm making Ellen extremely mad right now, right? But not as mad as whoever gets burned by K Flogus. Look at this K Flogus off the top row. K Flogus. K Flogus, you haven't gotten a like from NCC in a long time, and this is not my main, okay? But you're getting it today. K Flogus. Oh my god, I almost want to follow K Flogus. He did something kind of ridiculous a while ago, and I don't know. Why do I want to forgive this guy? He's absolutely been horrible to me, but I don't know. He's hard to hate. Oh my god, somebody can maybe explain to me why I have such a hard time hating K Flogus. I guess I don't know. Okay. Anyway, like I said, we got so much to get to today. This is leftist infighting right here. Normally I would ban at will, but not for other streamers. So if you want to ban, I need to explicitly state that that the ban needs to come. I don't know, chat. Wait, how about if chat votes? How about if we vote? Because here's my main concern, okay? I don't really care about other streamers lighting me up in chat. I don't really care about what I care about is you having a good experience in chat, right? So if Ellen is making your experience worse, maybe yeah, can we just vote about that? Yeah, are we gonna ban Ellen from chat, right? Because like that's my biggest concern, right? It's no big deal to me. Okay, I can take or leave Ellen, right? Like, you know, I don't have any special hate for Ellen. I don't really have any opinion at all. I don't know much at all about Ellen Degenerate. Okay, I think I saw one debate against Cherry, and Ellen seemed pretty based, but that was a long time ago. That was a really long time ago. And it's really easy to look based against a DGGer, so, you know, that was easy mode. Let's laugh at Keffals and Chew. Yeah, I think we should probably just let the ban hammer come down, just because like I'm getting that chat, like, can, like, one in chat if you want Ellen Degenerate banned, right? Let's do this the easy way. Let's do this the Twitch way. And save me from being so embarrassed, because Polly said it was like a 9. Polly said I should be like really, really embarrassed. And Polly, I feel like Polly knows Twitch, like the Twitch ethos a little better than I do. So I'm gonna rely on her. I'm gonna rely on Polly and Zara. Everybody's saying 1. Sorry, Ellen Degenerate. Look at that first time chatter. Welcome to the chat, Rashid. Yeah, it's like, oh my God, Ellen, you're getting downvoted. You're getting downvoted hard. Look at this. Look at this. You came in here. You came in here trying to light NCC up. You got ignored. And then you got voted down. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Get better material, right? Get better material next time, okay? I'm not silencing you, Ellen. Chat is silencing you. Like I said, I can take you or leave you. I have no opinion. Like, right? I just don't know you. I just don't know you at all, and it looks like we're not gonna have a chance to get to know each other. That's you know, that's whatever it is. All right, so leftist infighting, you know, this great leftist here, Vaush, is letting us know about the dangers of leftist infighting. Now look at this cursed thumbnail, okay? Look at this cursed ass thumbnail, all right? So what we got over here, we got some socks for sockdems, all right? We got a globe for neoliberals. Okay. Okay. We got a rose for the DSA. And we got anti-fascism right here. Anti-fascism. Now over here we have hammer and sickle. Yeah, we got the anarchy sign. Yes, yes. Also Akechi from Persona 5 rocks this symbol. Apparently also an anarchist. Who knew? We got Black Power Fist, and we've got the Democratic Party.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading.
Thank you for the follow, Robo Fury Man. That's a cool name. Why does my community have the coolest names? Like, y'all have some cool names, right? But yeah. So wait, now what the fuck, right? Because like this is setting this up like it's these people versus these people, but like there's an obvious mistake, and I think this is one of those thumbnails that's supposed to get you to click because you're confused by the mistake, right? You would normally want to see the Democratic Party and anti-fascism kind of switch places. Like that one makes sense, right? Maybe, although the placement of the rose is arguable, right? But the Democratic Party being on the side of anarchy and communism and doesn't make much sense. Anti-fascism being on the side of sockdems and neolibs and DSA doesn't make much sense. This is an incoherent thumbnail, and I think it's trying to get me to click by pissing me off. And hey, guess what, Vaush? Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished.
I mean, actually think about what's being said here. Say her name is trending because people are using it for Brianna J, who is white. I need y'all to understand that phrase.
I don't think these people versus these people, it's just random. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's not a very well thought out thumbnail. I think you're right, Big Man Dogs. That makes most sense to me. I always make it a point to recommend reading academic book, The Fascist Nature of Neoliberalism. Yeah, like I mean, I don't really see neoliberalism as having a place on the left. That's my grievance. Vaush, I will chase you down with my wheelchair.
Hashtag was created for Black women who are victims of police violence. So what?
Right
That's what's
off the
missing.
cuff.
That's what I need the answer to.
So what? So I mean, he means it when he says so what? Like, take him at his word, all right? He just said he doesn't care. I don't know what to do with that. Okay, so cool. You don't care. That's what you're telling us. You don't care.
So fucking what? Who the cares? Nobody should care. No harm is being done here.
No harm is being done here. Except for the erasure of victims of police and racist violence, whose names none of us know, whose stories we never hear about, right? Because just like you said, Vaush, nobody cares. What's unfortunate about Vaush's point of view isn't that it's Vaush's point of view. I expect Vaush to have this kind of point of view. I expect Vaush to think this. What's really unfortunate is that he's not the only one. He's not the only one out there saying so effing what, right? He is far from the only one saying that.
You know what this is? It's a desire to manufacture.
Also, Natalie, is this what you were looking at? Is getting on Vaush's show to debate him hard? It's not hard, and it's not recommended, right? Like, it's a lot of people, if you're confrontational with him, they'll probably never stop harassing you, right? And it's, you know, it's like debating a cult leader in their cult. You go into the cult compound and you try to debate the cult leader. And you show all the receipts to saying this motherfucker is a cult leader, this person's lied to you, this person's full of shit, and they have all the programming to see you as the devil, okay? And they will treat you like the devil, okay? So I wouldn't recommend it, but I mean, you do you. I'm not telling anybody, you know, how to handle their own business. Like, that's you can debate Vaush, but it's probably not a winning proposition. But I'd probably ruin it by just doing something stupid, like trying to work in the word meow into the conversation as much as I could to troll him until he notices. I mean, yeah, about trolling him, it's like about the best you could do, probably. Since Vaush is motivated by money, I wonder if I could pay him. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Phoenix. Meow, Vaush, you need to settle down, Meow. Yeah, call him a super meanie butt. That's what I would do. I would just get on there and be like, Vaush, why are you a super meanie butt? I would just ask him that.
Sure, a distinct identity. Oh no, you can't touch that term. You can't touch that phrase. That belongs to us. How is that a progressive sentiment?
Now, like, you're adding. You're adding to what's been said here. None of the tweets that I read were phrased like, you can't touch this, this is not your property, right? That wasn't there. Most of what I saw was in the tone of please, right? And now that it shouldn't have to be, okay? It shouldn't have to be. If somebody's mad about this, it's understandable. Because like I said, the hashtags are like the only thing that Black people have to raise awareness. Because we don't have the natural reaction to seeing this violence happen against Black people and to make a big deal about it. We are accustomed to ignoring that violence. We are accustomed to not noticing that violence. So you're going to take the one little bit, the one tool in people's belt to direct attention at this violence that is happening at a disproportionate rate to trans women of color, and just like use it. It was a request, not a demand. Yeah. But like the thing is, he can't hear that. Like, and here's why. Because he's fucking racist. All right? The way that he sees black people is adding something, you know, that wasn't there in the first place. Like he's got racist brainworms that are informing how he understands these tweets that he's reading. Yeah? And is adding a tone to them that isn't there. And even if it were there, would be somewhat would be more than somewhat understandable. Would be very understandable, right? Give Vaush a bunch of trolley problems until they turn into some kind of interactive fiction like game like Action Castle. American military is a stabilizing force. Yeah, we watched that. We watched that on Thursday. We watched that that video where Vaush goes neocon. Say you're a white nationalist without saying you're a white nationalist. But also JK, but also not really at the same time. It's a request, not a demand. Yeah, just like when Jessie and others said not to stream the Wizard game. They can't handle it. They absolutely can't handle it.
That is the absolute opposite of coalition building. It is the literal, direct, completely mutually exclusive position to hold on this issue. It is opposite. It's you can never, ever do anything with this attitude. It's just not possible. It's been a while since I've talked about this specifically. I've talked about this like broadly for a while, pretty much all the time actually, but I think it's important to highlight some specific cases so we can talk about the broader problem maybe a bit more directly. So here's the issue, okay? Who here has seen this tweet or seen people talking about it? Say her name is trending because people are using it for Brianna J, who is white, and I need y'all to understand that the phrase / hashtag was created for black women who are victims of police violence. I've seen white people say they didn't even know this, and that's extremely troubling because that means y'all genuinely do not care about black women, especially black trans women. I'm going to be very frank, one of the reasons why we aren't where we should be in terms of infrastructure fighting against transphobia is because people have accepted the systems that facilitate black death because y'all have assumed it won't come for you. So really quick question. Do any of you guys remember the Dave Chappelle special where he clearly had a chip on his shoulder about trans people, but rather than articulate any real points, he instead decided to make up this idea of like black advocacy being harmed by trans advocacy? You remember a weird...
We got wedding proposals going on in chat. How are you doing, chat? Sorry I haven't been reading you as much, or maybe not sorry. I don't know. Was it better that I wasn't reading chat?
Weirdly, like, big portion...
One in chat if you're glad I wasn't reading chat earlier.
...of that stand-up special was him going like, yeah, you know, well, you got all these white trans people who are, like, saying f*** off, N-word. It's like, do we? Is that true? You know, like, the basic gist of his...
Dave Chappelle is a transphobic piece of shit, but if he's noting that there is you wanted me to what? Pay attention to like a clout chaser? You wanted me to pay attention to the tail of the human clout centipede? Would that have been, you crave attention? Oh no, I got it wrong. I got you wrong, chat. I was just, I was talking about earlier. Okay, wait, like, should I just spend some time with chat? I don't know, chat, like, I'm always afraid that if I spend time with chat, that chat is gonna, like, be quiet, and then you're gonna leave me all alone, and I'll feel like a dork. But if you promise to talk to me, then, well, like, yeah, let's take some time, and, I need to pay attention to chat. Polly, if you want to jump in the VC too, like, look, I need somebody to punish me. I think the only person that can is like Polly people, because I think that maybe Polly has some experience with discipline of misbehaving people, such as myself. I love being. Oh my god. I wish I was a mod. You guys have all the fun. Oh, the fun banny times. Well, stick around. You might be, you know, we were always looking for new mods. And I will keep your, if you really want to be a mod, Iron Orchid, yeah, I will definitely keep your name in mind. Weasel, weasel, weasel. The globe emoji. My phone ran out of batteries. I missed the public execution. How good of an impression that the anyway, I'm not trying to invite the drama. Like I said, I don't know this person at all. I've seen one debate by them. It was pretty good, but like everything I've heard from them since makes me not interested. Imagining using the Chud chat, you're silencing me. Giving GOP psyop. Seriously, use the race card over being banned for being hateful to multiple trans or black or both chatters. Weasel, weasel, weasel. Yeah, that's what we needed instead of the Amogus thing. Like, look, I just don't know Ellen enough to like to say weasel to Ellen. But like sussy baka, like, right? I mean, we're all sus on some level. But Ellen was definitely just emanating like sussy baka vibes. Like I said, I don't know, so. Oh, the poop sock. Yeah, poop sock dems. There we go. Poop sock dems, would that be like extremely online sock dems? Wild that he puts Antifa and Black Power with the Democrats, right? Is the globe just there to upset people? Probably. Like I said, it's probably to get, you know, it's clickbait. It's clickbait. Neoliberal is fascist enablement. I mean, arguably the first neoliberal state was Pinochet's fascism. Oh yeah, no, Pinochet had the Chicago Boys, right? The pioneers of neoliberalism advising his economic policy. Good point. I don't want to enable like any fascist. I should only be for people like Juan Epstein, I guess. Vaush is just getting sad at this point. Is getting on. Oh yeah, so there's a discourse about going on Vaush. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I've known some people who you know, well-intentioned. In fact, a few of my friends who've gone on Vaush. Just like the harassment didn't stop like years later, right? You're gonna ask Vaush detailed questions about beard care. It's a yeah, it was a request, not a demand. Give Vaush a bunch of trolley problems. Oh yeah, the Action Castle. Yes. Okay, now I'm coming back over this. Effectively, most Americans are white nationalists without even realizing. That's how bad the brainworms are, yeah. I don't think I'm ready for a marriage. That's awesome. Okay, so chat is actually a little bit peeved with me, and rightly so, because I haven't been paying enough attention. You can't right now, you're out and about. That's understandable. What's up, Solar Juice? Good to see you. Meow meow. Hype indeed. That's 0 for 2. So sad. So there was like some dookie smearing. Okay, well, yeah. Twitter has infected my brain. It should say, oh, you said like last message, not last tweet. He was being awful. He definitely was talking over black women. Anna? Wait, Anna Vaush? Destiny Anna. Yeah, that Anna. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that actually. So yeah, that's a somebody involved in the Destiny. Somebody that Destiny doesn't like, I guess. That changed their name again. It was a bit entertaining for a little. It just went on too long. Yeah, I can see that. I'm sorry, chat. I should have paid more close attention. I was having so much fun reading Twitter. I was getting into it, right? I was trying to get your attention to handle it before it became a problem. That's the thing. It's like when I start scrolling Twitter is like my weakness, right? She's now Kim Marie. Okay. Anna is my pal. Is Anna cool? You said dookie smearing. Oh, it made you... The way that I say dookie... Is the way that I say dookie funny? Keffals lost 30k followers since that Twitter space Arsler thing happened. This was been the kind of wild ride where you see somebody tank their career in real time, right? Still missed my chat about rhinestone cat ears. Wait, I saw that, Dragon Princess. I don't know why I didn't read it. So many clout networks. I mean, are there? How many clout networks are there? Can we name them? Anavar likes my drama content. Yeah. I have some interesting fans too, right? Oh god, I don't even want to say. I don't even want to say, but a big YouTuber just followed my clip channel. I almost want to say, oh my god, I want to tell you who it was because you know who this person is, and I think most of you like him, right? Somebody that makes great videos and also is a big fan of chocolate oranges. Some of you know who I'm talking about. Yes. If you're thinking of somebody sitting there with a bunch of chocolate oranges, then you're thinking of the right person. Yeah, I mean, actually, Thought Slime, Thought Slime's been following me for a while. Yeah, Thought Slime's Thought Slime has, been a fan. I don't know. I don't want to call Thought Slime a fan. Thought Slime has been aware of me and positive towards me for a very long time. Has supported me. That's what I'm trying to say. Thought Slime has been supportive. That is the word that I'm trying to look for here. So, some of you know. Some of you chatters know. Some of your yes. Somebody that's been that cancels people, has that magical. But see, I always joke around that like people, debate bozos, they think that trans people have the ability to like wave a magic wand over their head and cancel them, but that's not true. Only Cavernacle has that ability to cancel people. And I will save no more. Oh my god, chat, I'm so embarrassed.
Stand up there was the idea that like white trans rights are a kind of like bourgeois, like, like, oh, the privileged are looking for things to complain about, that kind of thing. Whereas black liberation is like this real cause.
Okay, so now here's the deal. Capitalists, racists, transphobes, and counter-revolutionaries love this stuff. Right-wingers will accuse us of having the oppression Olympics. But the thing is, that's what they're trying to engineer. They want us to fight about, like, who's more oppressed, right? And at the end of the day, that's not important. Okay? Nobody's trying to rank oppression. Oppression is qualitatively different. It manifests in different ways. And it's intersectional. oppression is intersectional, which is to say it's not additive. It's not just like, if you're a black trans woman, you have the oppression from being black plus the oppression from being trans plus the oppression from being a woman. It's multiplicative, right? So it's worse than people. It's worse than the rest of us know. Like, right? If you're not at all those intersections, right? It's hard to conceive of how that manifests, right? But they want people like Vaush to take the bait, and I mean, like, I won't even say that. Like, honestly, like, Vaush is a wrecker, okay? The stuff that he's doing is wrecking our movement. The stuff that he's doing is pitting marginalized people against marginalized people, and trying to sow grievance right here in white trans people, right? This is gross, and it shouldn't happen. And I mean, it's not that complicated to see through this. But if you're in his community, like I'm saying, you're in a cult, like a cult of personality, okay? And it's hard, and it's hard to see. I had somebody in my comments the other day write me a a page-long essay about how they heard that Vaush was reactionary, and they checked out his content, and they just can't possibly see it, and so they're really wondering, like, why do I think this about Vaush? And it's a lot to answer. But like, listening to people like that, I recognize, how much they have the blindfolds, pulled over their eyes, right? My movement always hated it. Yeah, what's up, Himbo Slice? I bought all these trans flag pride iron-ons to put over my HP stuff, and I lost them in my closet. Oh my god. I hope you find them again. I can't let X or Y happen to the movement. The additive model of marginalization is not intersectional. It is fundamentally reactionary framework. Yeah, and putting it in the like tempting us into trying to compare qualitative differences in oppression in a quantitative manner, right? Now this is a guy that, if you don't know about Vaush and his philosophy, his ideology, he calls himself a utilitarian. This is like a philosophy from the 1800s that you learn about in freshman year philosophy. And most people that go into philosophy don't take too seriously. But Vaush does. Vaush is a rule utilitarian, okay? And, something particular, the funniest thing I know about utilitarianism, right, is this. They created a framework called hedonic calculus. What is hedonic calculus, right? So utilitarianism, if you want to pare it down to very simple, you're basically saying that happiness is good. Human happiness is good, and unhappiness is bad, right? And so when you're making a decision, it's really simple. You simply add up the happiness that will come from decision A and the unhappiness that will come from decision A. You subtract the unhappiness from the happiness, right? So you got to quantify stuff that's unquantifiable. And then you take choice B and you do the same thing, and you ask yourself, is this number bigger or is this number bigger? And the alligator eats the bigger number, and the butterfly flies to the smaller number, like the less than equal, the less than sign, right? So you ask yourself, which one of these numbers is bigger? And the bigger one the alligator will eat, and the smaller one the butterfly will, anyway, right? So it's just like, it's trying to turn philosophy into mathematics in a incredibly puerile way, right? And I guess that's similar to the model of trying to quantify oppression rather than recognize that it is, that different forms of oppression are qualitatively different, and that it's more complex than like comparing two numbers, because it's not additive. It's a multiplier factor rather than being additive. So Another example of rules-based utilitarian with Vaushian characteristics. Him saying he refuses to go vegan because vegan dairy products taste weird? Okay, that is like the worst reasoning I've ever heard, right? I'm vegan and I don't try to push my veganism on anybody else because I became vegan just by like finding out that you could be vegan, and that was all like I needed to know to do it. And then I stopped eating certain foods and I never went back. So like, you know, I'm never trying to push, you know, my perspective on on other people, but God, of all the reasons to give for not going vegan, that's one of the most ridiculous one. Smacking that frozen chocolate orange against the kitchen table is fun and a cathartic holiday activity. True. I bought all these oh yeah, wait. I am way calculating pleasure. Yeah, that's literally what you know, and it's not all utilitarians. Like, I'm sure there's some utilitarians out there that look at hedonic calculus and they say that's ridiculous, and it is ridiculous, right? But that's the kind of thought, that's the level of thought that's coming to us out of utilitarianism. So it's pretend math feelings, right? Yeah. God, I just say, sure, it'll hurt some people, but more people will benefit from it. Vaush has milquetoast liberal politics, but pretends to be a radical by being edgy and saying slurs. We have a lot to cover. Let's get through the video. Yes, Natalie Marie. Oh my God, let me just read a little bit of Twitch, of YouTube chat to make them feel like they're not getting the short end of the stick just because they're not on screen, right? They're like, oh, look, a hill at the highest point on... A hill is the highest point at the top. Wow. Yeah, I mean, some of this is like, you know, pretended profundity. Oh God, please show... The way debate bros think of concepts of utility and hedonic models is a twist ball of fluff covering the bare bones framework of simple maximalization. Yeah, yeah, exactly. They're acting like this is profound. What's up, Totsa? Usually you learn about in high school. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's where I came across it, right? But yeah, I mean, like the latest you'd encounter utilitarianism is probably, you know, a high school or a college freshman, you know, a 100 level college course. Obviously, former Prime Minister of Britain, William Gladstone, who just followed you on YouTube. True. Does this really require a 3-day onslaught of coverage over this one tweet? Wait, which tweet? Oh, Vaush is like still on that one tweet. Even if they don't like the take on hashtags, why are they making such a huge federal case about it? Yeah, and calling us wreckers while they wreck the movement, right? Calling us the wreckers while they objectively, ontologically wreck the movement. Anyway, I had a request to get back to the content, so let's go.
And actually, all these white trans people are you know, self-centered. They aren't, you know, they don't really care. I love how he ignored black trans people. Well,
look, the tendency of somebody with privilege is not to care, right? Caring takes moving outside of your comfort zone. Caring takes listening and understanding. Marginalized people need to internalize the framework and mindset of privileged people because the world is kind of run by privileged people, okay? So that happens almost automatically. In fact, some of us develop such an acute sense of the sensibilities of privileged people that we might even find ourselves expressing, you know, somewhat of a double consciousness about it, right? Where we look at the world through the framework, through the mentality of somebody with privilege that we don't have. And we actually have to take a moment and say, wait a minute, that's not how the world is. My perspective is valid, right? In fact, some ways, you know, if you're marginalized, you might be seeing more of the world than somebody with privilege, right? Because they don't need to. They can ignore that stuff. They don't need to know what a day in the life of a marginalized person is like. Whereas if you're marginalized, That's a survival skill that you learn. So for a very important reason, Vaush, people who aren't black don't necessarily get what black people are going through. People that aren't trans don't necessarily get what trans people are going through. It's simple. It's very, very simple, right? Vaush is far from a freshman, unless you mean the boomer slang of getting fresh. Ooh, haven't heard that in a long time, which seems like a term for crossing boundaries, if I understand the boomer. I mean, that's very applicable to Vaush, isn't it? That's very applicable to Vaush. Oh my god, we gotta get those Babel. I don't know if my Babel affiliate code is still valid. They said that I have 3 more days to you know, if anybody wants it, you can try it out, see if it works for you if you're still interested in learning a language.
Basic issue with what
But yeah, I'm going to be moving on to HelloFresh for my next
Dave
sponsor.
Chappelle was saying, apart from the fact that it's bullshit, like, as though, seriously think about this, guys. Do you really
He read a Vox article and said, "This is me."
think, on average, that trans people are more likely to be racist than cis people? Think of the groups that trans people tend to hang out with. Think of the general...
Wait, who told him that trans people were more likely to be... Okay, so that's the Dave Chappelle take, right? And like I said, like, I mean... Wait, I don't actually know. Did Dave Chappelle say that? See, I can't trust this guy. Anytime he's characterizing what a black person said, and granted, yeah, I know Dave Chappelle is transphobic as fuck, right? So I can't trust Dave Chappelle's characterization of trans people any more than I can trust Vaush's characterization of black people. But he might be inserting that into there, right? Now, yeah, this is Raid Shadow Legends. I guess I got the I guess I could. If people really want to play some you know, if people really want me to get one of those gacha game sponsors, let me know. I just don't know which ones are actually fun and which ones are worthless. Getting fresh means being inappropriate. Can I borrow a feeling? Ooh, Vaush is Kirk Van Houten from The Simpsons. Utilitarianism is yeah, kind of baby's first philosophy. It's the first philosophy that you tend to learn about that like sounds kind of cool or sounds workable, of like, hey, you know, this makes sense, like, you know, happiness good, unhappiness bad. Yeah, but it's just like rice milk. I don't get it too often. I've had good rice milk, but I forget what brand it is. Bro, white trans people tend to be racist as fuck. I don't know where he's getting this idea that is anybody really saying that, like, white trans people are more racist than white cis people? Is that really what Chappelle said? Like, there was a lot wrong with what Chappelle said, okay? But I don't remember hearing that. I said that white queer people are racist. I mean, that is, like, that one he got right, you know? But, like, this comparative, like, racism, more racist than cis people, that's messed up. And there is, like, look, I mean, you will hear from, like, Nazbols, okay? Like, infrared type people, okay? You will hear from, you know, reactionaries that try to dress themselves up as being leftists. That there's something bourgeois about trans rights. But you don't hear that from... You don't generally hear that outside of those circles, right? White people do have a tendency to be racist as fuck. True, Polly. He's about to say that black people are more likely to be transphobic. Oh my god, have you watched this? Just let him cook. Okay.
like
Best advice from It's Me and Natalie Marie.
Graphic interests that we're talking about here. Trans people are overwhelmingly likely to be progressive and left-leaning, which means that they are overwhelmingly less likely to be racist than cis people. Except for you guys, I guess. You're Vaush fans.
And what he's missing is that, like, and missing because, like, this is common in his community, is that there's different ways of being racist. There's being out and out racist, where you think in your head, I do not like this type of people. This type of people are bad, right? You know, like out and out explicit bigotry is like that, okay? There's also implicit, where you don't realize that you're racist, right? But you might respond to, say, a black person's tweet attributing some of your prejudices against black people, in other words, how you kind of like inside your brain think that black people are, without realizing that that's not reality. And that is a brainworm that got in there, and it's like in control. It's in control of your mind, right? So, or at least a little bit of your mind, right? It's ratatouilleing you. You're getting ratatouilleed.
What Dave
by a brainworm.
Chappelle was doing there fundamentally was like a failure in intersectional analysis. You often see this issue.
I don't think that Dave Chappelle was trying to do intersectional analysis, Vaush.
With people who are kind of locked in a second wave way of thinking. TERFs do it all the time. Real TERFs, not the fake TERFs who pretend to be TERFs but are really just conservatives or fascists. Where oftentimes you'll see TERFs do this weird like segmentation of different minorities' rights. The idea that women's rights broadly are being attacked because of trans advocacy. It's a failure of intersectional analysis. A lot of the stuff that harms trans women harms cis women just through sheer adjacency. And it's not as though trans women benefit from male privilege. I mean, seriously, like think about that for a second. It's a failure in intersectional analysis. So we have these tweets. This main tweet right here.
I got a correction from chat. His name is Remy, not Ratatouille. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot.
Has 8.4 million views. At this point, the hashtag say her name being used in reference to Brianna J, a 16-year-old trans girl who was brutally murdered, it has actually seen more attention in the context of this post than it has with the
He's wrong in so many ways. True, Polly.
original
True.
use of the hashtag. So she was killed, and now the hashtag associated with her is primarily a battleground for left infighting. And tragically, though maybe not...
And who caused it to be a battleground, right? Is it black people who were standing up for the little bit of recognition that they get through things like hashtags? Or was it the intransigent, reactionary, fragile white people who could not stand the idea of black people standing up for themselves? Who started that? Who made that into drama? Who made that into like let's be real, okay? Because that like I keep on hammering this home. Vaush's model is for marginalized people to sit down and shut up and get out of the way while the privileged people liberate us, right? While the people who have the least understanding of what we're going through go about making things better for us. We should not be involved. And we should definitely not criticize them. Because we have no say in our own liberation. That's his model. He's not cucked by the... Wait. Oh, yeah, that's... He always says that. Like, him and Demon Mama have this idea of being uncucked. And that being uncucked, according to them, is when you don't listen to marginalized people. And you just talk right over.
Surprisingly. Oh, no, not that one. Oh, no, not that one. Here we go.
You heard of an airplane mask analogy? Oh, wait. Yeah, this is a good comment. Basically, when a plane is crashing and oxygen masks come down, they tell parents to put the mask on themselves before helping their kid. The reason that the reason for that is that if you pass out before you can help your kid, you're both doomed. The point is that you need to look after yourself to the point where you can look after others. That is true, right? Yeah, that is very important. Literally anything like math, literary studies, etc. So people know, and it depends on which Jewish tradition you're from, but typically you have to wait 6 hours from eating meat dish, to eat a dairy dish, or wait 1 to 3 hours after, vice versa.
Jessie Gender, who blocked me, which is why this is screenshotted instead of quote tweeted. Please use hashtag dignity for Brianna instead of using hashtag say her name to mourn Brianna J. That hashtag is for black folks killed by police violence. Black with capital B, white with a lowercase w. We see these trends. for that community to mourn and fight. We white folks shouldn't steal it, especially as all of us, not just white folks, are mourning. First, after listening to black folks, the issue is how quickly white people co-opted the use of this hashtag. Second, how white folks got angry when this was pointed out and would rather argue than listen, which feeds to drain us both of energy and the ability to mourn. Third, we are not fighting for Breonna's name to even be heard. She made news. The hashtag is for black women who are being ignored by the mainstream. Breonna is being discussed. We are fighting for her dignity and death, her ability to be seen as herself, and for this to not happen.
Did he just do a subtle racist thing? I'm losing track of the subtle racist things and the not so subtle racist things that he's doing.
Again. So this is,
like I said, ADHD, unmedicated ADHD until I get my ass in gear and pick up my prescription, right?
really bad for a number.
Jesse's like an uber mega boss, and he's like just some noon. White people aren't a community that requires the capital.
But I really want to like lay the groundwork.
Am I missing something? God, it's another discourse, the capitalization thing.
Before we get to that, you know, this was another excellent tweet showing how this stuff harms real life advocacy. Regarding the chance of say her name at yesterday's vigil, we were unaware of the full social context of that phrase as a chant or hashtag for black women victims of police brutality.
Yeah, and Vaush, that is somebody showing you how easy it is to course correct. And probably also how accepting people are of recognition of something like that, right? Because, like, nobody's saying that, like, the co-optation of the hashtag, of the chants, of the, you know, of the power of phrases, right? No, nobody's saying that that was done maliciously, okay? But they are making you aware that when you're doing it, you're co-opting something, right? And it's the only tool that Black people have to bring attention, or it's one of the only tools that Black people have to bring attention to the violence against them. Nobody's, you know, like, this person didn't, like, you know, they didn't go to hell. They're not being poked in the ass by the devil with a big pitchfork for co-opting that phrase, right? It's something that, you know, if you have the privilege not to understand why that phrase is important, you might do that by accident. But when people tell you, when Black people tell you what you're actually doing, right? It's just like if you, oh God, it's not just like that. Okay, this is a terrible metaphor, but it's a massive difference of scale. That's why this is a terrible metaphor. If you stepped on somebody's foot, okay, and they asked you to get off of their foot, like, they're not attacking you. They're not maligning you. They're not impugning your morality. But you stepped on their foot, and it hurts, and it sucks, and you should get off of their foot, right? And you should probably say, I'm sorry. But that's it. But I feel like Vaush is the kind of guy that if he stepped on your foot and you told him that it hurts, he would get mad at you. He would make himself the victim. He would make himself the victim somehow. That's what he's doing here.
We have listened and will no longer be using this as a chance
What's up,
and encourage
Postcop?
others to do the same.
What's up, V?
So this is an actual in real life vigil held for a
What's up, Countess?
dead girl who are now apologizing because
Wait. Oh my God, Vaush. I mean, I know you didn't mean to do this, right? But there's a lot of real life people, a lot of real life Black people that have been, you know, unalive too, right? Like, it almost feels like you're missing the reality of that in your, you know, steadfast assertion that this is a real life girl, this is a real person, this is not a hypothetical person. Oh my God, Vaush. Like, could you be any more blatant about this? Yeah, Vaush would be like, no, my foot has every right to be there. Your space doesn't belong. Right? Exactly. I like how he's mad at the apology. This is what makes them the maddest, right? Is when they see somebody with privilege acting in solidarity. There is no greater way to peeve a debate bozo than to have solidarity, or than to like apologize for something that you did that was harmful, right? Because it makes them look bad. They don't ever do this stuff. They don't ever have a second thought. They don't have any self-reflection. When you model those things, it makes them look bad. So keep making them look bad, okay?
One Twitter user.
It's somewhat telling that he's reading Jessie's tweet, how white folks got angry when this was pointed out and would rather argue than listen. What is he doing? Literally arguing about it rather than listening. Yeah. Well, he's got plenty of thought-terminating cliches to prevent himself from having to listen, right?
Made a post. So we need to talk about this, okay? This is all
What's up, Taco Cat?
All right, this is pure FBI psyop territory, and I refuse to believe that it's not, okay? You will not sell me on the idea that it is not. And
really great that Tyree Nichols is now a hypothetical to Vaush. Yeah.
And I want to go over why, for a number of reasons, okay? It's very important to understand this, all right? So here's something, if you're left-leaning, that you have to understand, that it's critical that you understand this if you're going to move forward as a lefty, all right? There is no conflict between different axes of progressivism. Trans advocates...
Is Vaush a centrist? I mean, there's definitely some centrist DNA to his ideology, but he calls himself a leftist.
Advocacy is not competing for space.
This really seems like Vaush chanting all lives matter because this is the same energy. Yeah, you're right, Natalie Murray, you're right. You're mad at black people for saying Black Lives Matter.
With black advocacy. This does not happen. This is not a real thing. This is a manufactured complaint, often orchestrated in bad faith by the right as a way of sowing infighting.
But Vaush, what sows more infighting? What they're doing or what you're doing? Vaush, you're the wrecker here. You're the one that's getting in the way of solidarity. Solidarity needs to work, has to work, if it is to work, from the ground up. Solidarity is achieved by people with privilege listening to marginalized people. You're getting in the way of that, Vaush. Now, I'm not gonna go Caleb Maupin here and come up with some theory of Vaush being, controlled opposition. He gets his orders from Langley, etc., right? But he doesn't have to. He's working for them for free. They should pay him. He should be getting a check. He should absolutely be getting a check for what he's doing in wrecking the left, in making it hard to work together, in breaking solidarity and creating wedges where there don't need to be any wedges. Other people in your community, Vaush, have, in some cases, better instincts than you do. And what you're doing is you're smacking them down for, apologizing when they should be apologizing. You're telling them they're weak. And you're telling them that fusion is a tool to make weak gems strong. And that you don't, right? You're unironically, You're unironically jaspering while we're trying to jailbreak, okay?
There is no instance of somebody protesting transphobia and this in any way harming black people. But often, the fear that this is happening harms both communities.
Do I have to explain the harm? Vaush? Because, I paused you on just the perfect spot. It kind of looks like you're looking at me. It kind of looks like you're listening to me. This is the closest that I, as a trans person, will ever get to Vaush listening to me. All right? The semblance of Vaush listening. So while I have you here, Vaush, let me explain the harm. Black people, particularly black trans people, suffer these kind of tragedies at a disproportionate rate. And you wouldn't know that to look into the media landscape because it's often not noticed. It's quickly forgotten. It's the kind of thing that if you have privilege to not be at that intersection, you don't have that natural fear from, you don't have that natural empathy for. And that if you're going to achieve solidarity, which means all of us working together, you're going to need to acclimate yourself to picking up on those things, because how else is somebody going to trust you, and how else is somebody at an intersection going to differentiate you from the rest of the, racist white people, right? That's our only hope. Okay? And it doesn't come naturally. We're not born with it. We have the ability to ignore it. We have the luxury to be able to ignore it. Right? And privilege doesn't make you a bad person. It's not what I'm saying at all. Okay? But you are benefiting from privilege. I am benefiting from privilege, right? If I want to make things better, I need to leverage the privilege that I have on the behalf of those who don't have the privilege. Okay? There's the harm.
This happens
Also,
all
meow.
the time. I mentioned before
What's up,
the
what
Dave
gives?
Chappelle thing. That's a good example of somebody doing it in bad faith from outside. But oftentimes what you'll see...
Transphobia affects every race, but it is exacerbated when said trans person is part of another marginalized group. True, yeah.
...is black people who don't really care for trans people.
Oh, yeah. Do y'all remember how black folks responded when MAGA chuds were using that hashtag for Ashley Babbitt? Ashley Babbitt was the woman at January 6th who tried to crawl through to where the legislators were and was shot by the FBI. They tried to use that same hashtag. They tried to co-opt that hashtag, right?
And trans people who don't really care for black people, though I'll admit the former group is way larger than the latter, because being black doesn't necessarily make you any more progressive on trans issues, but being trans does often mean that you're...
Oh my god! Wait, who called this? Natalie Marie, are you here? I think you called this.
You're more likely to be broadly progressive on race issues or whatever else. That's just a demographic fact that has a lot to do with social groups that people were raised in.
This is some weird comparisons that he's making here, right? Of, again, like, unquantifiable things. But he basically just said, yeah, you got this, you clipped this and tweeted it. You were ahead of me. Nice. He basically said that trans people are less racist than black people are transphobic. And the other thing that happens in these discourses from people like this is that black trans people get erased. Black trans people are not a consideration. Black trans people, for all practical purposes, for people like Vaush, do not exist, right? Black trans people break his model because they aren't accounted for.
It's complicated, but it is nonetheless a fact. And those
Sorry, I was
groups
laughing at
acting in bad faith.
Polly saying that Natalie is a you're joking about that, Polly, but I have heard some weird stuff said about like chatters recently that it just really bothers me how much these reactionaries are trying to break apart intersectional communities by attacking like mods and chatters and people that are part of the community. They're such cowards. They're such bullies.
Sometimes will sow infighting when in reality they just don't really care for the other group. Oh, trans advocacy is hurting black people somehow, being said by people who don't actually care about trans people purely as a way of weaponizing left sentimentality.
Trans advocacy doesn't necessitate the appropriation of black people's hashtags, Vaush.
Against
I don't know if you noticed, but Brianna's name trended. There wasn't a need for another hashtag, right? If you want to bring more awareness to what happened, then you've got a hashtag. You've got a functioning, enormously tweeted about hashtag to already use. And you should be thinking, just from a strategic Twitter standpoint, of getting behind the same hashtag, yeah?
Itself. This happens all the time, and I've seen this happen both in good faith and in bad, but at this point, I don't really know how much of this is, like, deliberate and how much of this is a mistake, because this is, like, straightforwardly really terrible. So I'm going to break down these 3 tweets, and I might seem like I'm being a little bit hyper.
So here we have Vaush pulling up Jessie Gender on stream, not just disagreeing with her, not just saying that, not just, like, this isn't the best, this isn't great, Jessie, have you looked at it this way? But blaming Jessie as if Jessie Gender does not care enough, Jessie Gender does not care sufficiently about trans people. That is up. Vaush is LaRouche fused with Kowski, with a one-person podcast. My God, LaRouche is a
specific here.
We need to do a deep dive into LaRouche someday.
But the thing that frustrates
stuff
me
is
is
wild.
that Jessie Gender one time made a video critical of me, and I thought that video was...
Okay, is this true? Because A, if this is true, why haven't I watched it yet? I'm letting you down, chat. And B, I kind of don't think this is true. I feel like Vaush is so sensitive, so fragile, that he probably took something that was talking about criticizing like a larger social media phenomenon as being a personal affront to him. You watched it. It is true. Okay, we got somebody get me that link, right?
Okay. I didn't think it was that bad. I'll take a look, Tempest. I disagreed with a lot of it, but I was under the impression that she was...
Vaush, I hate to break it to you, but your kingdom is crumbling right in front of your face. This is not going to end well for you, okay? You fucked around last year, and you found out what happened when you actually, got involved with somebody that was had a bigger social media footprint than you do, right? Vaush's drama apocalypse crashed when he attacked Cat Black last year. And it's going to crash again. It's going to crash again. I went to a Lyndon LaRouche cult meeting once. Me too. It was wild. It was really wild, right? Okay, here's my story really quick. Okay, so we're not talking about Lyndon LaRouche. That was just something that a chatter mentioned. But yeah, I met some people who were going around giving out LaRouche newspapers and trying to recruit people into the movement. And I was like, huh, what's this? I was curious, right? And so they were like, hey, if you want to find out more, you could come to our meeting. They wanted to recruit me. They wanted me to become a LaRouche, okay? And so when I did, one of the first things that they said to me is, like, people on the outside are going to tell you that we're a cult. But we're clearly not a cult. We're just interested in learning and understanding and creating a movement here. We're not a cult. And that's not something that generally somebody that's, that an organization that's not a cult is going to tell you, right? So what I said is like, oh yeah, no, I can see that. I can see that you're not a cult. And the biggest way that I noticed that you're not a cult is that I feel like I could say something like, Lyndon LaRouche is a windbag who's completely full of shit and no one should listen to him. And you all would be fine with that, right? Right? Yeah, I was taking my life into my hands that night. That was scary. That was scary.
A bit more reasonable than some of
That's
the
just
people
the kind of person I am.
Otherwise.
Ooh,
And
thank you, Natalie Marie. You sent me the Jessie video on Vaush doing ironic misogyny to JKR. Oh, this was last year, so this was the drama apocalypse. So Vaush, look at this. Hey, what's up, Elemental Sims? Good to see you. Good. What's up, Black Phillip? I'm trying to say hi to everybody. There's a lot of people in chat today. Look, I'm a random small streamer chick. I am not used to this big of a chat. Please forgive me. And again, I'm sorry for letting the Ellen stuff get out of hand and all the poop getting smeared everywhere. I didn't even notice that was happening. I was too enraptured by the Twitter that I was reading. Yeah, so this was last year. This was Vaush's Drama Apocalypse, and it sounds like Vaush has not forgotten or forgiven anyone who spoke out against tactical misogyny, which doesn't work. All he was doing was feeding J.K. Rowling in order to get attention, in order to get clicks, and in order to feed his own social media presence. He was unironically throwing trans people under the bus by embodying everything that TERFs say about trans rights, about they always call us like trans rights activists, right? About trans rights advocates. Yeah, there we go.
Nonetheless, well, now she's
Yeah, they call us Tras or Tims if you're trans and you're assigned male at birth. They will call you a Tim.
blocked me, so you know, whatever. But nonetheless,
I know from
we're now in a
experience.
position where this is legitimately one of the stupidest, I don't know, demonstrations of anti-intersectional thought that I've seen in a long time.
Vaush, we're watching one of the silliest demonstrations of anti-intersectional thought that we've watched in a long time, and we watch you every day, bud. So yeah, good job at exceeding your own personal worst.
Please use hashtag dignity for Brianna instead of using hashtag say her name to more Brianna J. That hashtag is for black folks killed by police violence, for that community to mourn and fight. No, it is not. Hashtags, slogans, shouts are not trademarked or copyrighted. They are phrases that are associated. They have numbers of meanings. No justice, no peace is not copyright black activism. The idea, like, am I a man? Like this.
So a copyright, I don't know if you know this, bud, but a copyright is enforced by law, enforced by like a civil action by an attorney, that if you violate the copyright, you get sued. Nobody's suing you, dipshit! Nobody's suing you. Nobody's enforcing you. Nobody's forcing your hand. Nobody's twisting your arm. There is literally no, like a coercive force being used against you. You are being asked to be a human being, and you are failing once again to do that. And that is like your biggest failing, Vaush. That is your biggest failing, right? So much of what you get wrong comes down to the fact that you are stuck in this paradigm of what I'll call privileged exceptionalism, right? So Vaush's takes about, men and men's special problems and men's special loneliness and like we really need to talk about men as a marginalized class here. Men have a lot of trouble making friends, and that's not right. And you can't just go up to somebody and they might think that you're they might be nervous around you. They might think that you're creepy. This is a huge affront to men. Men are marginalized and we're not recognizing that, right? Bullshit. What you're selling is male exceptionalism, which is not that different than the red pill community, okay? Fundamentally comes from the same place, comes from the same aggrievement, right? Men's special problems include getting boo-boos. Oh my god, yeah, right? But this is what we want, is for men to realize that they're human beings and to stop. And this isn't easy. This isn't a straightforward thing. You don't just say one day. Vaush isn't. No man is gonna say one day I realize that I'm a human being, and that this veneer, this the scales of male exceptionalism will just fall from their eyes, and they're like, I see, right? But it can happen slowly, right? But Vaush, the kind of hand-holding that he does to men is actively impeding that human development, that awakening human consciousness that they need. Vaush, you're getting in the way of the things that the things that you want for men, right? Like the biggest impediment to men is unironically the patriarchy. And when you try to put men forward as a marginalized group, you're reinforcing that fragility that the patriarchy inculcates you with, right? You're not helping these guys, okay? You're impeding their progress.
Is not copyright black activism. The idea that some harm is being done to black people. Brianna,
I've been trying to eat some of this
the
food
idea
for like
that there is some kind of material damage being done to black advocacy through the use of this term is...
So, like, material damage is what he focuses on, and I think it's because he can't see the damage that's being done, and that is because there's one thing getting in the way of it, and that is unchecked privilege, unacknowledged privilege, right? So when he says there's no material, you know, you're not seeing it, like, right? Just because you're not seeing something doesn't mean it's not real. But you are in an intersection of privilege that might make you feel like your perception is reality, because a lot of society defines reality through your perception and through the perception of people like you. Now, nobody's completely privileged in every single sense, and I wouldn't deny, you know, that as like, that you don't experience any marginalization, right? Like as a LGBT person, right? But you're preferencing your perspective to the point where you're mistaking it for reality, Vaush. This is privileged exceptionalism. This is privileged realism. This is an artificial horizon that's stopping you from seeing what's right in front of your truth. You want to talk about material analysis, bud? Get into reality first. And realize that you are not the fucking center of that reality, however hard that might be in that toxic community that you've created for yourself. As hard as that might be, at the very center of the parasocial ego grift complex.
Nonsense. And a large part of that is because the term was, in both cases, just like rhetorically the most effective one people could settle on. Please understand, when people settle on hashtags or phrases or shouts or slogans, when there's a big social movement happening and people settle on a term, that is not like a choice that people make. It's an emergent collaborative effort that usually involves the participation of thousands, if not millions of people. The idea that you can like force settling on one, or like, don't use this one, use that one, it betrays a pretty like poor understanding of group dynamics to begin with.
The fact that you think that that's what Jessie's after, or the fact that you're assuming that Jessie thinks that like forcing ideological uniformity on, like you said, millions of people is even realistic, shows how much you infantilize trans people. Fuck off.
But if
the fuck out of here with that garbage.
you are going to do it, it had better be for a very good reason. Like, if there is a reason...
Good point, Natalie. He gets more discrimination from being a debate bozo streamer. Vaush does not seem to like the type it does not seem that like the type to pay people who would offer him criticism. He doesn't even take criticism for free.
To try.
And he's trying to shout down everyone. Oh, you're talking about... I have no words. I can just really not stand this guy. The big mood, Phoenix. The fact that he's tried to lolcow at least one dude on his stream who is a lovely human being. It's like some Plato's cave made of white fragility. Oh my god, I love that, V. I love that. Vaush is one of the many people who got who got peeved by Robin DiAngelo's essay about white fragility, yet constantly proves it to me. Yeah, like, the concept of lolcow is so gross. Yeah.
Try to just, as a group, somehow move this tenuous network of tens or hundreds of thousands of people using a phrase over to another phrase. You would better have a good reason. A good reason is not, this was a phrase that was used years ago when another woman was murdered.
A good reason is that, like, this carnage is going on to another community already, and they are not being recognized, and they are not being paid attention to, and we've already got a hashtag that works for Brianna.
Also, as Tempest very wisely reminds us all, say her name was not, as I understand it, originally like a BLM slogan. It was actually for indigenous women, because a lot of indigenous women get kidnapped from their reservations because there's like really poor policing there and not a lot of social protection, and they're very, very poor. So originally, see here, 50 murdered and missing indigenous people. It's like a really big systemic issue. You hear about a lot of deaths and kidnappings and disappearances happening with indigenous women on or near reservations. So are we to assume then? Very problem.
Oh, this is not true. Indigenous women use MMIW. He's blaming a lack of policing for missing and murdered indigenous women. Yeah.
A very common problem in Canada. Yes, it is. In fact, I believe there was a collection of about a dozen of these disappearances that happened very recently in Canada. I mean, a couple weeks ago. Did you see any discourse about this?
So Vaush's argument, let me see if I got this straight. The concern about the co-optation of a hashtag that is one of the only tools that Black people have to bring attention to the violence that happens to them at a disproportionate level, right, is justified by the fact that there is another group who has a disproportionate level of violence enacted against them, and to whom too little attention is paid. Vaush, that's not logic. That is not logic. That is huffing your own farts to the point of being incoherent. What the fuck, dude?
Because I didn't.
What the fuck?
I didn't see any indigenous people stepping up and going, you know, actually, this is our term. Neither did I. No, because if you really think about it, it's
why would you hear indigenous people when you don't listen to marginalized people in the first place, Vaush? Like, I mean, that's not surprising.
Dumb thing to do.
Oh my God.
Doesn't it make sense that
really
the say her name
this guy
slogan, label, chant, term, phrase, whatever,
intersections of violence against indigenous women and Black women face are similar and in some cases overlap. Good point. Good point. And that's getting erased. That's getting erased.
Synchronous, progressive meaning, no matter what specific.
Vaush, you don't get to talk. You don't get to say the word intersectionality, okay? Until you figure out how to stop erasing the people at those intersections.
It's used for. Like, is there really that much harm? Considering the fact that trans advocates, racial equality advocates, and indigenous rights advocates are, generally speaking, the same group of people, seems really dumb to me to use terms like co-opting and stolen. But I'll continue. We white folks shouldn't steal it. Look at that. Steal? Seriously?
Funny story, there's a lot of indigenous folks that are also Black. Yeah, again, he's missing the intersections. He's missing the intersection time and time again.
Steal? The use of the term...
That's not true. I am indigenous, and I say he was being counterproductive. Welcome to the chat, Honest Red.
Steal here. When it was, like, we're literally talking about a bunch of people who came up with say her name because media reports were dead naming Brianna J. When they say her name, they're not only saying say her actual name, her chosen name. The emphasis is also on the her. She's a trans girl. Makes sense they would say her name. The point there's an added emphasis associated with the gendered pronoun. It makes sense that they would use that term. Stolen? Especially as all of us, not just...
I mean, look, her name is Brianna Gay. There's a hashtag. Easy.
White folks are mourning.
Easy.
First, after listening to Black folks, the issue is how quickly white people co-opt...
I love how he seems to think that, like, raising awareness about the murder of a trans person necessitates co-opting a hashtag from Black people. I love how he thinks that.
Did the use of this hashtag. First of all, I haven't seen say her name used in a long time. So it's not as though this is some kind of like
Well,
active
I'm sorry if I doubt that you're very plugged in when it comes to the issues of marginalized people, Vaush. I'm sorry, but you've kind of convinced me that you maybe not.
battle going on for relative attention. And second of all, probably more importantly, where is
What he's doing, why is he doing this to other people? This is ghoulish. It's sickening. Yeah, absolutely.
the conflict? Where is the actual conflict? What is the material harm being done? I'd also like to point out that there's no such thing as listening to black folk. You can listen to black people. You can listen to a black person. It's not possible.
Welcome to the chat, Mafia Wa. Oh my god, I'm gonna mispronounce your name, but correct me. Mafia Waki Wen. In face of Native women and black women have been in dialogue about having separate hashtags for MMIW. Oh my god! So you're telling me that marginalized people have already worked this out, and we don't need our white savior? We don't need our white savior to come in and smack those woke skulls for us? You're telling me that this has already been worked out, and if this dipshit could just listen for 2 seconds instead of talking over people, he might be aware of that? Oh my god. No, thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. That's like, this is wild that, like, you know, the level of assumptions that he makes. I wish he could have talked to at least one indigenous person before he decided he was the authoritative source on things. Yeah, well, no, it's like, he will only listen to somebody when their lips are affixed to his ass. And when your lips are affixed to his ass, there's not much you can say. Get me?
To listen to black
What's
people
up, Simp Daddy Kane?
broadly. You're not capable of that. Nobody is. I really hate how much idpol is weaponized, oftentimes by white people, by the way. Let's be clear, Jessie over here is a white woman, fulfilling the role of white women in progressive discourse, which is to use the fact that they have minority friends to dominate discourse and gatekeep other people. That
You got to keep those women in line, right?
is their role, of course. The savior. Second, how white folk got
Like, no, her role is to say the things to you that that black people have already been saying and that you've chosen not to listen to. The things that you're not hearing because you've shut those people down and you've shut those people out and you've silenced those people. That is her role. She's showing you what the solidarity looks like, okay? God.
got angry when this was pointed out and would
Trying to
rather
stay
argue than
monetized
listen,
here.
which feeds to drain us both of energy and ability to mourn. I like here how this sentence suggests that people saying we're not stealing a hashtag, you can't own a hashtag, we're using it for a good cause. It hasn't been used in a while. And
Oh my
also,
god, you're doing anything with this? Yoink. Oh, it hasn't been used in a while? Motherfucker, you haven't been listening in a while. Violence against black people happens all the fucking time. Violence against black women happens all the fucking time. Like, what the hell? What the hell, Vaush?
can't just magically shift a huge group of people from one phrase to another. And I like how the onus is being put on them for being argumentative and not her, the one making the big drama post. Or say, this person, the one making the big drama post.
The big drama post of asking people to please not fucking yoink hashtags from... Excuse me, I just like aspirated some broccoli or something. I'll be okay. Like, god damn it, Vaush. You made me inhale my food. Thanks.
They blew up.
I do blame you
Why
for
is
that,
it
by the way.
always
I do
not
blame you.
the ones who are actually instigating the drama who are being argumentative, but rather the people who don't want to be bothered with it. We are not fighting for Brianna's name to even be heard. She made news. The hashtag is for black women who
As he harasses a trans woman off the internet. That is the context in which this is being said.
were ignored by mainstream.
What a
Brianna is being
asshole.
discussed. We are fighting for her dignity and death, her ability to be seen as herself, and for this to not happen again. And this right here is like the absolute apex of spinelessness, to the point where I think this is actually like transphobic to say. The point, say her name, was because A, trans girl, B, she was being dead named. The term there is perfectly apropos. The slogan, the phrase, it fits exactly with what is being discussed. To not only argue that, I don't know, black women...
I mean, like I said, there are a few hashtags that already do that, serve that function, okay?
got dibs on this somehow. But then
fucking
to argue the
dibs, fucking dibs. We're gonna invoke dibs here.
Applicable in this instance.
That's where we're at. We're invoking dibs.
Comes across to me as like unironic transphobia, and the degree of spinelessness that Jessie would need to have as a trans woman in order to buy into this narrative, just because they saw
the degree of spinelessness as he harasses her off the internet. No. Vaush. She is not the spineless one here. All the people who are sitting by while you harass her off the internet, those are the spineless ones. All those who refuse to stand up against your ghoulish demagoguery, those are the spineless ones. You've cultivated a community of the spineless, Vaush, so if you're looking for the spineless, like, look, I just have to look behind me at the jellyfish on the screen if I want to see spineless, but I feel like these jellyfish have more spine than people in Vaush's community that are sitting by while he does this, right? Some of y'all know better. Some of y'all I know don't like to see this done to Jessie Gender, but you're biting your tongues and you're sitting by and you think you need this savior in order to move your movement forward, right? I'm here to tell you, you don't. You don't have to put up with him. You don't have to take a backseat in your own liberation.
A Twitter post, it's like genuinely ridiculous. We will, like, it is genuinely unbelievable how self-destructive the
Zero
left
was right
is when it comes to their constant desire to infight.
That was years ago, but nobody listened to Zara. I called it with Vaush. Sorry, with Vaush, he doubled down on the N-word being good for white people to use after he did the long-term sexual harassment and got kicked out of Destiny's Discord. Zara called it. I don't know. I don't remember where Vaush lives. He is dangerous. Wait, let me see. Let me try to catch up with chat a little bit here. Was he ever listening? No. I've been so grossed out by his take on settler colonialism and equating black nationalism with white nationalism. This dude is so sus. He is also dangerous. True. He's going to get someone unalived. I hope he doesn't, but honestly, this level of head up his own arsery is dangerous. True. Yeah, and the thing is, if he does, he'll deny it. He'll deny it. He won't take responsibility. He won't stop. He'll double down. Lily Orchard, sorry, not Orchid. Lily Orchard is a monster, but one thing's for sure. Everything she said about Vaush is 100% true. Cultivating a reactionary, drama-obsessed community, true. I feel sick after recently coming across him. He has such a huge audience, and he normalizes settler colonialism to youth. It's terrifying. Yeah, and I was just talking about some of the real-world effects of this, right? The people will say that this is the online left, and it doesn't really matter, and it's like this niche thing, and you know, terminally online people stay terminally online, but it's not true. I've talked to people in orgs that are dealing with the fact that now they have to filter Vaushites out, or else their movements are going to get destroyed. Their solidarity will be broken with these people, and these people absolutely do come through and try to take over your org, try to take over your movement, right? This is the dominance paradigm that they're weaned on.
Improve. Who is woker than thou? This constant infighting, this ridiculous, like, can you imagine the right ever doing this? It's an aversion to winning. It's fear of winning. It's genuinely insane. I mean, look
Gosh,
at this.
I don't know what the hell you think you're doing, but it's definitely not winning.
Dog, we ain't never getting health care. Oh, yeah, we held a vigil for a murdered trans girl, and the perfectly apropos, harmless phrase that was being chanted, it turns out a black person on Twitter disagreed with its use, and a bunch of white people backed them up on it. So actually, no, we now apologize for using that chant, you know? And now, most disgustingly of all,
Oh, you know, I was worried for a second that Vaush was going to blame this again on black people. No. He's blaming it on white people that were listening to black people, right? That's the problem. So if white people would just model his example and not listen to black people, we'd be fine. We'd be fine. Everything would work.
Anna J, in terms of online discourse,
Perfectly.
is now being primarily represented through these spineless left woke scolds saying it's the wrong term to use. Her legacy...
He's from an area that has the highest rate of MMIW, and it's not a reservation.
Right now online is imprinted in left infighting over whether or not there's some element of
But saying dog, Vaush.
blackness to saying say her name when media articles were dead naming a murdered trans girl. By the way, that person's super colorist against mixed race people. Yes, Viathan posted this. If you go into the Twitter history of the person who made the original call out post, they're like unironically racist against mixed race people. Not mixed people drop.
Again, I have no confidence in any claims by Vaush, right? Especially when they're convenient claims, right? Like that. Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Dropping they selfies to promote themselves on MLK Day.
Like,
loving versus
he has made an art out of lying about people on the internet.
Virginia was
even more than
a
Destiny.
mistake. Presenting mixed people as being the solution to or a symbol of the end of racism is just another way of arguing black folk who are unambiguously so are not.
Oh, is this the origin point of the talking point that was bantied about in chat earlier by the rump end of the human's clout centipede?
A, but the barrier to this goal. So in normal human words, this person is saying, believing, like, thinking that mixed race people are in any way a sign of, like, racial progress is equivalent to believing in the genocide of black people. Last I'll say on this is that you can't put off talking about the fact there's an amalgamist agenda that seeks to position mixed as the future and therefore positions visibly black people as a barrier towards progress. This is what y'all invoke by calling this divisive. Stupid on multiple levels, because mixed white and black people in the States are considered black right now because of, you know, social biases, for one. And for two, like, yeah, Hitler particles. Or Blitler particles, I suppose, in this case. Why are all awful people secretly not...
There he goes again!
This keeps happening. Well,
there he goes again!
The problem, like, just speaking straightforwardly, is that a lot of, like, frankly, stupid white people will just eat up anything black people say because they think that being a progressive ally means being, like, an infinite...
And I'd rather have them eating out of my ass, I mean hand.
Who, as a product of genuine white guilt, will just accede to...
Has Vaush ever had discourse with... Oh my god. Vaush has talked to a few black people and it has not gone well. He ends up getting fragile and attacking them when they bring up points that he can't really deal with. So he has to, you know, make up lies about them. Make up reasons for that nobody should listen to them, right? That's his history with discoursing with black people. Yeah. So, like, yeah, black people have been... on his shows, on his to debate him, and it's, you know, ended in them just being harassed virtually off the internet.
Any argument made by black people, no matter how dumb, this happens all the time. It is constant, and it is so self-destructive. This, listen to black voices, listen to trans voices. There are no black voices, trans voices, anyone's voices. There are just people who belong to groups. If you wanted to, you could find any set of opinions exclusively listening to black people. What actually happens almost every single time is that if you have an opinion that you want to defend and you have black people who agree with you, you will arbitrarily decide to listen to them, mark that listening process as listening to black voices, and then move forward with your opinion with the presumed weight and authenticity of the entire black community, when in reality, you just listen to people who already liked you. If you have friends or people in your community, you are likely to already agree with them on a lot of things, which means that if you defer to them for a kind of group consensus on your opinions, no matter what demographic they're from, no matter what racial or gender minority, whatever, they're likely to just confirm your priors, and you walk forward as though you're now a Sherpa to all black people as opposed to what you are.
Now he's denying intersectionality. Wow. Welcome to the stream, Bubble Bubble.
Representing a tiny minority of a minority of a minority. If you went up to black people on the street and asked them, hey, say her name was a hashtag used to mourn a murdered trans girl, Do you think it's anti-black to use that hashtag? The 99% of black people would respond, what the fuck are you talking about? What? What? Even if you exclusively polled with like always online internet lefty black people, I bet you the vast majority of them would not agree with that.
Vaush, I don't think you know what black people think because you never listen to black people. Your whole like platform is built on ignoring black people. So please miss me with that. Miss me with that, okay?
Perspective. It is
Has he always been this way? Oh God, good question. He might have been. I have heard people say that he sounds like he doesn't understand concepts that he seemed to understand early. So that would imply grifting, right? Because if you understand, you know, intersectional analysis and then somehow that goes away, obviously you're appealing to, you know, a certain audience, like a fragile and very white audience, right? I'm not sure. I know that he has always been really problematic. He's always been on this thing where, like, you know, he's like left wing and he doesn't like Trumpers and he doesn't like chuds, but he really hates woke scolds, right? Anybody that's going to tell him that what he's doing isn't intersectionality, anybody that's going to tell him that he's kind of internalized a lot of reactionary ideas himself, right, is like the number one enemy to Vaush, right? Because he's in more danger of looking bad to his community from somebody to the left of him than he is to somebody from the right of him. That's why he very rarely actually, you know, discourses with people like that. And when he does, he has to smear them. He has to lie about them. He has to turn them into a monster the way that he did to Professor Flowers, right? He probably was always in this way in some sense, but he's definitely turning it up. He always, I mean, like in some ways he's chasing Destiny's success. And I mean, like, I don't know how much Destiny's growing lately, but what Destiny's been doing is kind of endearing himself, ingratiating himself to more and more of like the red pill community, and it seems like that's the direction that Vaush is going, especially with his takes on the you know, unique issues of men in our society.
Ridiculous to run away from that.
I don't know if he's grifting as in for money. I think he is spite. Oh yeah, that's a good theory. It could be spite driven, contrarian, because people on Twitter are just hating and making fun of him
with some kind of like group affirmation. The language that is being used here is so needlessly contentious for no reason other than because Jessie wants to gatekeep for woke.
You know what? You know what's needlessly contentious? Your smearing of Jessie gender. Right? What she's doing is modeling something that you failed at, which is solidarity. All right? And that's why she's a threat to you. Let's be real. Vaush wants to destroy any leaders in the online left sphere community, right? Because they are a threat. Because he looks like shit compared to a real one like Jessie Gender.
Virtue signal points. And that really is the only reason. There is a collection of people in the online left.
But now there are freaking communists
invading radicals in my YouTube chat. Holy shit! Welcome to the stream, Troy Jones. As you can see, I'm wolfing down some noodles and stir fry while we're watching the savior of marginalized people here tell us how to act, and mainly it's by sitting down and shutting up and letting him dictate our opinions are appropriate and tone is really important too, right? So
job it is, or at least they act like it's their job.
How is she gatekeeping?
Anytime there's any kind of discourse,
this is some Darvo, Shakespeare. This is some Darvo.
Their job is to immediately demonstrate by being the loudest voice around how willing they are to shut up and listen to other voices. Have you ever seen that? It's a very toxic mentality, mostly with white people, when talking about minority issues, where their role is to step up and very loudly exclaim, I don't think us white people should be talking about this. We should defer to voices of color who believe this exact thing that I believe. Us white people have no skin in this game, which is why we should defer to the specific opinions that I happen to believe beforehand.
It's not ideal that you'd hear that from white people, but in the case where people are ignoring what black people say, you know, yeah, signal boosting is absolutely appropriate.
And are represented by a tiny minority of people I listen to that I will refer to broadly as the entire black community. Just a 16-year-old girl was murdered.
Welcome to the stream, Sigsworth. Wait, did I pronounce your name right? Sigsworth, yes.
Does nobody else think this is psychotic? Like, genuinely psychotic? Like, maddeningly so? We will never achieve...
I don't know, but I'm going to have to revoke your psychology license there, bud.
anything under this standard of behavior. Literally nothing.
I'm gonna have to question your credentials, Vaush.
Absolutely
Don't make me get President Sunday on you, right?
cannot coalition build.
Don't make me go President Sunday on you.
If people are willing to throw each other under the bus over nothing, over
I will yoink those fake credentials right away from you, buddy.
things that are factually without any possible demonstrable material harm, and as a you know, like as a moral principle, like be on top of the smoldering like dumpster fire that was the previous discourse by being the most willing to listen to minority group.
I don't know, Vaush, but when this is all over, I'm going to be standing over the smoldering heap that was your community.
X or Y or something.
And I'm not going to feel bad about it at all.
It is not possible to move forward in any fashion with this behavior on display. It's disgusting. It genuinely is. Yes, this is a good take. There's a certain trend in identity politics that seems more concerned with protecting intellectual property rights than, say, marginalized communities articulating shared interests and organizing together in the pursuit of justice. And honestly, it belongs in the bin. Yeah, it does belong in the bin. When Huey P. Newton was asked what white people could do in support of the Black Panthers, he said they could form the White Panther Party. And you know what? They fucking did. When leaders from North Vietnam visited the Black Panthers and called themselves the Yellow Panthers in an act of affinity and solidarity, couldn't do that today. Cancel culture. It was welcomed and celebrated with...
Do you notice that the words that you're using, like, they're, like, are different? Like, I don't see how you think this is comparable. This is a terrible take, right?
The burning of draft cards. But I guess they should have stayed in their lane and found their own name. Yeah, perfectly said. The most effective civil rights activists, leaders, and movements in American history and in world history broadly have...
Vaush, did you fail to notice that they said, what can white people do for black people? What can white people who wanna help the Black Panther movement do? He didn't say, call yourself Black Panthers. He said, call yourself White Panthers. Like, how did you miss that?
Always endorse an attitude of pluralism.
Hey, what's up, Karen? What is the Discord? Can we get some Discord into? Can we inject some Discord into YouTube chat here? Different things are different. Yeah, spicy take, right? What a take, Meister. Couldn't do that today with cancel culture. Ugh.
Of coalition building, of shared identity. The idea that you can do some
I don't know if that
like,
Discord
big,
is
like,
that link is up to date. Let me give you a fresh one.
While separating everyone to their own distinct demographic groups, you know? Oh, white people? White people shut up and learn over there. White people, you mean the dominant power group, the largest, most powerful, most socially attained group in the country. Oh, you can't do anything.
You mean the group with the greatest access to and reach as far as getting their point across? Might have to attenuate their volume in order to hear others. Oh my God, Vaush, you just blew my mind. You blew my mind, bro.
You just sit over there and let us handle things. And by us,
yo, that's unironically what you're telling marginalized people in your community in day.
Handle things. What I actually mean is us stand over here and like talk down to you and not get anything done because we're not.
Oh no, we should get talked down by Vaush instead.
Interested in getting anything done. We're interested in being like top. Woke.
We're interested in starting drama with woke scolds, all right? Let's be real.
Hassan retweeted this, so he's on the correct side of the discourse. No, I knew he would be, 100%. I think it's up that you can get thousands of likes if you present your narcissism in a way that sounds vaguely progressive on its face. Literally. I mean, actually think about what's being said here. Say her name is trending because people are using it for Brianna J., who is white. I need y'all to understand that phrase hashtag was created for black women who are victims of police violence. So what? That's what's missing. That's what I need the answer to. So fucking what? Who the fuck cares? I don't care.
That's very telling. That's very telling.
Nobody should care. No harm is being done here. You know what this is?
If Vaush can't see something, it doesn't exist. If the person standing at the intersections of several axes of privilege can't see the harm, then I guess the harm just doesn't exist, right? Because he's the only one we could possibly ask. He's the only one with the correct perspective.
The desire to manufacture a distinct identity. Oh no, you can't touch that term. You can't
Here we
touch
go.
that phrase.
Discourse.
That belongs to us.
Discord.
How is that a progressive sentiment? That is
There's
the
a Discord for
absolute
you.
opposite of
A
coalition
Discord for
building. It is
you.
the literal, direct.
What does somebody that builds a community that does nothing but like fillet his ego know about coalition building? Like the only coalition you're building is the Up Vaush's Ass coalition.
Completely mutually exclusive position to hold on this issue. It is opposite. It's you can never ever do anything with this attitude. It's just not possible. And I don't know. I mean, it's a little bit distressing, man.
Everything that you're saying like applies to you heavily applies to you.
I remember back during 2020 when
Does he organize offline? Look, I don't go as hard on him as for that than I do on other things. Because like, imagine this, all right? You're in some kind of org. You're you know, holding an event, a protest. You know, you're like, right, and Vaush comes into your midst, right? That's gonna cause more problems than it's gonna help. So like, I'm kind of fine with him staying away from activism. It's what he says in his online activism that I think is really harmful, right? Like, yeah, I don't want this guy like, right? Like having his followers in your org is harmful. Let alone like, you know, having him there.
Bernie Sanders had a shot at the presidency. People on the online left.
The online left.
It felt like there was like a twinge of pragmatism, something maybe, but now it's gone. It's just gone now. It doesn't exist anymore. If you go online right now, the majority of the online left is reactionary.
It feels like he took the Bernie Bros discourse to heart. Yeah. It feels like that's what he thought Bernie's movement was. All right? That's Hillary Clinton's caricature of the movement. And you unironically wanted it to be that. And you're sad that that's not what the left is. You're sad recognizing that you're not actually a leftist and you never were. Right? That makes you sad. I feel so bad for you, Vaush.
And liberal
Here.
in tendency. This is, by the way,
Here.
fully liberal. This is 100% like identity politics.
Tell me about it, Radlib.
There is nothing that distinguishes
about
these
it.
takes right here from like a like Ron DeSantis. So wait, did I just
Doubling, tripling, quadrupling, and 1,000 timesing down.
say Ron
yeah.
DeSantis? I was in my head. I was thinking Pete Buttigieg. My bad.
Vaush doesn't go outside, lol.
Pete
I don't know.
Buttigieg, like K-Hive.
I don't want to know anything about his, like, I'm not trying to, like, know about his personal life.
Just
Like, as long as he stays the fuck away from me and people I care about, right?
completely milquetoast Obama era liberal progressivism. There's nothing else.
Taco Cat says his ego wouldn't fit in a real life space. True.
Nothing even remotely radical about this. It's reactionary and liberal. Yeah, it is. 100%. Obama.
I mean, you'd be the
Funny
expert,
Jessie
wouldn't you?
reply under the thread you screenshotted.
Reactionary and liberal? That's your wheelhouse.
Or use hashtag her name is Brianna. But thank you so much, Jessie. No thanks to me required. Shouldn't even be a conversation or discourse at all. I'm more sorry
right.
folks have to deal with
Right.
it.
And it wouldn't be a discourse if you didn't have this kind of fragile reaction. If you didn't have this kind of doubling down. It's a really simple request. It doesn't take much. Show me the demonstrable harm, okay, in using another hashtag. Show me that. Show me that. Vaush, use your hedonic calculus that you learned from being a big brain rule utilitarian. Use that hedonic calculus to show me what happiness we're going to lose by not stealing hashtags from black people, right? Show it to me. Demonstrate it. It's on you, bud. The burden of proof, that's all you.
I appreciate you saying it, but I don't deserve thanks. It's what white folks should all take the time to understand in the first place. Jessie,
What a hater.
do not make
What a hater.
your white guilt my problem. You
No, let's talk about your white guilt and what you do with it, right? Vaush takes white guilt in a completely different direction. Vaush's white guilt causes him to make weird hypotheticals. So, like, imagine, if you will, we're on a planet where it's really like the black people that have all the power, but then wouldn't we be in some danger? And then, like, you know, like, or like he'll do this with, like, you know, like in the Professor Flowers debate, he did this with, like, you know, like colonizers, right? Imagine that the colonizers were the one at the other end of the power equation in some fantastic, like, other planet where things are, like, completely... The Steel Ball Run timeline, Vaush! We have to go into the Steel Ball Run timeline, which, if you don't know JoJo, that's like an alternate timeline. That's all you need to know. Like, another timeline that's not this one, a completely different world where everything is potentially different, right? That is what we have to do. That is the kind of hypothetical that you have to engage in for his garbage takes to make one iota of sense, okay? He has to literally, like, bring about the singularity. He has to be Father Poochie and bring forth the singularity in order for his bullshit to make sense. I'm totally demonetized now.
You are pathetic. Holy...
I'm resigned.
Stop. Ungelatinize your spine. Bake it in an oven at 350 degrees until it hardens slightly. This is insane. What a... God,
Some of chat
it's
appreciates the
unbelievable.
JoJo
I cannot
references.
fathom being like this.
Some of chat is like, is that a JoJo reference?
Apologizing for your existence. No one cares. Listen, Jessie,
She's not Nancy Pelosi, deckhead.
this is unironically racist, okay? Black people do not think
Here's our racism knower.
this funny. Have you ever talked to a black person once in your entire life? When white people go on this big tirade about how, oh, us white people are so like this, and oh, you don't need to thank me because all white people should be doing better now. White. They're rolling
Ian, Vaush, Poochie, Kaczynski.
their eyes. Stop. Oh my God. I would like to apologize to all the black people here. It's the exact same thing that, like,
I used to watch Vaush a lot. He's just completely insufferable now. I stand with Jessie. Me too.
Sky feminist men do.
Here we go, right?
You know?
Gelatinous biscuit.
Oh.
Wait, did he call you out, gelatinous? He said gelatinous spine, though.
Yeah, men are such animals.
biscuit.
I'm sorry. I am apologizing to you
I say taste the biscuit.
for what men do.
Taste the biscuit.
You know, it is exactly the same thing. The exact
Oh my God,
same
I'm ignoring Twitch
weird,
chat.
covert.
I'm
like,
ignoring Twitch chat. Oh my God. Twitch chat, you've been busy.
Narcissistic attitude. It's a walking stick.
He's so worried about being laughed at. Look, I can't help laughing at him at this point. Like, I don't know. That's not what I'm trying to do.
Stereotype. Yeah. I feel like I'm watching random white people tell me
I am not in the business of like cultivating lol cows. I'm not in the business of animal husbandry, Vaush. Of animal husbandry.
You know what black people think it's weird as it is. What all Jessie Gender is doing here is saying
Vaush sucks at talking about black people, though. Lol. Welcome to the stream, spectacular Snyderman.
her own opinions. You can dress anything up as, oh, I'm speaking for the group. Having listened to black voices.
Oh my
you know,
God, thank you, Taco Cat. That means a lot to me. Here's some pennies to help with YouTube demonetization. Oh my God, I appreciate that so much. Meow, meow. And you know something else you can do? Even if you don't have the money to do a super chat like what Taco Cat just did, you can smash that like button because that helps me out a lot too. That lets people know that lets YouTube know that people are enjoying my stream, and it causes YouTube to bring more people into the stream. So that really helps me out too. But yeah, I definitely appreciate the my material conditions being thought of because they're not as stable as I'd like them to be. So you can definitely help me with that with super chats, memberships, joining Patreon, or subbing on Twitch, which can be as easy as connecting your Amazon Prime to Twitch, or as spending $5. If you've got $5, you can get a sub that way too. Or you can hang out and chat and make good takes, right? And the good take havers tend to get noticed by the sub gifters, and then the sub gifters give subs to the good take havers, and the net result of that is that you never have to get subjected to those 2 ad breaks that are happening at the top of the hour and the 30 minutes. I don't even know what time, right? But there's 2 ad breaks. It's terrible. Twitch just sucks you right out of, just breaks your immersion. The gift subbers are doing God's work and pulling people out of that. So I appreciate all of you so much. Meow.
So on and so forth.
Is Vaush a
Jessie
furry?
Genders
I don't
DM'd
think
me
so.
After I said it does not make you transphobic to play Hogwarts Legacy.
You never
I'm
have good
disappointed.
takes?
I wanted to be with you. I wanted to be with you, my friend, and I was on your side. But these past few weeks, it's become clear you're more interested in drama than solidarity.
Okay, so that is Keffals. So Jessie was supportive of Keffals. I was critically supportive of Keffals. A lot of people supported Keffals. Keffals was up against a lot of sussy bakas, right? Whether it was the Destinies of the world or the Mango Ranchers of the world, right? There were a lot of really sus and effed up people going after Keffals like a year ago, right? And Jessie definitely extended a lot of support in Keffals' direction. Jessie was hurt by that, and what does she get for just letting her know, hey, I can't get with this, I can't be with this, I'm not okay with this anymore? DM gets leaked. And I bet Jessie at that point is so much gladder that she didn't have more, didn't talk to Keffals more on DMs, right? People are starting to know this, like, right? If you get like, this is why you don't do this stuff, right? If you absolutely need to, if somebody's calling you a liar and you can disprove them with a DM, sure, I guess leak the DM, but this is just vindictive. This is just vindictive from Keffals here, right? I'm feeding my Pomeranian egg white and bacon right now. It's good for their coats. They get it once a week. Nice. Just as a rule, it's not safe to DM Keffals. Well, apparently Keffals told me to DM her. What should I say to Keffals, though? Guava Grange is pure sussy bakas.
In praxis in our community.
24/7. Sussy bakas.
I'm gonna unfollow you and never talk about you from now on because I'm not here to stoke infighting.
So,
and
yeah,
drama.
look at that. Jessie... Jessie's just trying to, like, not... Jessie's not trying to hurt Keffals. Jessie's not saying anything publicly about Keffals. Jessie is just turning and walking away, and Keffals will not let her. Keffals is too vindictive for that.
The system wants and you're currently feeding. I'm not here to stoke infighting and drama. Now let me use the murder of a 16-year-old trans girl.
The only thing to send to Keffals is hi chat.
As an opportunity
Yeah, exactly.
to demonstrate
Exactly.
to everyone in
That's
my
a good
audience
point. That's probably what
how
I should say to her.
performatively self-sacrificial I am as a white woman to give space to black voices in a way that just so happens to allow me to express my own opinion with the presumed affirmation of black
Vaush, you have a lot of privilege checking to do yourself before you start checking other people's privilege. Got it?
voices. Please, I do hope you take a moment for introspection. I'm
How dare Jessie try to be a decent human being? I know,
not
right?
here to fight you, and that doesn't help either of us beyond seeing the number go up, because 2 trans people are fighting and it creates algorithm-friendly drama. I wish you the best, and I hope one day we can work towards actual trans liberation instead of just feeding the system of egos. Pictured here, actual trans liberation, arguing that the say her name hashtag wasn't appropriate for Brianna J's murder.
Yeah, because it's this little thing called solidarity, right? And if you want to form it, it takes people of privilege being aware of what people that are marginalized, people that are oppressed on the same axis are going through. It doesn't take, you know, what Vaush would say is like some kind of performative obeisance, but we're so far from that. It's absurd to even bring that up, right? Again, Vaush's weird hypothetical steel ball run universe, right? It has to be invoked in order for any of that to even make sense.
Murder after being dead named by the media.
I wonder how Vaush is going to feel by the fact that I'm roasting his ass using JoJo memes. How is he? I don't think he's going to like that.
Articles.
Vaush is a JoJo fan too.
Actual piece of shit. Remember, it's narcissism masquerading as progressivism. Every position Jessie Gender has gets to be dressed up, cloaked, like she's actually just...
There will only be liberation on Vaush's terms. Jessie literally didn't say a word wrong. Ironically, Jessie approached Keffals the exact way these jackasses insist in being approached, rather by talking to her privately rather than calling her out, and she went public with it. For the dog pile. Wait, I'm missing so much of what was just said. Oh my god, where are we? I'm missing so much of chat. I feel like I'm failing you because I'm not reading you all. Like I don't know. My ADD is overwhelmed with your massive, and I appreciate it. Don't stop chatting though. Like please, what you're doing is you're building my attention muscles to be able to read more of chat tomorrow. So keep it coming, right? I can take it. I can take it. Chat, pile it on. Rather than calling her out, and she went public and used it as fuel for the dog pile on her. Lesson learned is don't take their objections seriously and go nuclear from the start. Yeah, or don't let Ellen degenerate in your VC, right? Because like bad faith, you know, is not gonna. It's not something that I need to discourse with.
Giving way to a hive mind of minority voices.
Jessie is a pure being who should be protected.
She
True.
just happens to be the one, like, you know,
True.
giving voice to right here. I think Jessie's taking the beef with JK way too personally. Jessie Gender blocked me, I think, after my video responding to hers came out on the JK Rowling Hogwarts Legacy situation.
Wait.
I mean, there's clearly like no...
Jessie's taking her being attacked by JK Rowling too personally, or Jessie is taking Vaush feeding J.K. Rowling by embodying exactly what TERFs try to criticize, right? Which thing is Jessie Gender taking too personally? I'm not sure. Vaush doesn't own JoJo. JoJo doesn't care about Vaush's feelings. That's right. Sorry, Vaush. Yoink. We're gonna have to yoink your memes. Building your chat reading muscles. Exactly. Oh my god. Whoa. Narcissism dressed up as progressivism. Talk about deflection. I know, right? That's his whole community.
Actual interest
That's everything that he's built on this platform.
in progressive advocacy here. Certainly not in coalition building. It's just interesting to me how...
The fuck do you know about building coalition, ego boy?
It's people like Keffals and myself who are the ones who are framed as like, we're not interested in coalition building. We're the ones who are divisive. When I've always been willing to work with other people on the left, I've spoken positively even when they don't like... I've spoken positively of them even when they don't like me, and they're always the one to burn the bridge with me. In essentially every instance with other people on the online left...
So here's a little trick, Vaush. Your take about David Pakman, when David Pakman was trying to talk about transgenocide, I agree with you there. Oh shit, am I good faith now? By your own definition, if I could acknowledge one thing that you did that was good, right? Which, you know, you were definitely in the right against David Pakman. I guess there we go. You can't call me a woke scold. You can't call me a bad faith actor because I noticed something good that you did. Oh my god, Vaush.
They are the first person to talk shit about me. They are the ones who burned the bridge with me. And in the instances where that hasn't happened, they very much deserved it because I very rarely go after other people online without some kind of, you know, preceding event or justification. It certainly isn't something I do like randomly. It usually gets thrust upon me because they randomly decide to start attacking me. Or in this case, I suppose, block me and have really shitty takes behind the block. Likewise with Keffals. Keffals and I will have a positive conversation with basically anyone. Jessie won't.
I think that Keffals wanted to have a positive conversation with me just the other day, right? And I didn't take her up on that for whatever reason. Cat Chat proving that they are the strongest and the bestest. They are the strongest warriors, unironically. He admits he goes after people. Learned to speed read doing the battle of books in middle school, but lost the ability to retain much of it. Oh my god. See, chat moves too fast for me to even read your whole chat. They deserve it. Attacking Vaush is the true victim in the situation. That's just not bloody true at all. What a weasley. What a weasel. Weasel. He's definitely a weasel. Damn, I wonder why she blocked you. Could be anything, huh? Well, Keffals unblocked me, right? Because she wants to have a good faith conversation.
I have no idea how.
Or does she?
Like somehow
does she?
Most insular, most liberal, most reactionary, and
Keffals' convo with Empanada was very nice. That's coming out. That's your next video. That's your next video on the main channel, right? And make sure you're following No Console Chick. That's my gaming channel, right? Which has more than just gaming. Yeah, you want backrooms videos? You want videos about playing chess using sex toys? Check out No Console Chick, right? The drama channel, which has more than just drama. Do you want VODs of like literally everything that I put up, as long as it's not members only? Do you want videos about things that I can't fit on my main channel? Check out no comment clips, right? It's more than just clips. It's VODs, it's videos, it's everything.
Coalition building oriented group of the left.
Yeah, we got 3 channels now.
Is somehow like presented.
I should just build the main one, but
super
so much content to get out.
Pragmatic,
Flood the
willing
zone.
to work together, like
Flood the zone with me,
forward-thinking
chat.
group. It's a complete reversal. They're on
And
the
as always, if you see something that's really good and it fits in a subreddit that you're a member of, it's the kind of thing that you might post to that. It's the kind of thing that might be interesting to certain subreddits. Go ahead and post it too. That helps me a lot.
absolute.
Let's get that Reddit army, and maybe we'll have a NCC subreddit. I promise though, I will not set you on the task of like harassing my enemies. Okay, that's not an NCC clan ops. That's not an NCC clan ops subreddit. It's just gonna be an NCC subreddit.
Opposite side of the
It's gonna be wholesome.
of course. But is this really any different from
I
religion?
would pay good money to see you rip into Keffals, and you would be ripping into. She deserved it, but it would definitely be her advantage. Yeah, Lore Master is a symbol, right?
Just authority claiming they have the truth because their special relationship.
Did I
with
change my name to Story Motor?
God they can channel. I don't think it's religious.
What do you think, chat?
Just like sociologically, but I do think
They won't let me change my Twitch name back to No Comment Chick, right? Because apparently a troll took that, and that's in the bin until it comes back out of the bin. But maybe I should become Story Motor.
they're trying to.
I kind of
invoke
am a
the
story
same kind of
motor.
Group fervor and hysteria that you do see in religious people.
Story motors are valid, yes.
In a Durkheimian sense, religion doesn't just refer to supernatural mythology. It also refers to collective social organization between things which are distinguished sacred or profane. So Durkheim might argue that, say, football or the Super Bowl can be religious in the sense that there is a kind of a set of like
I know I like to worship balls.
ethical doctrine, a dogma that is
What about you, chat?
promoted as a way of building a kind of communal
What the fuck is he
relation
talking
with
about?
the subject at hand.
Is this like a
His definition
religion?
of
Wait,
religion
is
was
what
really,
like
really broad. And I think that to an extent, I do think there is kind of a sacred / profane distinction
is intersectional leftism a religion? What is he talking
going
about?
on here. The
Balls, no, but heavy bags, yes.
primary distinction being
Yes.
that the sacred behavior
Yes.
here seems to be listening to the voices of the marginalized, or at least saying that you're doing that, and the profane behavior seems to be the opposite, not doing that. But in the name of those like distinct ideas.
What's up, Troy Jones? I'm glad I found your stream. The targeted harassment of Jessie made me feel sick. At this point, Vaush's community is virtually indistinguishable from a hate group. Yeah, so just a little background on me. Like, where did I come from? Why am I like this? Why am I able to take the heat? Why do I push back against the lies of these drama motors every single day? Because I was myself drama moded by a drama motor, by a debate bozo. Yeah, I got lied about by a debate bozo and standing up for trans rights, much in the same way that Jessie Gender tried to stand up for solidarity and got absolutely harassed off the internet. So I kind of know what it feels. This is not my first rodeo, not my first, second, third, or fourth rodeo. I have been through the ringer. They have tried everything that they possibly could, every form of harassment, every weird, member of their community against me, and it has not worked, right? It has just made me stronger, and I want to leverage that strength towards covering people like Jessie when they get more than anybody should be forced to handle, right? I think the only way that we can fight this, I think the only way we can take the left back from these debate bozos is through solidarity. And my community mission statement is to help build that. Okay, so that's who I am, and I'm for all the people that are new in chat today. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Please make sure to drop a sub, drop a follow, drop a like, drop a some money if you're so inclined. But yeah, whatever you want to do to help build this community is helpful to me. Like I said, I'm like overwhelmed by chat. I'm a random small streamer chick. I'm nobody, right? But I guess, I'm in the right place at the right time to do something good. And that's what we aim to do. So, yeah, welcome, everybody. Meow.
We're getting basically anything justified. Does that make any sense?
Oh, you got to
In
do
the
your taxes.
name
Yeah.
Of listening to marginalized people.
Oh
Here's
my God.
incredibly shitty
Oh my God, you just reminded me of my taxes,
reactionary dog
which are incredibly complicated thanks to what I do for a living, which is
shit
this.
take. That like zero IQ, no thought put into it.
Hey, Vamps.
But it is, I mean,
Meow.
when you go against that dogma in the online left, does it not feel like you're crossing a kind of religious line? I mean it. It sounds sanctimonious to say it, but doesn't it? How often do you get well thought out arguments when a member of a minority group has a position which is bad? It's a dumb position, and you
My mug is green, correct. Yeah. A cult, basically. Wait a minute. Now, this is weird. Because if anybody's crossing a religious line here, it's me, okay? You're not standing up to power. You are filleting. You are filleting white supremacy is really what you're doing. You are worshiping power, okay? You are reinforcing power. You are bringing your little reactionary nuggets of anti-wisdom onto the into a leftist intersectional space where they're very much not welcome and very much not useful, right? You are, you look at the left and you say, yeah, like I like the idea, but there's a problem with it. It's not dominance-based enough, right? All this intersectionality, all this solidarity. No, it's got to be about my ego. It's got to be about me. It's got to everything in here. It's got to reinforce me. So, I mean, this is a little barnacle that the online left is currently trying to excise right off our butt, and we get a little hammer and chisel and just try to free ourselves of this impediment. And I'm doing my part. Are you doing your part, chat?
you criticize it, and the response is, well, why are you ignoring marginalized voices?
Wait, you
And
did math shit professionally? That's impressive. I suck at math. I pay to have it. Do you your taxes? Yeah, I mean, like if I could afford that, I would too.
Explain, okay, well, because that one is really dumb. The responses you get to that seems a little bit more like people freaking out at you breaking a taboo.
Wait, your old college debt was garnishing your wages? Oh my God.
It's not people going, well, okay, I understand that not all positions marginalized people have are correct, but in this specific instance, actually, you're in the wrong because of X, Y, and Z. In reality, it seems like they're offended by the idea of you doing it to begin with. And that absolutely fits within that critical distinction between the sacred and the profane. It's not about what's
the only base Vaush cares about is domination-based paradigms.
right or wrong. It's about acceptable group behavior. It's about dynamics in a communal sense, which revolve around like acceptable
okay, that's cool. I didn't know that. Furious Gems.
rituals, patterns of discourse. And if you break those norms, if you go against them, the fervor with which people will attack you has very little to do with like a rational assessment of what you've done wrong. And
by rational, we mean from the most privileged intersection available, right? That's what rationality is. We do our material analysis from the position of people, of millionaires like Vaush, right? That makes sense. That makes sense, yeah?
more to do with like, I can't believe you've done that, Where's the line between genuinely trying to be aware of stuff because you want to do better?
Rationality grows in the nuts, true.
Obnoxious?
That's where it's stored.
Don't ever say X position or Y position is better or worse because of the race or gender of the person who said it, unless you're literally talking about
unless you are literally using a right-wing caricature of intersectional leftism, which is all that Vaush has to work with, because he's a right-winger. He may not even know it, but he is. He's doing the work for the right. He's doing the work for the establishment, and he wants to LARP as some kind of rebel, as some kind of heretic, right? Meanwhile, he harnesses the winds of privilege for his benefit. He makes his community as easy as possible for privileged people to join without any sort of unpacking of that privilege, without any sort of understanding, and without listening to marginalized people, because marginalized people, I don't know if you know this, but we're really annoying, right? And we chirp all day. You're gonna hear about that from Hassan too. We chirp, and you shouldn't have to listen to it, and that's why you can join the Vaush community and never worry about that stuff again. It's great.
Anecdotal experience, in which case, yes, obviously, an anecdote on trans issues would probably be more valuable from a trans person. Because
also, isn't Demon Mama gonna get mad that like he's like stealing her like shtick? You're stealing Demon Mama's LARP, right? She's the fake heretic, right?
We're talking about anecdotal info at that point. Don't ever buy into the dogma of like, this is right.
American center left is basically far right in all other contexts. Yeah, and he aims to keep it that way.
This is wrong because of the group who said it. That essentialist perspective
He's a right wing, or at least very center left, which is not helpful either way.
is anti-progressive, and it's anti-intersectional as well. Like we read about, the idea that a member of a
Well, yeah, that's why right wingers call the left on the hypocrisies of intersectional leftism all the time, because right, they're working with the same caricature of the left that Vaush is working with, right? Because they're coming from fundamentally the same paradigm, which is, oh my god, could it be? Yes, dominance paradigm. Oh my god, that I knew I recognized that from somewhere. That's right, it's right wing shit. That's what he's selling. That's his problem with the left, is it doesn't have a right-wing Tootsie Roll center to its Tootsie Pop. And it really needs that, right?
minority group
It's too much bubble gum.
is inherently right
Too much of a blow pop.
on any given issue.
Not enough of a,
even if it's
I don't know.
adjacent
This metaphor
to
is
their
weird.
minority status, is just wrong.
I just want candy, chat. I want
But
candy.
it's a reactionary perspective. It also gives an undefeatable argument to people like, say, Candace Owens, because once you've accepted that logic from the left, who's to say that you shouldn't be listening to her, or Thomas Sowell, or whatever soulless grifter on the right?
Wow, like I just want to know if is it really that hard for him to understand what intersectional leftism actually is, or is he purposefully just harnessing ignorance, right? Privileged ignorance, right? That seems to be the machine that runs his train at the
Who
moment.
happens to be black, you know? Should we be listening to them then? Obviously not. But, you know, I've talked to a lot of lefties in my
Bingo, bringing up Candace Owens.
time. I've never gotten an answer to that.
Oh
Not
my
one.
god, thank you, young black economist, King of William. You just got a gift sub. Welcome to the I'm assuming that you've been here for a while. I don't know. I just feel like welcoming you because I haven't seen your name in chat yet.
They'll
It
say,
may have been
you
there.
should listen
I've missed
to
a lot of
black
chat.
voices on this issue. And I'll say,
I'm
okay,
well aware of
there
that.
are black people in my community, and black people don't all agree on stuff. Should I listen to Candace Owens? How many times do you think I've gotten a rebuttal to that point?
I just bought $100 in cat food. My cat eats better than I do.
You don't have to guess. 0. It's happened dozens of times. Dozens of times. We've done this on stream. I've done this off stream. I've done this on Twitter. I've done this in Discord. I've done this in personal DMs and emails. 0 times.
Marginalized people, as he calls them, are a bit of a problem for Vaush because they usually passionately know their facts and figures. Yeah, we're an impediment.
Not a single time has
We
one
make
of
it hard for him to talk over us, right? And that's really annoying. Like I said, chirp, chirp, chirp.
them thought
Chirp, 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 chirp,
give an
chirp.
answer to that question. I wish I was exaggerating. That's how dumb it is. Not even through a numbers game, not even through the stochastic process of engaging with dozens of people on this particular issue,
Oh my god.
have we arrived at a single
Thank you for re-upping your YouTube membership, JK.
one who had an
I
answer.
should say Jules. I don't like calling you JK just because of the other JK.
What am I to do with this? Is this really the left that's going to win? Is the left seriously going to win when all it
You know
takes
how the left is
apparently-
going to win? By becoming the right. That's like the number one. That's like the Captain Ginyu philosophy, right? That's how you win, by becoming your enemy. Like you take Sun Tzu to an absurd extreme, right? And we just become the right, and that's how we'll win. Because it's really easy if you're the right. You're just having to reinforce all the status quo that already is, right? It's super like that. That's what we're missing the whole time. We were trying to be left. We were trying to change things. That was our mistake. We didn't come from a fundamental paradigm of dominance, right? And that's what Vaush is. That's the wisdom that this guy is bestowing on us.
against their intelligentsia to win at this moment is a black conservative
Stochastic
to walk out and
Processes
give
is an
dog shit
album?
takes while saying it's because I'm black? Does J.K. Rowling not defend her transphobia by saying it's because she's a woman and her experiences as a woman legitimize her opinions on this issue? Am I to believe her on that then? I've never gotten an answer to that one either. It is so self-destructive.
You are still aggrieved by the fact that you got called out for trying to use tactical misogyny, playing right into the hands of turf arguments, right? You served them up exactly what they were looking for, right? You're a feeder, Vaush. You LARP as a strong boy, but you're not. You're just a feeder. You're somebody that nobody wants on their team because you just serve up W's to the opponents.
And I have nothing but contempt for people on the left who signal boost and promote this bullshit because it gives them social points.
So not just Jessie Gender is wrong for like listening to black people and trying to signal boost what she was hearing, right? When people like Vaush and Keffals, etc., weren't listening. But any of you out here who retweeted this, anybody who liked this, anybody who looked positively on this, gave a nice comment for Jessie, you're signal boosting this stuff. Like, you should feel ashamed of yourself as well. Not sure what happened with him and Cat Black, but did he? Oh yeah, he got pushed over, right? He ContraPoints. That's what happened. He tried to lie and say that ContraPoints had sexually harassed him, when in actuality, he was talking about sorry, not ContraPoints, but Cat Black. He was talking about Cat Black's boobs on stream. Completely inappropriate, right? And he tried to accuse her of like sexualizing him in some way.
Do not think that Jessie Gender is just mistaken on this, like it's some incidental, like, she could be moved over. This is a cynical attempt at being the queen.
No, she can't be moved over because she's seen too much. Her eyes have been open, and you're never gonna suck her back into your platonic cave. Sorry, Vaush, you missed your chance.
Of the cancel pile here. This is an effort to personally profit/benefit from a drama surge by
she's the one trying to utilize drama for
positioning herself as an advocate for voices that just so happen to agree with her. It is a deeply cynical.
This is a campaign of intimidation against anybody who's out there fighting for solidarity, because it makes Vaush look bad. And that makes Vaush feel bad, because everything that he's doing is all about his ego.
Process. I don't know whether she thinks this is how progressivism works, but it doesn't change the fact that it's being done deliberately. Transgender action block. As for these people, man, I just feel bad. Can you imagine being like a young trans person and going out to a vigil for a murdered trans girl, and then when you go back home, you find that the Twitter account that represents the group that held the vigil is like publicly apologizing for using the term because a decade ago it was used for something different. Yeah, we're really building a positive spirit towards future engagement. Vaush, that might be going too far. She's probably just young and stupid and doing it like you did, but more publicly. Problem is, when it's in public, the ego gets in the way of correcting. I'm sorry, but I can't be that permissive of these ideas. This is really destructive stuff. I can only see this pattern happen like so many times, where I will say something that is essentially objectively correct, or at the very least pretty
ontologically correct,
harmless, get told by thousands of people to kill myself.
Like when you said that that CSA could take place, and like the victim of it could be maybe not harmed by it. It could be okay. It could be neutral, right? That kind of.
And then
that kind of objectively correct viewpoint, the Milo Yiannopoulos take that you unironically put forward.
All the people who are so outraged with my behavior will then like turn around and sort of either ignore that or collaboratively participate in what I can only describe as like the CIA's ideal version of the online left.
We are listening to the CIA's idealized version of the online left. Not that I'm saying that he's getting money from them. I'm just saying that he should. I'm saying that he should be on the payroll, like, right? They're getting this for free, though, as far as I know.
Where no actual coalition building can be made. Here's the critical flaw. Here's the thing that these lefties will never let you do.
These lefties, well, then leave the left. All right, you just like identified the left as an outside agitator. Please recognize that you're not a leftist, right? Part of you already does.
Change a mind. It's the #1 thing political movements are meant to do, and it is the last.
Vaush, you are actually unironically doing a good job of changing people's minds in your community right now. They have put up with your garbage. They put up with your attacks on Cat Black. They put up with your attacks on Professor Flowers. But Jessie Gender was a bridge too far. So congratulations. I guess you're doing what you're saying being a real leftist is all about. You are changing minds. You are turning them against you. Oh my God, a special kind of normal just gave a gift sub to Amy B, the OG. Thank you for that. Oh, you're paying forward your gift from Skywise8. Wow, look at this. That is some cool shit right there. That is some cool shit. Twitter, it was extra messy these last few days. Do you mean in terms of like it functioning as a platform, or do you mean in terms of the people on Twitter,
particular
Sarah?
type of lefty wants to do? It is so far down their list of priorities, it never even comes up. The thought of convincing people who don't currently agree with you to agree with you is not only is it not in the priority list, they don't want
But you
it.
do a good job of convincing people who already agree with you that they don't actually agree with you and they don't want to go where you're taking them. Good job, Vaush.
We've seen this so many times. How many times have we seen these excuses? Oh, we don't actually want these people in the online left. Oh, these edgy white boys who said like retard back when they were 14, they couldn't possibly be a good leftist. Never mind the fact
Yes,
that like,
Vaush, that's right. We're the ones doing like research about people on subreddits to try to find the dirt that's. Oh no, wait, no, that's Keffals. I'm sorry, I forgot. That's Keffals.
well, half of the people
It's actually
in the
Keffals.
woke scold online community are domestic abusers and freaks anyway. Horrible monsters.
Do we have to do this again? All right, last time we went to like Vaush. Every time you call somebody an abuser, right, and you're just like lashing out, like right. He's not even talking about a person. He's talking about a group of people. They're probably domestic abusers. Fuck you. Fuck you. Look, here's what we're doing, okay? All right, first of all, I need that weasel.
Weasel. Weasel. Weasel. Weasel.
Weasel, okay. And second of all, let's look at Essence of Thought. Last time we used Bad Empanada, this time we used Essence of Thought, Vaush. All right, let's talk about, you want to talk about abusers? Let's talk about you, Vaush.
Or misogyny.
Let's talk about the abuse that you've enacted.
Ian has done it all and has never shown any remorse or genuine desire to fix, well, anything.
What a weasel!
But I'm not here to talk about all that.
What an absolute
Oh,
weasel.
no. I'm here to talk about
Wait,
one of
am I
Ian's
swearing by
greatest
saying weasel?
atrocities. I speak, of course, of the fact that Ian is a sexual predator who confessed after being Me Too'd in 2019. Though, before we can get around to discussing that, I just need to give a content warning for the following topics: sexual harassment, gaslighting, domestic abuse, racism, transmisia, queermisia, and fascism. If you like our work
And this is all about
and
Vaush.
appreciate the research put into each video, please consider supporting the channel via Patreon. You can also support us by liking, commenting, and sharing our work on social media. I also need to explain why I won't be
Oh,
referring
good
to
point, Scribby. Vaush actually believes that he is, what he says is totally original, that he's the first person to think these thoughts. Spoiler, he's not.
Ian as Vaush throughout this video. Ian has gone on record stating that the
Okay,
name
like for the
Vaush comes
record, I will now refer to him as Ian Miles Kochensky. Ian Miles Kochensky.
from Canada, something that's not all that surprising considering Canada used to be his old Twitter handle. What is shocking, however, is the fact that Canada is apparently a fictional black woman Ian made up, making said branding a form of digital blackface. Sadly, I had to use it in the title in order to alert people as to which Ian we're talking about, but that is as far as I go, and I expect the same from people in the comments down below. So with that out of the way, hi there, my name's Ethel Thurston, and
Sargon of Beverly
today we're
Hills.
talking about the way in which Ian was Me Too'd in 2019, trivialized said sexual harassment as drama, and continued to attack his victims after he claims to have realized that he had sexually harassed them. As always, everything I state throughout this video is fully referenced. I do this so you don't have to take what I say on any sort of faith. You can always check my claims, something I feel is particularly important due to the nature of today's video. The bulk of what we'll be discussing today comes from a post written and published by Ian himself to his subreddit on the 10th of September 2019, titled A Retrospective on the Sexual Harassment Drama. And we'll be returning to that title later, but first I just wanted to jump straight to Ian's confession, which reads, as of March 31st, 2019, I have admitted I sexually harassed Poppy and acknowledged my wrongdoing. I have since gone on to reaffirm my wrongdoing dozens of times, on stream and off, to as many people and audiences. Now, one thing that's missing from
He
Ian's
doesn't talk about this anymore, right?
post is the extent of what he did to Poppy. Because whilst
And he only gave this admission because he was caught. He was screen capped, right? Every bit of this is documented.
any form of sexual harassment is too much, Ian took things to an extreme degree. I just want to read you 2 excerpts from Poppy's testimony to show you what I mean. Be warned, they are incredibly graphic. Also note, a copy of Poppy's full
And before he apologized, there was an attempt to intimidate. He literally says this on Discord. Let's see if we can intimidate my victim into silence, right?
testimony can be found in the script linked below, along with links to an archived version. It's rather long and covers many things, hence I can't read it all, but you should certainly give it a read when you
I'm
have
sick
the
of
time.
him saying this stuff. This is
Poppy
the
opens her
second time. This is the second time I've heard him throw around allegations of abuse, like at those who criticize me, right? Like they are probably abusers, right? And like, look, abuse is common, right? So I'm sure somebody fits that description. But Jesus Christ, it doesn't make what you did any less bad, and it doesn't take away from the fact that your bad takes are bad takes.
Testimony with, after I blocked Ian for trying to groom me when I was
Meow.
going through a
Is that a
traumatic
rabbit and
experience
a
as an autistic
coffee
young
cup?
person, he told me he wanted to prolapse
In
my
chat?
anus and rape me for months on end. Did not stop until the mods got involved and never apologized. Poppy then goes on to elaborate on that specific aspect,
And there's
adding that I never
Cat logs
once
for this.
responded to any of his advances, and he constantly tried to pressure me into sending him nudes, as
like
well as
this is all, you know, a rabbit hole.
sending
Oh,
me
I get it.
fake
Oh
out
my god, it
pictures
took me.
that looks like his
I was like a
dick,
rabbit in a coffee cup.
and pics of him in the shower, and posting pics in public chat of his ass. I said
Oh
multiple
god, I didn't know about the ass thing, but like, yeah, the pic that you see floating it around that's supposed to be a D pic of Vaush is actually like, I think it's like his elbow or something.
times. No. After I blocked him, that's when the worst of the abuse started. He tried to alienate me from my friends in the community and spread lies that I was a racist and an anti-communist. He
Sound
tried to
familiar?
convince everyone I was a
Sound
liar just
familiar?
starting drama. He would at me things like he wanted to fuck my ass until it prolapsed.
Okay, shit, I forgot how bad this was. I can't take any more. Can you take it, chat? Oh my god. Okay, no, I'm done with this. Like, if you want to see more of this, and I hate to say this, but Destiny's video, which we won't watch right here, because Destiny's banned from Twitch, and I'm not about to platform a banned streamer, whether it's Dom Fockery or Destiny himself, right? But yeah, Destiny confronted Vaush about this, because this happened in Destiny's Discord, and, you know, as bad as Destiny is, he seems to have at least tried to do the right thing here. Now, what's weird about this is that then afterwards, Destiny still did debates with him, Destiny still platformed him, so I can't really say anything, you know, good about like, this is not to prop up Destiny by any means. He's still, in fact, he's even more of a scumbag for the fact that he did confront Vaush on this, and then when it didn't work, he platformed him, right? So Destiny is a scumbag too. But yeah, there's a video in DGG Archives. The channel's called DGG Archives. The video is Destiny confronts Vaush on claims of sexual harassment. If you want to check it out on your own, it really goes into depth about the rap on Vaush. Anyway, okay, Natalie Marie, are you in chat? What am I missing here? Oh no, Bad Empanada just did a video on Keffals. Okay, 3 minutes, let's watch it.
Wait, what the f is this, man? Keffals herself is doing Kiwi Farm.
Please don't read out the name.
Shit. Laura
No, I'm already demonetized. I'm just gonna give up on the stream. I don't know why I even tried to monetize this in the first place.
requests. MommyBigD. Hello, Lawmasters. I'm currently in a little spat with Twitter user MommyBigD.
I mean, like, this is why I don't use lore masters. I use story motors, okay?
Seems like a prototypical log. Is this actually her? I don't believe it. No way.
It almost like, yeah, I was like wondering the same
be
thing.
fake. This must be like a fake screenshot, right? Surely that's not her actual account. She sounds exactly like a fucking Kiwi Farms user. No, it is her. It is her. It's her Reddit account. I guess the only reason why she was against Kiwi Farms is because they went after her. She deleted it, but you can still see it. Hello, Law Masters. I'm currently in a little spat with a Twitter user named MommyBigD. Excuse me, Law Master.
And can I get some backup on this? I think that this used to be a friend, like very recently was a friend of Keffals. I don't know what happens, Keffweasel. I don't know what happened between Keffals and this Sasha person, but yeah, they're obviously not friends anymore.
We need dirt on Twitter user MommyBigD now. Excuse me, Lawmasters. We need dirt now on Twitter user MommyBigD.
Lore Masters, get in here!
Big dick. She seems like a prototypical lol cow. I'm wondering how much info we can get on her. Please post everything you got in this thread.
You know, the sad thing is that I've got similar screenshots of somebody saying something like this about me. It wasn't Keffals, okay? It's just like, it's somebody it's really nobody. And so that's why you haven't seen it. That's why I don't talk about her. But
I know there's some turbo autists here who can help me get a lot of information. She was not against Kiwi Farms.
It's not an inner circle person, as far as I know. Who was the other person? Like, there was another Sasha that was an inner circle person, but maybe they still are. I don't know.
And their methods? She was against the fact that they were being utilized against her. What in the actual fuck, man? That's what I was saying recently, is that for a lot of these people, they're not leftists. The reason why they came out on the side of trans rights, LGBT rights, etc., is because they themselves are trans or LGBT. So obviously, they want rights for themselves, they want equality for themselves and all that stuff, which is obviously fine and good. The problem...
I don't even know. With Keffals crew, half the time I feel like they just want to get picked.
With that is that when you're motivated purely by self-interest, you're not exactly going to have much solidarity with anyone else, with any other marginalized groups or whatever. You're not going to have like good economic ideas. You're not going to have any sort of coherent general ideology. It's pure self-interest. So that's where they come from. Like, she goes after Kiwi Farms because they stalked and harassed her. And in response to that, she creates her own little community of a mini Kiwi farm.
So there's maybe something a little lacking in Bad Empanada's intersectional analysis here, but...
to stalk and harass random Twitter users named MommyBigD for her. Law request! MommyBigD! Anyone have any info? Does anyone have any dirt on Twitter user MommyBigD? Excuse me, if you have any dirt on Twitter user MommyBigD, please immediately.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I don't know. This is all of this is a fucking psyop specifically directed at me. It's like the CIA creating like a fucking Truman Show sort of thing, specifically to see how far they can push me. That's what this is. None of this is real. Law request. MommyBigD.
Okay, a person was friendly to Keffals, but they are no longer friends. Not an inner circle person. Okay. Okay, I'll accept that. Let me see what's in stream suggestions. I feel like I'm gonna end up missing some stuff. Oh, Natalie Marie has messaged me with something. Jessie Gender. Oh, this is the old video on Vaush. Wait, what's this? Let's look at this first. I want to say slurs, but the woke skulls won't let me. I want to pally HWL, but the woke skulls won't let me. I want to say her name when I don't need to. Woke skulls. Wait, what is this? Okay. Oh, it's just Vaush. Wait, this was sensitive material. This was sensitive material right here. This is like sensitive, right? I don't know. It's definitely making me cry. Okay, okay. That's from Natalie Marie's Twitter. Nice. Let's take a look in stream suggestions and see what we can't watch dumb fuckery though. We can't watch like me being talked shit about. Oh, Natalie Marie sent me this. This is about the say her name discourse. I want to just see. I want to make sure, and like I'm bringing up a lot of Natalie Marie posts here. But if you want to get on this, join our Discord, and it could be like your name that I'm saying next time, right? Let's take a look. I think we already watched this, but just in case.
All right. It's been a while since I've talked about this specifically. I've talked about this, like, broadly for a while, pretty much all the time, actually, but I think it's important to highlight some specific cases so we can talk about the broader problem maybe a bit more directly. So here's the issue, okay? Who here has seen this tweet or seen people talking about it? Say her name is trending because people are using it for Brianna J, who
I feel we've already watched this, right? This is the same thing.
is white. And I need y'all to understand that the phrase / hashtag
Yeah,
was created
yeah.
for black women who are victims.
Okay, so we've already covered this. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. We got Council of Geeks. Oh, here we go. This is a good one. This is Little Joel, aka Big Joel, aka whatever Joel he wants to be.
Hey everybody, I just got out of the shower, so forgive my clean body. Last night, my friend, or someone who I thought was my friend, Jack Saint, sent me the information that Keffals had...
The VODA of the video we just watched, I didn't know we would get a video out so soon. Yeah, no worries. I just want to make sure that if there's anything, you know, extra in there. Yeah, one day we'll find Medium Joel. That's the quest. That's the eternal quest to find Medium Joel.
had done this on her
Oh, I gotta cover the Jack Saint tweet too, don't I?
stream.
You literally told me in a voice call that you were doing trashy drama content because it paid the bills. You have no business calling anyone a clout chaser on this.
Oh, yeah.
You
Good night, V.
literally told me in a voice call, that you hate
Okay, so that is a message to Jack Saint, aka Lacking Saint on Twitter, right?
Big Joel, but only collab with him because you want. Stop pretending you aren't based. By the way, this is completely a lie. It's just like, if you... Is this not a good idea? No, it's not. Okay, fuck you, chat.
So I guess the background there is that Jack said in a tweet that Keffals said something to him on voice chat, and so she wanted to, like, lie on the internet about him or something. I do
Yeah, lies are really good, apparently.
have questions, though. First question, of course, is why me? Why is she lying about me? Why is she lying that my friends secretly
The Void Mug
hate me?
makes it sway back.
I didn't do nothing tall. I don't deserve any of this. I didn't get involved in any discourse about whatever they were talking about. Why did I deserve to be the butt of this joke? I have friends. People like me. The second thing I wanted to say is why. Like, as she's writing out this lie tweet about how Jack Saint secretly hates me, she looks up at her chat, and everyone in her chat is like, "Don't do that. don't post a lie about people secretly hating Big Joel." And she has this look like, "Oh, that's not a good idea to lie about this? To lie? That's not a good idea. I shouldn't be doing that." Personally, I genuinely wish she had made the tweet. As it stands, this clip of Keffals' stream made me happy for like 30 minutes last night. But if she had made the tweet, it would have made my week. It would have given me something to cherish for a long time. In conclusion, kind of a weird moment in her stream, right? Undeniably odd. I guess in conclusion, I have this to say.
It's only odd because people have a different perception of Keffals. People remember Keffals, you think of Keffals as like a victim, and you know, Keffals was victimized, both by the farms and by Destiny's community and by the sussy baka, you know, weird, like, friends of fascists on Twitch politics, right? You know, like people that would have on Flamenco and people like that, people like Sansol and Stardust, right? Legit. And maybe even a little bit by Dylan Burns, although it's really hard to tell what was going on in that, right? What was going on in the night that Keffals was scheduled maybe to show up for the Hippy Dippy, and all that drama went down. So you know, there are people that have you know, done bad things to Keffals. Most people are you know, used to that. They're used to Keffals raising money for Southern equality. They're used to Keffals bringing awareness to trans rights issues that were not being covered by the larger media, right? And so it is a little bit of a paradigm shift for people who have not been paying attention to be like, wait a minute, Keffals is just like literally lying? Literally lying? Literally. I can't do it, Chad. I'm trying to do Hassan. Literally lying? Okay, I'm not going to do that again. That was terrible audio, I'm sure. On stream, right? Just sitting there literally lying, and they're surprised. But this is what Keffals does now.
You want to Jack Saint. You know, Jack Saint recently made a video about how the exceptionally good film Smile wasn't good. And so really you can treat him however you want. That doesn't bother me any.
Fair.
That's not
That's
part
fair.
of my life. I'm not worried about that. But, don't come after me. It's kind of about preserving numero uno for me at this point. I'm entering a new arc trying to help myself.
So many other trans communities are trashing Keffals on Twitter right now. Whatever illusion I've had of her from long ago is now completely shattered. She's done a good job of that for sure. Doing a Hassan would be like blaming trans people for complaining that we are the bullies and critiquing Jessie Gender, calling Jessie Gender a lib. And like, I hate to say it, Hassan, but you're the one giving off lib particles right now. I don't know, should we get to that? Like, we've got a lot to get to today. We also have the stream tomorrow, so I want to save, I've obviously got stuff I can cover on there too. What am I looking for? Okay, so Jack Saint, El Hassan, let's look up Blacking Saint. Got the Mastodon right in there. I need to sign up for Mastodon. I have no faith in Twitter right now. Okay, so here it is. Let's read through. So we didn't go through this earlier, right? I'm surprised this wasn't trending on Oh, okay. So he didn't use Keffals' name. That's why it's not trending on the Keffals trending. Okay. Jessie is a well-meaning activist trying to be mindful and not speak over communities she does not represent. You literally told me in a wait, is there more to this? No. You literally told me in a voice call that you were doing trashy drama content because it quote unquote paid the bills. You have no business in calling anyone a clout chaser here. What's up, Oral Chai? Good to see you. I cannot think of a metal band every time I hear, oh, you cannot help but think of the metal band. Yeah, metal band Mastodon. True. Good point. Good point. Okay, this is the Can We Please Mourn tweet, right? And this is the thumbnail that Keffals used to go live with, right? So wait. Have no business calling anyone a clout chaser on this ... Wait. I'm so confused. How does this work? Okay, so anyway, picking up, would not normally, maybe Twitter's broken, I don't know, would not normally disclose this in a public post, but seeing as I was publicly put on blast by Keffals, when I tried to reach out privately, I think, oh, and we see what happens when you reach out privately to Keffals, right? She just like shows your DMs out of context, right? It's pretty justified. If she wants to now target people like Jessie, IDGAF, I wonder what that stands for, right? No, I don't give a fuck because I've already lost monetization and I'm not going to get it back. Keffals will no doubt count me as one of the people who quote unquote turned on her because of this post. Let me be clear. Let me be clear again that I always supported her work. Keffals has done the work that Keffals has done, always tried to resolve any issues we had privately. Having basic standards is not a betrayal. No, this part is true. Big Chol is without a doubt the most evil person I've ever encountered. Okay. I don't think Keffals is destroying the community or anything so significant. I made my feelings clear on this issue, and I will no longer engage whatsoever with her or her drama. That's understandable. Sorry to people who try to avoid this stuff for putting it into your feed one more time. So this is, I guess there's a little back and forth here. Keffals says, this isn't drama content, and the only way forward for a political movement is to openly air grievances. The fact that you are turning this into drama clicks rather than engaging with what I have to say shows me that you are part of the problem and not the solution. Jack Saint, to anyone who isn't completely brain poisoned by drama content, it is very obvious what you are doing and how you are trying to frame this. I feel very sorry for the incredibly supportive community that rallied around you only to be wielded for this petty spite. Does Keffals answer? You're literally doing drama content right now while I was doing political commentary on issues affecting our community. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Keffals hasn't done that shit in a long time. Riverboat Jack, you want me to do Riverboat Jack? Is that what chat's saying? You want to see Riverboat Jack's take on this? It's so obvious that you are a drama whore who just wants to act self-righteously like every other Twitter woke scold. Jack Saint, next time you do political commentary, I recommend the title Mentally Ill Twitter Woke Scold Tries to Cancel Me for maximum coverage, ideally with this image. Ooh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful, though. I love that image. Oh no, oh no. Oh no. Oh, whoa. Okay, well, that's that thread. Wow. What does chat want me to do now? Oh, what's up, Amanda Panda Sensei? Good to see you. Nice. What is Jack saying? Had to step away for a moment. I feel like somebody showed me a little bit of this. What's up, Brucey IV? Good to see you. Meow meow. I'm sorry, meow. Meow is like a common form of greeting around these parts. Time to unfollow Riverboat Jack? Wait, what's the Riverboat Jack thing? That Moby Dick album they did was really good. Wait, Mastodon. Okay. Wait, where did Riverboat Jack come up? Nerdtacular. Welcome to the stream. Do we have the Riverboat Jack? So apparently Riverboat Jack, people are telling me that Riverboat Jack weighed in on this. Hasanabi. Hasanabi is another idea. Yeah, Hasanabi had a choice take. Don't worry, any of these things that I don't get to today, I'm going to be streaming tomorrow and maybe even Monday as well, right? My normal streaming days, Sunday, Monday, Thursday, and Friday? I don't know. We might be changing to Saturday now. I don't even know. We got some requests for Hasanabi. We got some requests for Riverboat Jack. Oh, no, this is Jack Saint. Sorry, yeah. I do know that Riverboat Jack had a take about this last night. What is chat feeling like? While we're waiting for this, let me put on Council of Geeks. This is somebody else talking about, this is Vera from Council of Geeks talking about, God, I so want to just like go to town on Dom Fockery, but like I'm not as I guess I'm not as like self-centered as Vaush. I don't always have to watch. And plus, like I said, this person got banned from Twitch for his weird idea about digital child exploitation materials. So, kind of not somebody I even want to deal with, right? I don't ever talk about that guy again. But apparently, he had some choice words for me. Like I said, flock around and find out once again, right? Becoming a Straw Man by Council of Geeks. Oh my god, already. The good question, Nina Buffina. Why do people automatically say they are canceled for any amount of criticism? I was gonna say palate cleanser. You're already doing it with. Okay, good, awesome. Yeah, we've also got the strange and unique instruments to watch. We watched a little bit about that of that on Thursday, and there's a few more videos. There's actually quite a few more videos. Really interesting musical instruments, right? We saw the fan that was used to make a bass, right? Like a fan that blows you during this. I don't mean like that. I mean a fan that like blows on you. You know what I'm talking about? That kind of fan, right? Not a ceiling fan, but one of those fans that goes brrrr during the summertime, right? And somebody who put a disc in it, the disc had like little holes and little like, strips and stuff like that. And they were basically using the fan to make a bass sound by shining a light through it and then having a receptor pick up the light that came through a bass cannon. I know she defends Vaush. Oh, we're talking about Riverboat Jack here. Defends Vaush from time to time, but that doesn't mean that she's default agreeing with any of his stuff. Yeah, I'd be curious to see what she thinks of on this. Just saw a tweet from her today. I think somebody said that. I think somebody has a copy of Riverboat Jack's take from last night about Vaush and Jessie Gender. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Riverboat Jack, I think, went over the Jessie Gender video.
So, I'm going to talk about the last few weeks in regards to this channel, TikTok, stuff in general. The very short version is I put out a video. It's on YouTube in my Shorts feed, and I also put it out on TikTok that pointed out that the purchase of the Hogwarts Legacy game is going to contribute and empower transphobia because J.K. Rowling benefits from every sale, both financially and also in terms of maintained relevance, attention, and clout.
Acabella's canon, boom!
And all of those things, her wealth and the attention that she has from eyes on her and the clout that she is granted by being the creator and owner of a massively successful property, are currently all being wielded against trans people, particularly in the UK where she lives. And that, I knew there were people who wouldn't want to hear that. I was aware of that. But honestly,
we also need to go over. So the other thing that I want to cover today is FD Signifier had a along with Bellamy, and I think Jessie Gender was actually on it. Had a did a charity like a charity live stream for trans people, and that got attacked by these same sussy bakas. Right, and I'm not even sure why. I don't know if they were going after they were going after the charity stream because FD Signifier was involved, or if they were going after it because Jessie Gender was involved. But the charity stream thing is kind of weird because it's a thing that Vaush and people like that tend to do after they've gotten a lot of criticism, and it kind of puts people that are criticizing them in the place of like, oh my gosh, you're criticizing somebody who's doing a charity stream? Are you against the charity stream? Are you against these poor people getting the help that they deserve? Oh my god, you're so bad. But now it's the Vaush team doing it, so they're such massive hypocrites anyway.
Honestly, no matter what you might think, I wasn't trying to poke the bear.
Yeah, JK has explicitly stated she's going to monetarily contribute to anti-trans agendas with her royalties. I don't get how people are ignoring this.
I made...
oh yeah, Kira Chats, that's right. Kira Chats was involved, yeah. Aranak, now we saw Aranak on the latest Jessie Gender video. I was massively impressed. Like, Aranak's segment on that, like, really, like, really connected, right? FD was a guest, or did FD have another one? No, this is the one that we're talking about. But yeah, there's some. If somebody can bring me the tweet, I don't remember if it was a tweet or what. But like, yeah, somebody was attacking. Somebody was attacking the charity stream, right? Which is like a big no-no for these people. So they're even violating their own rules, right?
Like a pretty straightforward statement.
Aaron Knox, sorry.
Her wealth and influence is being used to harm trans people. If you buy that game, or honestly, any Harry Potter related material, you are contributing to both of those because the
Oh
maintained
my
relevance
god,
of Harry
I see a Toneberry. I see a Toneberry.
Potter is where her clout and the attention comes from, and also where her money comes from.
I love me some Final Fantasy. I'm really excited about playing through the new Final Fantasy Tactics that's going to be... You're not supposed to know about that, right? Only I know about this, right? It's going to be a new... There's going to be a Final Fantasy Tactics reboot, yeah.
So that seemed like...
What is a Toneberry? Do you see that little green, the little green dude with a lantern in one hand and a knife in the other? That's behind her? That's a Toneberry. And they are the vessels of grievance, I guess, right? You know, if you piss off a Toneberry, watch out. Soul Bunny was there as well. Nice.
Straightforward thing to point out. Well, for the last few weeks, I have been dealing with the biggest onslaught of targeted mass harassment.
It has really, yeah, the soundtrack is amazing, and it's not the normal people that do music for Final Fantasy. It's like a team that it's a very different, like the whole musical approach to that game is innovative. And it kind of fits more because, like, right, Final Fantasy Tactics is, I don't know, how would you describe it? It's different than other Final Fantasies. A Turb was on there too, and Caleb Conrad. Nice. So it's like an all-star cast. I'm trying to figure out though where was the pushback. Like I remember that, like, somebody was telling me that this got attacked, right? The charity stream that they were trying to do got like attacked, got complained about. You know, people were like, "Oh, Bad Bunny," or Kira Chat. They probably said Kira Chat's old name. They said, you know, like, right, like, "Oh, FD Signifier." Oh, Jessie Gender. I was seeing pushback on Twitter, but I'm not sure. If anybody can find me those tweets, we'll take a look at them. But let's watch this for now. I was working and I missed part of the fundraiser. I can't wait to see those best highlights videos.
I've had to deal with in 13 or so years on social media in the way that I am. So
is Final Fantasy Tactics like Fallout Tactics? I don't know. I've never played Fallout Tactics. It is like Disgaea, though. It is a lot like Disgaea. And the other game that it's like is Tactics Ogre.
So, what?
Although I never played Tactics Ogre or Disgaea.
Well, short version is that the video here on YouTube got ratioed and is, at time of recording, still being absolutely flooded with the kinds of comments that under normal circumstances I would be deleting.
Ooh, Final Fantasy 14, that's the MMO, yeah.
It is coming in so hard and so fast and so persistently for so long. I had to do something I've actually never had to do on YouTube before, which was abandon the comment section on that short. I normally take a lot of pride in moderating my comment section. But at a certain point, I just had to, I literally was getting nothing else done. Because a normal day for me, separate from all this, is...
I can relate to this, all right? And the video that I have in mind is my Matt Walsh video. So I did a video exposing Matt Walsh's, the recordings of him saying that 16-year-olds are, you know, perfectly ready for marriage or whatever the hell, right? And Matt Walsh fans just descended on that video. Like, I think it was the algorithm, right? The algorithm brought people that were Walshies, and it failed to bring people that were anti-Walshies, which is, you know, what you deal with a lot on as a trans creator on YouTube. The what is it called? The short that I made of that. Like, I made a little, you know, short to kind of get people interested in it, and that got even more chuds. Like that video is at like 5K, right? 5K people have watched that video. Almost all of them are chuds, apparently, right? But I will say that the one thing that was good about actually, and it took me a while to get to the comments, right? But once I did, I had a lot of chuds to block, and that makes me happy.
Maybe, on a bad day, maybe a dozen comments that I need to clear out. People I need to ban from being able to comment. That's at most. It's probably on a normal day more like half that.
Oh my god, thanks for reminding me.
When this was going on, dealing with...
Bear's lipstick is on point, and mine is nowhere to be
actually,
seen.
At the point I abandoned it, I started looking at it and, you know, keeping track how quickly are these coming in. It was 2 to 3 a minute which doesn't sound that bad until you start running the math and realize that if we average that out to say 2.5 a minute on average, that's 150 hateful comments that normally I would be deleting per hour. And once we are into full days, and I've been dealing with this for, at time of recording, about a week.
That's a lot.
It had been at its worst for
That's a lot.
about 3 days, and could very well have continued. So after recording up until the upload of this thing, then we're into multiples of thousands a day. I moderate my own comment section. I have mods for my lives, but the comments I do myself. It exceeded my bandwidth. I couldn't. I've never had to abandon a comment section before. And this is not my first time being targeted, but there were a lot of unique aspects to this. But it also wasn't only YouTube. TikTok was also flooded with hate comments. Now, I've been flooded with nonsense on TikTok before, and I don't have as much commitment to the integrity.
No, the TikTok thing is really, really pernicious, right? Because you know what I was saying about the YouTube algorithm only bringing me Walshies and not bringing me anti-Walshies, not bringing me like trans people for that Matt Walsh video? That can happen on TikTok. And in fact, what that does is that screws up your algorithm. So if the TikTok algorithm gets the sense that the people who are engaging with your video are right-wing, guess what TikTok's going to do on all of your TikToks, right? You get stuck on the right-wing side of the algorithm. And that's really, really, really bad, like indescribably bad. I've seen people before, like, you know, try to just beg for people to like their videos so that they can get pulled out of that section of TikTok, because otherwise you're just like dealing with chuds, you know, for time upon time.
We have a comment section on TikTok as I do on YouTube. So I've abandoned comment sections on there before. But I also started getting repeatedly reported for various false things. They
will do that on TikTok, and TikTok's like, I mean, I've had to get myself unbanned before, right? I've had to appeal bans on TikTok.
Videos reported for depicting a crime, had those restored and appealed. I had videos reported for sexual conduct and nudity. I appealed those, had them restored.
Yeah, TikTok, get your shit together. Get your moderation together. What the
temporarily banned off my account because I was reported by multiple people as being under the age of 13. I did get the account restored after that. I went through a lot of this for a while, and then eventually the account did just flat out get banned. And I know why it was banned, but I don't know the justification. Because it was banned because it was mass reported, and I feel comfortable in saying falsely so. But exactly what the justification was, I don't know, because TikTok won't tell me. They told me banned for community violations.
Council of Geeks, if you end up seeing this video, right, drop me a line, okay? Drop me a line on Twitter. In fact, I'll try to make contact with you on Twitter if I can, because I got myself unbanned. I don't know, maybe you've tried the things that I used and it didn't work for you, but if there's any chance I can help you get unbanned, like, I want to do that, right? And if you got any tweet talking about it, I want to like that tweet and retweet that tweet and signal boost that as much as I can, because we got to stick together. We got to all watch out for each other. That's the only way we get through this, right? The best TikTok strategy is no.
It doesn't say what the violations are.
Yeah, full support for Council of Geeks.
Just community violations. I attempted to appeal, but because they wouldn't tell me what it was, I actually did.
That makes it hard. Yeah, because part of my strategy was to speak to the community guidelines in question and talk about, you know, and there was even some, you know, some stuff in there about educational videos, advocacy videos, and stuff like that. So yeah, I'll try to offer what help I can, and as far as what got me unbanned. But yeah, TikTok's moderation is just meow. I hate that they don't tell you what it's for.
Wrong.
They told me, though. I don't know why they didn't tell her.
I had to try and build a defense over an accusation I was not allowed to know and shock.
Oh, yeah, and that's the other thing, is they delete your fucking username. right? When you get banned on TikTok, you become user number 139065 whatever, right? You become like a number, like, right? And you literally have to change your name back.
My appeal was denied, whether it's because they were going to deny it no matter what I said, or because I defended myself against the wrong freaking thing. I will never know. And so my account got killed. This is actually the second time I've had my account killed, but last time it wasn't from
I feel like I need to make a backup TikTok.
Targeted harassment like this was. As I said, I'm very confident that it was a mass reporting, but I don't know the rationale or the excuse given. So that's what I've been dealing with. How is this different from crap I've already been through? Because like I said, not entirely my first rodeo, but this is different in a number of ways. Because the last two times this has happened to me, it has been when videos of mine have been specifically targeted by much larger entities on the platforms that are on, and particularly on YouTube at the time. And then their followers would descend specifically on those videos, but also on my channel in general. First time that ever happened was with a creator called Bearing, who, not just on me, also did it to Jackson Bird, and I think somebody else as well, took snippets out of context of videos pointing out issues with, at the time, the casting of Scarlett Johansson as a trans man for a project that ultimately did not move forward with her in that part. But at the time, it was very frustrating and upsetting. And a number of trans people expressed that, and snippets were taken to make us look irrational and unstable. And so his followers descended on me. The other one was Blair White, who took a video off of my Vera Wild channel, which is a separate channel where I discuss a number of things. And in particular about my existence as a gender fluid person, as well as some product reviews and things of that nature. But she took a video and took snippets and decided to pull apart the concept that I was trans without having dysphoria, which was the main focus of the video she pulled from. Now, she did a couple of other stuff. She included discussions of and images of a completely different trans person who claimed to not have dysphoria, who had apparently also threatened her. Now, she didn't claim I was also that person, but she also intercut us without ever saying we were two different people. So I not only had her fans descend on my channel, but had them descend on my channel falsely believing that I had threatened her. When I had, I still have literally never interacted with her directly and had never spoken about or even really knew much about her before all this had happened. It didn't matter. Now, I couldn't actually say that she falsely accused me of threatening her, because technically she didn't. She just cut together a very lazy video that made it easy to assume that. But that's what I've dealt with before. The thing is, both those times, there was an individual. There was a specific creator who decided that I was a viable target and tried to do something that is a takedown of me or a position I had, or otherwise did something towards me, and then their followers came at me after that. That's not what happened with the Hogwarts Legacy short. There, I was never, to the best of my knowledge, targeted, acknowledged by, quote, tweeted or tagged by J.K. Rowling or anyone involved in that game. But I got assigned...
Sorry, just catching up on Twitter here.
Strawman of the month, regardless.
Yeah, this is Vera Wild from Council of Geeks.
It's a very odd experience being turned into a straw man. If you're not familiar with that term, a straw man...
Anybody from poly people's community is familiar with this term. If you watch Poly, you've seen Keffals try to accuse Poly of not knowing what that means. But it seems like if anything, Keffals didn't know what it meant.
Argument is where you create an image of someone holding the opposing view that you have. That is
So in other words, if you can't take on an argument, you don't want to take on an argument, right? Just make up what the other person is saying, twist their words, and engage with something that is not what they're putting forward that's easier for you. Create your own defects in the argument and then point them out and poke holes in that argument according to the argument that you created rather than the argument that's actually being forwarded by the other person. That's what we're dealing with. Keffals went after Big Joel. Yeah, we just covered that, Chat Alpha. Yep.
Does not need to be based on reality. Decently
much too Big Joel and Jack. Well, I mean, Jack Saint was righteously, pissed about the way that Keffals went after Jessie Gender, but Big Joel wasn't even involved in any of this stuff. Big Joel was not trying to weigh in on this discourse, so Big Joel was just entertained by the fact that Keffals was trying to say that Jack Saint was talking smack about Big Joel behind his back. And if you know anything about Big Joel and Jack Saint, you know that these two don't talk any smack behind each other's back, right? They talk smack about each other on main. So it was funny. It was a bit of a
Strawman will have elements of reality, but you basically create an image of this is the kind of person I'm arguing against, and then you argue against that imagined version of a person.
So in other words, the last time a transmed came after me on Twitter, part of what she said was that I was a swerf, right? That I was like against like sex workers. I've been a sex worker, right? But it doesn't matter if she's gonna like quote retweet me or kind of present this to her audience or even just like leave like that stinky like turd of an accusation like on my timeline, right? Some people are gonna be like, oh yeah, swerfs, I don't like swerfs, let me swerve right away from this small streamer chick, right? And it's really disingenuous, right? And it's too bad that people don't kind of like aren't a little bit more aware of that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, this happens a lot.
And
with sussy bakas. Sus. I had to do that.
And it's something that happens a lot.
I'm contractually obliged, chat.
And the severity of it and the degree of it, it can go a lot of ways. But it's a very common thing that happens to some degree or another. Pretty much anytime you ever hear anyone talk about the SJWs, the conservatives, the liberals, whatever group, and for the audience they're talking to, they're trying to create a very specific image, even though they are describing a group, that's a straw man. And the thing about being chosen to be a straw man, which is what happened with this harassment campaign towards me, is that when they've decided that you're going to fit their straw man narrative,
you love the French?
What you actually did and actually said doesn't matter. They're going to continue to rail against the straw man version of you.
It's true. It's true.
Not actually you. What do I mean by that? Well, good example would be some of the common refrains that I had in the comment section before I had to completely abandon it, which was that in a video where I said this,
if you buy the Hogwarts Legacy game, you are contributing to transphobia.
I was told that I was calling everyone who bought that game transphobic. And I didn't. I actually was incredibly specific with my wording in that short. There is a reason I said contributes to transphobia and not is a transphobe. I did not say makes you a transphobe if you do this. The closest I've ever come to saying anything like that.
So yeah, Jessie Gender was strawmanned in much the same way.
Was in the video that I did on Hollow Allyship, where I pointed out that buying that game does mean that you really shouldn't be calling yourself an ally.
I'm going to ask again, does anybody have anything in terms of tweets? Like, I've gotten reports of the charity stream that FD Signifier did getting attacked by Debate Bozos, getting attacked for having FD Signifier. They don't like FD Signifier because FD Signifier platform DJ Mule. They don't like Jessie Gender because Jessie Gender made a tweet calling people out for appropriating hashtags. Who else? Kira Chats. They do not like Kira Chats for the time immemorial. That is a constant thing. They've hated on Kira for a long time, and so I'm guessing it was something like that. But if anybody's got the Twitter, the tweets in question, right? I would love to see. Is that Nicotine Stream? Wait, it's what Nicotine Stream?
But being not an ally is also not being a transphobe. There are lots of people who are just hanging out in the middle, not really doing either one, which can still be a problem, but that's really
That's a different problem,
what I'm getting into.
Yeah.
I never equated you're either ally or you're transphobe. I've never done that.
Yeah, if any side has an issue with false dichotomy strategies. Oh, the charity stream. No, that was actually, wait, I don't know whose stream was it? It wasn't FD's. Was it Bellamy's? I think it was Bellamy, trans creator on YouTube, whose stream it was, right? And just because of the people that Bellamy brought on, they got attacked by Debate Bros. I can't believe people really don't understand boycotts or what contributing means on this side of the left. I don't mean, part of this is that, like, A, they want to play their turf game, right? They want to play their wizard game. And B, they're looking for drama. And calling you a woke scold and strawmanning your position is a great way to do it. It was streamed on all three, Kira's, Aeronox, and Bellamy's. Okay. Does anybody have any evidence of the... I was like, I don't know if it's happened on Twitter or if this is like a certain person's stream. Like I could imagine Xanderhall or Vaush, or like there's probably like Vaush. Oh my God, that's a. But I might have to like do a little research if we can't find it, right? But I have reports that the Debate Bros were chirping about this trans charity stream. Oh, good to see you, Evan Drill. Yeah, good to see you. Welcome to the chat. Who on earth is Andy Wars? Should I not say his name? Is like some Voldemort shit here? What are we dealing with? Yeah. So yeah, this is Council of Geeks right now. Council of Geeks video of what it feels like to be strawman, what it feels like to, or strawwoman, right? What it feels like to have your argument mischaracterized and have somebody engage with something you didn't actually say, and then have their entire audience eating lies out of their hand, right? When they lie about what you're saying. And this is all too common. Common in Twitch politics, all too common in the online left, and all too common especially when you're dealing with those sussy bakas. Those sussy bakas known as Debate Bros, right? This is all too common.
Short, I never said buying that game makes you transphobic.
People cannot buy from Chick-fil-A for its support of conversion therapy, but can't wrap their heads around not buying one game for the same reason some people can. I don't know. I remember Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks, like, at first being supportive of the boycott, and that was an actual boycott, like, right? Nobody's, like, to my knowledge, right, it's not like a call for a boycott. It's definitely not any sort of, like, like pressure being put on people who are not trans allies over this game. What it is a discourse between trans people and allies, and the people that are like, oh, I want to, like, especially people that want to stream the game, the streamers that want to model, like, somehow engaging in the turf game as praxis, which is pretty disgusting, inappropriate. Right? I mean, this is Hassan. Like, Hassan wanted to do a charity stream of this. Like, I don't know. It feels like he just wanted to play the wizard game. He's looking for an excuse, right? And, like, fine, right? Whatever. You're going to do you. Trans people realize this at the end of the day. But also realize that when you say I'm a trans ally, and then you go and play the turf game, you are not going to be taken as seriously. Okay? And that's all you lose. The respect of trans people. If that means anything to you, then maybe that might be a reason not to play it. But otherwise, you can go along your merry way and you can turf it up with J.K. Rowling's. You can play the anti-Semitic turf game. You can enjoy the themes of blood libel and other anti-Semitic tropes as you crush the Goblin Rebellion underfoot. You know, if that's what turns you on, if that's what makes you happy, trans people we literally do not have the power to stop you, right? But there was the case where trans people were asking people, if you say you're an ally, you know what's wrong with J.K. Rowling, so maybe at least don't play the turf game on stream. Maybe at least don't hype that up and make it look like a sort of harmless thing when you're literally putting money in the pocket of J.K. Rowling through royalties that it's going to go to anti-trans causes, right? That's all this was. It wasn't like a boycott. It wasn't trans people thinking we can stop everybody from playing this game. It definitely wasn't bullying or harassment or any of that other garbage, right? So I wasn't sure what got modded. Shorter version. Oh, yeah. Like we have very hard, like harsh, the moderation, the moderation things on the channel, just because we've dealt with a lot of harassment. Not so much anymore, but over the past year or two, right? I stood up for trans people against a very prominent debate brozo. And was punished for that for years and years and years. And they thought that if they just put enough pressure on no comment chick in her community, they could get me to go away. But look what you did. Look what you did. It kind of had the reverse effect, didn't it? You gonna try that again, Dylan? I think not. Maybe they've learned their lesson. Who knows? They'll probably be back. They'll probably be back to try to fuck with us again. Who knows? But yeah, we got those in place just in case that happens. And we must never forget the blood libel canard was started in England prior to the expulsion of Jewish people in 1290, the first European country to do so. Turf Island, what the fuck? Seriously, I had no idea it was such a big ask until we had big streamers having temper tantrums like Hassan, having temper tantrums over Turf Legacy.
I summed this all up actually rather succinctly in a tweet a couple days ago, and simply pointing out, you buy this game, you're contributing to the ability of a transphobe to continue to hurt trans people. And I started getting inundated with a lot of nonsense.
Yeah, Keffals has taken what Vaush is doing to like a whole nother level, and a whole nother level of mask off, and a whole nother level of dishonesty and disingenuousness, right? Keffals is like, right, so if you don't know, a few days ago, like, no, it was like last week, right? Was it Thursday? I don't remember. It was probably last Monday, right? Keffals came into my chat, wanted to have a discussion with me, said, I've unblocked you, no comment check, so we can have a little discussion. And I said, no, you lied about my friend, okay? You brought up her username on stream, and you lied about her. And if you ever want me to come onto your stream and help you do any content, Keffals, help you do some content, I'm not averse to doing that. But first, I need you to make a video on Maine apologizing to Sarah Zarex, okay? I am not going to let my community be pushed around. I am not going to let members of my community, mods in my community, be bullied by the likes of Keffals. And so if you want to debate me, Keffals, I'm going to use that as leverage to get what I want, which is for you to tell the truth about Zara, and you shouldn't have lied about her in the first place, okay? So yeah, we've been dealing with Keffals. I'm a random small streamer chick, but for some reason I get noticed by much larger people,
including death threats. And
it was Super Bowl Sunday. You're probably right about that.
Encouragements of self-harm. And when I pointed that out...
Not me, but Keffals is arguing in bad faith, showing that she can't be trusted. I figured that's what you meant. I feel a meme coming on, Shakespeare. Turf Island started the anti-Semitic canard about, the blood libel that's now in the turf game.
Quite literally.
Oh, yeah, Canterbury Tales. Canterbury Tales. You know, you might have run across this in in your I don't know, sophomore English class in high school, or you know, who knows what English lit class, right? But yeah, that's one of the Canterbury Tales. I can't remember which one, but literally it implies that Jewish people are like eating Christian children. And there's so many variations about this. Usually it's like blood in the mixture of like matzah bread or some shit like that, right? And it seems like it's ridiculous. and it shouldn't be. It seems like it should not pass the BS test. But holy shit, the way that Jewish people are dehumanized, yeah, people bought into that. People bought into that crap, right? And that's why seeing it come back through J.K. Rowling's imagination, and also look, your imagination is telling about what's going on in your little heart, in your little mind, right? Your imagination is very telling. Like, anti-Semitic tropes do not do not claw their way into your literary works by accident, all right? That's there for a reason, so.
Especially on TikTok, because I did start a new account, and they immediately found me again. Which means...
Wait, lotion poop? What is lotion poop?
Is that there's probably a Discord server somewhere passing my information around, I'd guess. But even the people who acknowledged the death threats, that was with a sentiment that included, well, you shouldn't have called people bigots. You shouldn't have called people transphobes. It was my fault for getting death threats.
Okay.
For saying,
first of all, if you want to call transphobes, that's fine. Go ahead. Right? You are calling out transphobia, so talking about the people doing it as transphobes is not inappropriate. But second of all, she wasn't calling anybody transphobes. She already explained that. That's not what she said. It's a straw man. So you need food. Yeah, absolutely.
Something I did not say. But that's what the straw man version of me said. In their minds, that's what I said.
And we talked before about like implicit bias informing the characterization of marginalized people's viewpoints. This might be another example. The way that Vaush like imbued Black people concerned about the not the theft of intellectual property. That's not what anybody was talking about. But the appropriation of hashtags meant to bring awareness to the disproportionate amount of violence suffered by Black women. Right. This is in Vaush's mind. He doesn't just hear what was said, but he imbues it with all kinds of like just racist brainworms, right? He attributes intent and malice and judgment and all kinds of stuff that just wasn't there. That's Vaush's internalized racism talking through him, right? Wouldn't be such a big deal if it wasn't for the fact that Vaush has such a big voice, right? But yeah, this is what marginalized people get to deal with, right?
In their minds.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, Emandrill.
I was not the person in that video. That's why so many of the comments that I'm still getting say things like, cry.
I've seen this exact kind of behavior so many times from Vaush fans. It seems like people just start strawmanning to deflect, yeah? Or serve around their own hypocritical positions when it gets a bit obvious.
Harder. Stay mad.
Oh my god.
I'm not crying in that video. I don't raise my voice.
Look, I'm the one who cries, okay? If you want to make fun of somebody for crying, make fun of me.
I'm smiling at the end of that thing. I wasn't mad. I wasn't crying. But they didn't see this. They saw this. Because that's what they wanted me to be. That's the straw man they decided.
I feel like that image is like burned into their retinas. And some of these people constantly see this image. I don't like the video Mule made, but the straw man they made of him. Oh yeah, absolutely, Enderpig. Yeah, and you like, I mean, like the FD, you know, pointed out some issues with it. I mean, I've pointed out some issues with it, right? You know, like they're you know, mistakes were made and stuff, right? But the way that they try to use and abuse DJ Mule like he's Satan. Like he's Satan or something like that. I don't know. It's a little bit ridiculous. It's a little bit much. I love her for this video. She's so calm too. I know, right?
I was. It's hard to know how long this will last. I imagine, or I hope, that within a week or two of the release of Hogwarts Legacy, when just the nature of the limited attention span of the culture, people will move on to the next hotness. But the thing is, that thing I said casually a few minutes ago, I bet you my name is getting moved around in Discord servers somewhere or some other manner in a way that I can't be certain of. And I'm fairly confident in that because of how quickly they found my second account. Because, like, especially on TikTok.
Okay, so this is Council of Geeks. Okay, let me copy their link for you here, and I'll give this to you in the DM so you can check.
I've just had the algorithm do me
check
dirty.
out Council of Geeks.
I've just had the
videos for
algorithm
yourself.
put my stuff in front of people who
or drop them a sub.
Didn't want to see it, and they weren't my audience, and they were mean to me.
There we go. There's that.
And while that's not great, that is just a thing that happens. But when that happens, when you make a new account, the algorithm is basically wiped clean. You're not suddenly going to be put back in front of the same people again. They had to find me, and they found me immediately, which meant they were looking for me, which means that they were, to some degree, coordinated.
Sounds like the kind of people that Keffals wants in her community.
I don't think there's any more coordination than there's some transphobic Discord somewhere that's like, hey, she made a new account, get her. I don't think it's anything more than that. I don't think anyone's plotting in a war room. I don't think I matter that much. But I'm on a list of viable targets now amongst some of these people. And what that means is while I expect this will die down,
I feel like we need to start coordinating in our own defense. What do you think, chat?
In a matter of a few weeks, my accounts will
I feel like it's time to get organized.
Probably be targeted again whenever a major piece of Harry Potter is on the horizon or coming out. And here's a fun additional thing that's happened since I shot this. Apparently somebody found my FetLife profile and decided to be real cute to try and threaten me with that fact. Because this is a
Moving
recurrent
past
thing
the slur there.
for people who have been targeted by these sorts of groups, these sorts of outlets, by things like Gamergate. They don't...
And people have pointed out the similarity between what Keffals, Vaush, and the rest of these debate fuckos are doing and the actual incidents of Gamergate, right? In that their goal seems to be to intimidate people, to silence people, and to harass people off the internet. You know, it's really similar.
Lose the lists of names of people that they decided it was okay.
Yeah, and in terms of their ability to coordinate off-site so that the heat from what they're doing, from their clandestine operations, is not scuffing the name of the content creators or the social media entities that they're involved with. You know, it's also the same, right?
Harass.
The you know, creation of accounts specifically for harassment so that those accounts then don't have to be banned off of that person's server, even though they say, just give me the names of the people and I'll ban them. Okay, you got Diaper AGP, but nope, they're not part of our community. Sorry, no comment check. That's not one of ours. And it absolutely is one of yours. Alting. Yes, it is. It is one of yours. It is one of yours.
And they go back to them.
And look, the solution actually isn't to ban these people, because if they're alting, you can't trace that back and say that was this person, ban this person. You know, we can never say that. All you can do, the most responsible thing to do, is just not harass us in the first place, not lie about us in the first place, not direct harassment, not target harassment at us, right? That is the answer, right? Whenever I'm talking about a sussy baka, you know, especially if it's a smaller person than me, like I'm always like, you know, I always make sure to, and I gotta say that, like, let's mention tomfoolery. Do not go harass tomfoolery. Do not mess with him. Do not, like, you know, go in that yell, you know, whatever, you know, right? Like, we don't do that. That is not, those are the tools of our, those are the tools of our enemies. We do not use those tools. Okay. So I gotta say that again. Don't harass people. Don't mess with people. Don't, you know, take it to their, you know, social media chats or whatever, right? I never would want you to do that on my behalf, right? I get that people see people like me and Jessie Gender and, you know, poly people, etc., 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 getting harassed, and you want to do something. That's not the right thing to do, though. Okay, understand that, right? And like, I wish I'd see more of that from the people, you know, that are really responsible for the targeted harassment that we face. But what do you expect? What do you expect from Vaush?
And so,
not much.
If I'm lucky, I'll be considered a low enough priority that it won't be this massive again. But part of the intent of this is to silence me, to get me to delete that video, to get me to say I misspoke. I didn't. As I said, I chose my words.
Wholesome NCC content,
very carefully.
yes.
I did not misspeak. And I stand by what I said. And they want me silenced. They want me to flee, or they want to be able to shut me down, which on TikTok they did. And I don't even think
this is why we need to coordinate.
For any reason other than
this is why we need to share information. This is why we need to work together.
This is a reflexive instinct.
This is why we need to have each other's backs. And Council of Geeks very much had Jessie Gender's back. Jessie Gender had my back when my YouTube account got taken down for debunking Project Veritas. And YouTube responded as if I was spreading medical misinformation myself. Jessie was right there for me, and Jessie, you know, saved my butt. So, you know, anything I can do for her, I'm here for it, right?
Certain circle of, yes, transphobes, but also just edgelords.
Edgelords! I don't know.
Just trolls.
Sorry.
It's a mix, and it's hard to parse how many of these people
always save
genuinely
receipts. Yeah.
have distinct animosity for me, and how many of them are just...
Oh, I don't know, though. If you save receipts in a folder or something, you might get accused of having files on
jumping in
people.
on a harassment campaign because that's their idea.
She's got files.
Of fun.
She's got files.
I don't know. I'll never know. It doesn't really matter. The thing is, I know I've only gotten a taste of what so many people, queer people, trans people, women, people of color, fat people, disabled people, members of all these groups are targeted for harassment on a regular basis. And I know that while this is the worst I've had to deal with, it is a fraction of what people, even dear friends of mine, have dealt with. My friend Jessie Gender was.
And the irony should not be lost on you, right? That these things that are happening to marginalized people are the exact same things that reactionary shitlords like Vaush are accusing us of doing, right? It shouldn't be lost the degree of Darvo that's implicit in this, right? They're saying that woke scolds, that SJWs are coming after them and they want to silence them and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Who's getting silenced, okay? Who does cancel culture actually affect? Marginalized people. That's who's getting silenced. That's who's getting canceled. That's whose right to speech is being threatened here. Not Destiny's, not Vaush's, not Keffals, all right?
Specifically targeted by J.K. Rowling, was tagged by her. And when that happened, it waved a signal flag for everyone who is either a fan of J.K. Rowling or is piggybacking off her statements as an excuse to harass people, because again, they think it's fun. They went after her. She's a very close friend of mine. She's my podcast co-host, and I know she had it worse than I have had it. I can only begin to imagine what some other people have gone through, not just in things relating to J.K. Rowling, but things like Gamergate, as I said. These
oh my God.
campaigns of harassment, be they spontaneous or organized, they are depressingly a fact of life on the internet, which is not a reason to just be like, what are you going to do? No, it's messed up. Something should happen. Exactly what? I don't know. Step one for me is
Damn it, that's
remaining
pissing me
visible.
off.
I'm fortunate enough to have been on YouTube long enough to have some degree of standing here, some degree of clout. TikTok don't care. TikTok doesn't give a crap. I'm a very fortunate person, and I know that. The fact that I get to do this for my living is an amazing privilege. And it's a privilege that a certain type of person wants to turn into a nightmare in the hope that I will go away. And they won't have to hear me point out that buying official Harry Potter products contributes to transphobia. That's it.
And let's have a moment of reality, okay? Now, I don't want Jessie Gender to get like chased off of Twitter, let alone the internet, for this stuff. But I have to admit that there are some people that cannot take this heat, right? It is going to work on some percentage of the people that these tactics are applied to. The no comment chick, the person that gets this stuff and turns into a warrior under those conditions is the rarity, not the commonality, okay? And that's why I need all of you to be on board for this, okay? Because there's some people who cannot. There's some people that will get chased off the internet. But for every one of those, I want one of you out there to get inspired, to feel that warrior spirit welling up within you, and to get involved, and to take this battle on. If this shit makes you mad, and getting mad makes you productive, I've got an army I'd like you to join. Okay? There's going to be some people that cannot do this. There are some people that this is just not good for you. This is not where you want to be. This is not something that you can handle. That's like understandable too, right? But there's some of you out there, if your blood is boiling, don't let that power go to waste, okay? Write something, make something, do something, join something. Okay, and if it's like my Discord, you know, then so be it, right? Join my Discord and get involved, because we're doing a lot there. We're doing a lot, okay? We're trying to put out, like, I am putting out more content in terms of streaming that I could possibly process, yeah? And, you know, if anybody out there gets inspired and you want to, like, make some clips, that helps me a lot. Every time you make a clip, there's a chance that that clip might turn into a TikTok for me. So know that if you want to clip on Twitch, right, that's really useful. You know, if you wanna just go in the YouTube videos and write down timestamps and say, like, this was a really cool moment right here. Make sure not to let this go to waste, because I don't know what I say. Did I say something inspiring just then? Maybe a little bit. Am I gonna remember that the timestamp is 5 hours and 31 minutes, and to go probably now I am, right? But mostly I won't. Like, I say shit like that all the time, and I don't remember. I have the memory of a goldfish, right? So, you know, if you want to get involved here, that is perfectly valid too. If that's like an entry point for you, and I want to inspire other people. I want to give people the tools. Like, I know how to edit, I know how to make content, I know kind of how social media works. If you want to get involved with me, I can help you, you know, get your content creation off the ground. Because really, at the end of the day, chat, I am not thinking about how many people are occupying my lane. All right, I want more people occupying my lane, because that's the only way that we're going to be able to fight stuff like this. Okay. It sucks to see Jessie Gender get chased off of Twitter, even if it's only temporary. Even if it's only temporary, that sucks, okay? But the only thing that I can do to countervail that is to make sure that I wake more people up and get more people involved. And that's the battle plan.
That was what I said. they don't want to hear it. And the people who don't want to hear it come in all flavors. From the people who will debate the premise and fight the very concept that J.K. Rowling is transphobic, usually quoting things from her from what she said 2.5 years ago and ignoring anything she's said in the last 2 years, or, you know, paying attention to the full meaning of what she said.
Or worse yet, quoting
They're the
Harry
people
Potter.
who simply claim that, you know, you can't tell me what to do. There are people who try and twist it so that I am a harm to the trans community.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I make them look stupid.
This is what Destiny came on stream with me and unironically told me about Demon Mama. Now, granted, okay, I'm not a fan of a lot of what Demon Mama does, right? I've been aware that woman's ego is like out of control and it gets in her way and it makes her a shittier ally for a long ass time. Okay, that's true. But Destiny came on to tell me, first of all, that Demon Mama is subhuman, and second of all, that she is hurting trans people by her presence on the internet as a content creator. I mean, I'm not buying it, Destiny. I'm not buying it, right? If anything, the problem that Destiny has with Demon Mama, the things that Destiny doesn't like about Demon Mama are her very best qualities, right? And, you know, this is it's coming from somebody whose name is banned in Demon Mama's community. But that's what solidarity means. That even when the other person won't meet you halfway or even a quarter of the way, even when the other person wants you harassed off the internet and tried to affect that a few years ago, that you got to have that critical support, especially against enemies like, you know, like what Destiny was saying is that he doesn't want trans people to have power in social media. It's too risky to him that some trans person can like report his content or talk to a sponsor. Thank you for the follow, Enderpig576, by the way, or whatever, right? That trans people are dangerous. We have a magic power, the power of cancellation, and therefore we have to be stymied. And only the ones of us that they can trust and they can be sure that we'll stay in our place and sit down and shut up and not get in their way, not be an impediment to them. Only those of us trans people like that should be allowed to exist on social media. And I gotta disagree. Okay? I got problems with Demon Mama. I can take that. I can take those up in terms of my coverage of her content. I don't need Stephen Bunnell Destiny the Third. All right, to chase Demon Mama off the internet for me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, Destiny is hurting all of humankind by being an online content creator.
I'm sure the Strawman version of me does, but I stand by what I said. And then there's those who flatly wish me harm, who talk about wanting to play that game and to use Avada Kedavra on...
Oh god, yeah. Somebody wrote some weird shit to Jessie Gender. Has anybody seen, speaking of Demon Mama, has anybody... that's the one take on Hogwarts Legacy that I have not heard yet. I don't know what Demon Mama's take is on it. And like, it's more out of curiosity, right? Because obviously Keffals' take was bad, Vaush's take was bad, Hassan's take was abysmal. I mean, I have no reason to think that Demon Mama's take is good in this case, but I guess it might be.
Trans people.
Whisper of a dream, chat. Whisper of a dream.
Which is not how the game's designed to work, by the way. It's single player, it's not multiplayer. But the point is that whatever rationale people would have, it was rare for it to be presented without a side serving of abuse. Whether they argue that my suggestion that pirating is at least more acceptable than buying the game outright is somehow a moral failing on my part, that would also include stains on my character and name calling and threats. Whether it be, you can't tell me what to do, it would be accompanied with, shut the fuck up. None of these arguments would ever be presented without abuse, without excessive capitalizations, without exclamation points, without slurs.
Wait, what is this about Destiny?
Some of them would. Not a lot. It's just what my
Moni.
life trying to do my job has been for weeks now. And the fact that even those who can bring it upon themselves to say, okay, you shouldn't have gotten death threats, but, and then they have something to say after that but. Oh, and let me be clear about something. Nobody should be getting harassed. Not me, not Rolling, not people streaming this stupid fucking game.
What's up, Michael Julian? I hope to truly get to where I can physically and financially rally for these movements once I'm functionally independent, but need to get my life in order to be there more than just in spirit solidarity. Spirit solidarity means a lot, right? And there's definitely things that you can do that are not monetary in nature. Like I said, feel free to get involved in my Discord. Feel free to get involved in turning the large form content that I do that is highly inaccessible because people like seeing, you know, what is it? 5-hour video. Oh, we're counting the we got to get off stream pretty soon here. I'm gonna try to go under 6 hours from now on for my streams. But yeah, like it's hard to watch that, right? If you help me turn it into short form content, it's a lot more accessible as a TikTok, as a YouTube short, as a clip, etc.
I don't do it. I don't condone it, and I shouldn't have to condemn it. It is not my job.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was talking about Destiny. Destiny is a streamer on YouTube who is basically that's the community that Vaush came from. So before there was VGG, there was DGG, and that was Destiny's community, Destiny's website. Vaush is just a barnacle on the butt of that.
To denounce the actions of shitheads. Just to clarify what I'm talking about here, the current narrative is that trans activists are harassing, bullying, and shouting at streamers who are streaming the game and causing them to cry or leave their streams or what have you. For as many stories as I see run about this harassment, they all seem to cite the exact same incident. An incident from which the most widely circulated clip does not show the chat. But yes, it is still possible it has happened. And while harassment is not okay, ever, why exactly am I asked to denounce the handful of incidents that appear to have happened? I'm expected to denounce this while other people tell me that I brought the harassment I'm suffering onto myself. I'd ask you to make it make sense.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Troy Jones. Meow.
But it never will, so don't bother. So this is not a call to action. Nor was the short. The short wasn't even a boycott. I never said the word boycott. The point was never to actually make the dev studio go bankrupt or to financially starve J.K. Rowling. That was never going to happen. I knew that. It was a request to take into consideration the impact of your purchasing choice and to consider at least one other viable option. That's what it was. But you wouldn't know that from the comments. To look at the comments, you would assume that with tears in my eyes, I screamed, anyone who buys this game is transphobic. Because that's the version of me that they responded to, despite the fact that it didn't exist. When that video first went up, I was replying to some of the bad faith pushback. I was pointing out I didn't actually say that. But even before the absolute flood of hate comments came in, I gave up trying to do that because I realized they don't care what I actually said. It never mattered what I actually said. That's part of what getting ratioed is. It is drowning out the original voice with something else. Maybe, depending on the nature of the ratio, with a correction, with a logical fallacy, or maybe it's drowning it out by painting over an absurd screeching caricature of a woke SJW and plastering that over a human being.
Meow.
Acting as if that's who I was and that's who I am. And trying to bend people's perception so that everyone would treat me that way, at the very least in the comment sections of that video. But it's not who I am. I know who I am. More to the point, I know that you don't. And so with that knowledge, I move forward. And if you bought that game, I hope you enjoyed it. I actually mean that sincerely. It would really suck that you put money that went towards...
I mean, if it's a weird turfy blood libel game, yeah, like there better be some silver lining somewhere.
Someone who is...
And from what I've heard, it's like, it's definitely not the gameplay.
Doing as much damage
it's definitely
as
not the
Rowling is
story.
doing. You didn't even get a good game out of it. That would actually be kind of crap. If you got it, I hope you enjoyed it. The impact is...
I was going to say you're being too generous, but I see what you're doing there. I see what you're doing there, Vera, and I like it.
Still what I said it was.
I approve.
Doesn't make you a transphobe. It doesn't make you my enemy. Depending on how well you are acquainted with the situation, it may make you someone who has chosen to not do the simple act of failing to buy a thing in order to support trans people. I mean, maybe. Some people probably aren't aware. They're still contributing. That's a notion that makes people so angry. Truth hurts.
And the truth of the matter is that trans people can't stop you from playing a video game, and we're well aware of that, okay? Like, at the end of the day, purchases of video games, like, are many times, like, digital purchases, even if it's a physical copy that you're buying, right? You know, it's a simple, like, nobody's gonna follow you into, like, you know, the game store. I mean, like, do people buy stuff from a game store anymore? I mean, I guess a few still exist, right? But mostly it's going to be like on Amazon, or it's going to be like you're literally downloading it. Like, there's not a trans person standing over your shoulder fucking like shaking their finger at you when you're downloading that game. But, you know, it'd be nice if you'd take us into consideration. It would really rock. It would kick so much ass. I'd be very happy. Right? We're not unrealistic. If you're not an ally, if you don't care about trans people already, you're not gonna hear this message. But if you do hear this message from trans people, it's because they like you and they trust you and they want to think that you understand. Pokemon Red is fun. I buy physical Switch games because they are easier to share, but otherwise 100% digital purchases. Yeah, realistically speaking, stop talking about trans people like we are like some kind of OP like characters in like Final Fantasy 14 or something that can, like, you know, DPS you into submission. Come on. I don't even know. I've never played Final Fantasy 14. I just know it's an MMO, and I'm guessing there's DPS involved.
The thing is, I don't have a big platform.
Right.
If I told a lie, you could just ignore me and move on. If I truly told a self-evident
Pokemon Gold
lie, you wouldn't have to shout me down, because people wouldn't listen. I'm not anybody of note. I'm barely known within the Doctor Who freaking community. But if you know what I say has truth,
they call me Doctor Who Megalol. Ha.
Do it. Ha. There's a reason to shout that down. There's a reason to drown that out. And that's the thing about all these comments all saying the exact same thing. It's not about actually confronting what I said. It's about drowning it out. And in that comment section of that video, I suppose they did. But in terms of me going forward, day to day, no.
Good
Still
to
here.
hear. Good to hear.
Still trans. Look at that. I didn't shut up. I almost said sorry. But no.
So, just like we can't make you not play the anti-Semitic turf wizard game, you can't make us shut up. The ones of us that you do shut up are going to be rallying cries for more of us to join the fight. So keep gamergating us. See what happens.
I love to talk. I'm lucky enough to do it for a job, and I'm going to keep doing it.
Oh my God.
And thank you for listening to me talk.
That's right.
If you want to support what I...
Okay, so yeah, definitely support Council of Geeks. Let me give you the subscriber, the link, the channel link. That's what I'm talking about. The channel link, just in case you want to go subscribe, because maybe you want to, after you saw what Vera's videos are like, maybe you want to get more of those in your homepage. I don't know. Does anybody even use their subs page anymore? You're here for this crossover. Wait, what's the crossover? Oh my God. The NCC Council of Geeks crossover? Is that what we're talking about? Well, Vera, you know, call me. Like, I definitely, this was a good video, and it would be great to talk to you anytime you want to come on and chat. You're already subscribed. Our videos are amazing. How are you doing, chat? Council of No Comment Geeks. Yeah, listen, I need to be a better geek though first. Honestly, that is my one fear about, like, you know, when like Jessie Gender comes in here and wants to talk, is that she's going to ask me something about Star Trek. I think she already knows. I think she already knows that I like know nothing. Not nothing. Like, I know who Spock is, right? Nanu. No, just kidding. I know. Got you, geeks, got you. Yeah, no, I love geeks though. And am I a geek? I'm like an anime geek. Does that count as a geek, or is that the bad kind of geek? I feel like anime geeks are associated with so much yikes. You know what I'm saying, right? What do you think of when you think of anime geeks? Oh no, so many bad things. And you're not wrong. Like that there are definitely. Not all anime is bad. Yeah, and I mean, like, tentacles. Oh my God. That's in my wheelhouse, for sure. Tentacles. The dream of the fisherman's wife. That's my dream. And I'm sure lots of your dreams as well, maybe, right? Star Trek anime when? Interesting. Interesting. I feel like Square would do something like that. Maybe not. Wait, Star Trek is owned by. Is Star Trek owned by Disney? I feel like half of the things are owned by Disney. Because like, if something's owned by Disney, there's like some chance of it crossing over with SquareSoft. Okay, legit. Does everybody know about Kingdom Hearts? Trek is CBS, so definitely not Disney. Okay. I don't even know what's owned by what, but Trek is on a different thing. So yeah, Kingdom Hearts came about because in Tokyo, the offices of Tokyo Disney and the offices of SquareSoft, I guess, were in the was it SquareSoft back then, or was it Square Enix? Because they got absorbed into each other. Yeah, it must have been Square. Wait, I don't even know. Which came first? Final Fantasy Spirits Within or Kingdom Hearts? I don't know. The state of Wyoming is owned by Disney. Star Trek might have tentacles too. Solid. Oh my God, yeah. So yeah, so what happened is that there was an elevator going up, okay? And there was like a Square, maybe SquareSoft, maybe Square Enix, I'm not sure, guy or gal on the elevator, and then there was somebody from Disney over here, and they were like, hey, you know that we make video games, right? Oh, interesting. Yeah, you know what would be really cool sometime? What if we made a video game with Disney characters? Would that sell? Oh, yeah! It would definitely sell. No, this is great. No, just imagine this, okay? We've got our main character, our protagonist, Anime Boy, and he's backed up by Donald Duck and Goofy. I mean, I don't see Donald as being particularly useful in a fight. Well, maybe Donald could heal. Right? And this is how Kingdom Hearts came into being. Yeah, maybe Donald can heal. Donald can heal, I've heard. Nice finger puppets. Is NCC giving us the talk? Yeah, we're getting the Kingdom Hearts talk, right? I need to play some more Kingdom Hearts. I really love the floaty physics. And that's the kind of gamer I am. In other words, like, not a real good gamer. I like to do button mashy stuff. Like, I don't like to think about it too much. Like, if I could just remember to hit the block button every now and then, I think I should survive. But yeah, like, Donald's got into fights all the time back in the day. I know, you would think that Donald Duck would be just effing people up, right? Absolutely. Fun fact, Disney wanted Donald to be the main character. What? But Square wanted Mickey to be the main character? But they couldn't come to an agreement, so they decided to make an original character. Oh my god, well, I was just making it up. Like, right? I only know about the elevator story. I don't know the details. Those details I was just filling in. You should play beat 'em ups and fighting games more then. Okay, that's like, there's some good ones, right? There's some good ones. Goofy is good at defending. Doesn't he go around with a shield and like hit people? It just like runs into people or something. Like, Goofy doesn't seem to have like a lot of strategy, but he's got a lot of heart, right? He's got a lot of heart. Goofy is wholesome. Actually, even Donald is kind of wholesome in that game, if I remember correctly. I feel like that's a little bit of a deviation from his like normal character, isn't it? Meow. All right, well, I'm gonna try to keep it right under 6 hours, and I'm going to raid out into friend of the VOD, none other than Polly Robinette People. Let's go say hi to Polly. How about it? And chat, like, I realized we raid Polly a lot, and you know, definitely support her. Let me know if there's any other streamers that you want me to think about sending a raid their way too, and especially let me know who's streaming, because I never know who's streaming. So yeah, I'm gonna, you know, I want to spread the wealth too. We try to raid smaller streamers when we get the chance. Gonna raid into Polly streaming, not exactly a random small streamer chick, but a only farmers model. Yeah. We're talking about the spokes model for farmers only. Yeah. Anyway, say hi to Polly for me, and I'll be back again tomorrow, probably covering more of this, covering the Riverboat Jack, covering so much stuff. There's a New York Times conspiracy against trans people, and I'm not even kidding. I'm not making it up. It's real. It's real, and it's bad, right? Like, we got our very own, you know, turf journalism in the New York Times, apparently. So we need to catch up with that and see what's going on with that. And they're still at it, even after they got caught. They're still doing it, right? So they don't care. We'll take a look. We'll you know, clan ops and see what we find. Anyway, say hi to Polly for me. Much love. Meow, meow, meow. Fly, my pretties. Okay, so we just raided out into Polly People. Hello, Vodies. Hello, YouTube. Glad that you're enjoying this stream today. Make sure to think about signing up for a membership on YouTube, or subbing on Twitch, or becoming a Patreon. Any one of those things will get you into our premium streamium. The last one being the FD Signifier video drama, which I reacted only for those people. Oh my god, Polly just gave me a shout out. Anyway, I gotta go.